Declare open this meeting of the Senate Finance and Public Administration Legislation Committee. Today the committee will begin its examination of the budget estimates for 2022-2023 for the parliamentary departments, the Prime Minister and Cabinet portfolio, the finance portfolio and cross-portfolio Indigenous matters. The committee may also examine the annual reports of the departments and agencies appearing before it. Senators, departments and agencies have been provided with advice on the arrangements in place to ensure the budget estimates 2022-2023 hearings are conducted in a COVID-safe environment. This guidance is also available from the Secretariat, and the committee appreciates the cooperation of all attendees in adhering to these arrangements. The committee has before it a program listing agencies and outcomes relating to matters for which senators have given notice. The committee's proceedings today will begin with the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet and its agencies as listed on today's program. On Monday the 4th of April, the committee will examine the parliamentary departments, followed by the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet and its agencies again. On Tuesday the 5th of April, the committee will examine the Department of Finance and its agencies. Finally, the committee will examine the National Indigenous Australians Agency, other Indigenous agencies and the Department of Health on Friday the 8th of April at the hearing on cross-portfolio Indigenous matters. Under Standing Order 26, the committee must take all evidence in public session. This includes answers to questions on notice. The committee would appreciate it if senators could please provide any written questions on notice to the Secretariat by Friday the 22nd of April 2022. However, reminds all senators as well as departments and agencies that written questions on notice can be provided at any time. The committee has fixed Friday the 20th of May 2022 as the date for the return of answers to questions taken on notice. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence to a committee. The Senate, by resolution in 1999, endorsed the following test of relevance for questions at estimates hearings. Any questions going to the operations or financial positions of the departments and agencies which are seeking funds in the estimates are relevant questions for the purpose of estimates hearings. I remind officers that the Senate has resolved that there are no areas in connection with the expenditure of public funds where any person has discretion to withhold details or explanations from the Parliament or its committees unless the Parliament has expressly provided otherwise. I particularly draw the attention of witnesses to an order of the Senate of the 13th of May 2009 specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. Witnesses are specifically reminded that a statement that information or a document is confidential or consists of advice to government is not a statement that meets the requirements of the 2009 order. Instead, witnesses are required to provide some specific indication of the harm to the public interest that could result from the disclosure of the information or the document. The Senate has also resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution prohibits only questions asking for opinions on matters of policy and does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. An officer called to answer a question for the first time should state their full name and the capacity in which they appear, and witnesses should speak clearly and into the microphones to assist Hansard to record proceedings. I remind everyone in the hearing room to switch off your mobile phone and other devices or turn them to silent, and I also remind any witnesses appearing via video conference who are not speaking to mute their microphones. Officers are requested to keep opening statements brief or seek to incorporate longer statements into the Hansard. Finally, the committee has agreed to allow media into the hearing room. In doing so, the committee reminds the media that they must follow the directions of the committee and the Secretariat and remain within those areas clearly marked for the media. In addition, recording must not occur from behind the committee or between the committee and the witnesses, and computer screens and documents belonging to senators must not be filmed, photographed or recorded. Witnesses are reminded that they can object to being recorded at any time. The committee thanks the media in advance for maintaining a COVID-safe approach while in the hearing room. I welcome the Minister for Finance, Senator the Honourable Simon Birmingham, representing the Prime Minister, Ms Stephanie Foster, Deputy Secretary Governance and APS Reform, and other officers of the Department of the Prime Minister and Cabinet. Minister, do you wish to make an opening statement?
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Senators. Happy Budget Week, although it feels slightly peculiar to be doing PM&C estimates on a Thursday, but the days are all blending into one. Anyway, no opening statement. Happy to discuss the budget.
Very good, Minister. Ms Foster, do you wish to make an opening statement?
Thank you, Chair. I'm Stephanie Foster, Deputy Secretary Governance, Head of APS Reform in the Department of the Prime Minister and Cabinet. The members of PMNC's executive in attendance at Parliament House for this session to answer your questions are Ms Alison Frame, Deputy Secretary Social Policy, Mr Scott Dewar, Deputy Secretary Quad and AUKUS, Mr Rod Brazier, Acting Deputy Secretary National Security and International Policy, Mr James Chisholm, Acting Deputy Secretary Economy, Industry and G20 Sherpa, and Mr Tom Gilmartin, Chief Operating Officer. Other senior officials are here at APH to assist the committee. A detailed list of witnesses attending has been provided to the committee secretariat, and since the last estimates in February, there have been no changes to the executive. I have PMNC's organisation chart here for the committee, should you wish it to be tabled.
Thank you. Ms Foster. Senator Ayres, would
Thank
you like
you.
the call?
Good morning, Ms Foster. Senator Birmingham, it doesn't seem like very long ago we were together downstairs. I have a few questions that go to the budget papers and Veterans Affairs. I followed, although it's been covered essentially on in the regional media, Mr G's threat to the Prime Minister to resign. Page 49 of budget paper number 2 lists the budget outcomes for budget outcomes for decisions taken but not yet announced. I might just give you a minute to grab a copy. What that sets out, it shows a reduction of expenditure in 23-24 of $916.6 million. In 24-25 of $1.168 million, and then $892 million cuts in 25-26. That's $3 billion essentially over 3 years that just happened to fall after the election. So those cuts to the Department of Veterans Affairs, as I say, fall after the election, but they relate to decisions already taken but not yet announced. What's been cut here, Senator Birmingham?
Well, Senator Ayres, as I know you, I'm sure, were paying close attention during question time yesterday when Senator Gallagher asked me a question on this issue. The effect here is basically around the accounting treatment of a number of decisions that the government took and provisioned for in MyEFO last year, providing for functions such as the women's safety package, the $1.3 billion package there, for which then in terms of in the accounting approaches within the finalisation of those packages, essentially the government reversed out the line, the decision taken but not yet announced, and provided the additional funding in terms of the package itself, which you'll find elsewhere in budget paper number 2 around that women's safety package. There are other measures for which a similar approach was taken. So it is essentially those decisions for which we had provisioned money previously, and for which I remember at the last estimates facing extensive questions about some of those as to what was in the decisions taken but not yet announced lines. The government has finalised its consideration of those and made those public in the budget papers. So there's no cuts, as you put it, Senator Ayres. There is simply a publication now of the final decisions.
so decisions taken around expenditure cuts, but
No.
you're not prepared. You're not prepared to indicate what the nature of those cuts are.
No, they're not cuts though, Senator. So the budget line for decisions taken but not yet announced comes down because the decisions have been announced. And so the budget line for decisions taken but not yet announced shows the negative there, as you can see, because elsewhere in the budget there are positives in relation to now being against a specific program item, women's safety being the example that I've used.
Yeah. So but how do you get a negative though? It's because you provisioned for more spending on some of these items. So is it that you provisioned for more spending than you actually announced on those items, and now you've not proceeding with? It's pretty opaque, isn't it? So you've made decisions that you've not yet announced to provide for funding for some items, and now you're not proceeding. How's that not a cut?
Because it's where it is reflected in the budget papers, Senator Ayres. So it is no longer reflected simply in the aggregate line of decisions taken but not yet announced. So there's less money in that budget line. It is reflected in the women's safety area of the budget. So there is more money in that area of the budget line. So it's simply the shift essentially from the aggregate of the contingency reserve and elements of that, which has the decisions taken but not yet announced line in there, and moving across that into actual program spending allocated specifically against a department and an outcome and a program.
So that's one possible explanation, isn't it?
It's the explanation in this regard.
That's why it's now in the actual
Order.
line.
I reckon he can handle it. You'll be all right. He can probably answer. There's two possible explanations, though, isn't there? One is that the accounting rather benign outline that you've just given, or actual spending cuts to programs, to decisions that you'd made but not yet announced. You're saying there's been zero cuts.
Oh.
Is that right? Zero cuts in this area? Nothing for veterans to worry about? Nothing in any of these other line items? It's 100% items just been moved out, having been announced.
Well, Senator, even if I took your alternate scenario, the idea that a budgeting provision we might have made internally, a decision we may have taken to provision for some funds internally for something that was never announced and never provided, is hardly a cut, Senator Ayres. So
Just because you've kept the original decision a
just because we don't spend
secret.
the contingency reserve doesn't mean it's a cut. It's a contingency reserve.
I understand that you're anxious to...
I do note, Senator Ayres, in relation to that particular question about the decisions taken but not yet announced line, following the comments that Mr Chalmers and others made yesterday, even The Guardian, I think, did a fact check on it and found that the explanation I've given you stacks up.
Goodness me.
Well, I look forward to you relying upon the Guardian in future discussions, Minister.
But I'm more than happy when finance officials are here
It's one of,
as well. I'm sure we can take you through the very precise elements of that treatment if you like.
Okay, thank you. I have some got some questions about the PM&C budget. Page 163. Shows a extraordinary additional allocation of just under $96 million over 4 years from 22 to 23, and then 21.3 million ongoing to the department. How much additional money is Mr Morrison allocating to this department every year? Just want to, it might just be that I'm a bit slow in the uptake this morning. The payments shown in the budget measure don't quite line up and suggest an additional $5.5 million in 21-22. Can you help me interpret this, Ms Foster?
Senator, I'll ask Ms Crowther, our CFO, to do that for you.
Thank you.
Michelle Crowther, Chief Financial Officer. Good morning. So you're asking about the increase of funding for PM&C's additional resourcing? So overarchingly, the department receives $107.7 million across the forward. The 5.5 in 21-22 relates to money provided for the Sydney Clean Energy Forum. It also relates to a small amount relating to the
So sorry to
deregulation.
That's $8 million for this. I think it's Clean Energy Supply Chain Forum. I think it's Sydney Energy Forum it's referred to in some places. That's the same thing, isn't it?
It is. There's $8 million across 21-22 and 22-23.
And what's that for? Thank you.
Senator James Chisholm, Acting Deputy Secretary, Economy, Industry and G20 Sherpa. So the forum was announced by the Prime Minister in the context of the Quad meeting last year, and essentially it's focused on finding ways to ensure that we can, as a nation and working closely with partners in the region, best leverage opportunities in the new energy economy, particularly with really critical inputs like critical minerals, renewable energy and that sort of thing. The forum will be held later this year, and that's what the funding is for, to organise the forum, facilitate venues, support for participants and that sort of thing. It will have a strong international representation, and as I say, we have a
$8 million for that.
Yeah, well, I can actually ask my colleague, Mr. Pullen, who's the First Assistant Secretary leading the task force organising the forum, to take you through some of the details of the funding. We do have a task force in the department comprised of a number of officials from key Commonwealth agencies who are helping to pull the forum together. But we can take you through what that money will be spent on in some detail. So,
Well, I'm not sure I want a lot of detail.
Yeah.
I'd like to understand, perhaps, look, a short outline would be helpful.
Yeah,
Thank
sure.
you.
Good morning, Senator. David Pullen, acting as First Assistant Secretary, Clean Energy Supply Chain Task Force. So, Senator, the department, as Mr. Chisholm outlined, will receive $8 million to deliver the forum. $3 million has previously been reported in the portfolio addition estimate statement. This is consistent with past practice, Senator, to provide funding for international events. For example, the department was provided $37 million to host the ASEAN Special Summit in Sydney in 2018. Senator, in terms of the funding, it's needed for a number of aspects of the event. Firstly, Senator, there's a component to fund the IEA as a voluntary contribution, which is a co-host with Australia. There's also a component for venue hiring, catering, ground transport and communications. Senator, there's a component to support the travel associated with speakers that are attending the event, including from Pacific Island countries. There's also a component, Senator, for technical advice, as well as contingency, Senator, should there be COVID-related events.
How much is the contingency?
A 10% contingency, Senator, but it will obviously depend on the nature of the event. Should we need to go digital? Should there be a number of guests that get COVID, and we need to provide additional support?
Thank you. And Ms Foster, the average staffing level's going to lift by 50, is that circa 50?
That's correct, Senator. I'll get Ms Crowther to come back, but in
Yes,
essence...
thank you. Sorry, we've interrupted her train of delivery. Thank you.
In essence, there's a number of new functions or new initiatives the department is managing, and the additional ASL is associated with those new functions or new initiatives.
So the additional essentially the additional 5 in the budget measure to deal with the energy forum that we were just discussing, the additional allocation of $95.8 million, how much of that is going to the additional 50 staff?
A number of the measures relate to staff. So on that basis, it'd probably be about 70-80% relating to staff. A number of the functions were funded because they are continuing important functions.
And so 70 to 80% on the additional staff. How much of the additional money will be spent on consultants?
As I said, most of the funding relates to the continuation of the Digital Technology Task Force and deregulation. I would ask the General Managers to expand on that. However, most of those relate to staff already in place, so it's a continuation of existing ASL.
So, Senator, when I said there were new initiatives, I actually misspoke. I had forgotten that a number of that ASL was to fund the continuation of existing functions that were not funded beyond last year.
So what does that mean? So the ASL that wasn't funded last year is now being funded? Sorry?
No, Senator, it's continuing the ASL for functions that are continuing. So an example of that is the National Office for Child Safety. So we have those staff.
So in the absence of that additional allocation, there would have had to have been a cut in the ASL?
That's correct, Senator. Well, the function was funded until this point, and we are now funding
Yes.
it and the ASL to continue that function.
There is, Senator, as though increase in portfolio ASL overall. If I draw your attention to page 24 of the portfolio budget statement, it shows a lift indeed of 50 ASL in terms of the ASL estimates for the portfolio from 1,147 to 1,197. There are, in addition to the areas that have been touched on to date, extra pressures following, for example, from the AUKUS announcement in terms of policy advice and international engagement that the department is being resourced for too.
So there are 3. What is it? $95.8 million falls into 3 categories then. Additional ASL in the sense that, which would not be reflected in a lifting of the cap, Ms Foster, but is a rolling over of some functions that it's been determined are required to stay in the department.
So, Senator, if the ASL was not provisioned for in the out years, then that will be a lifting of the ASL to provision for it in the out years.
But I think from what the Minister's saying, there are additional to that. There is a
some new
lift in the...
functions.
lifting the cap?
For example, Senator, the Jenkins Task Force, we have a small group of people within PM&C to assist with the implementation of the Jenkins recommendations. That's a new function for us, or has been augmented in the coming year.
And then the third category is other things, if I can put it that way.
PMC has a broad range of
How much?
other things that it engages in
Yeah,
across government.
so rolling over additional programs, rolling over programs, additional staff in some areas, like to support the sort of Jenkins review and post-Jenkins review activity, and then other things, largely consultancies, all that sort of stuff.
No, there's some additional staff to deal with freedom of information increases. There's been a significant increase in the department with those. So there's some staff that are included in that increase in ASL to cover that function. As mentioned, the Quad and AUKUS partnerships in establishing a new group within the department. There's staff associated with that. There's also an extension of our COVID-19 support to government.
Out of interest, Ms Foster, how much has the department spent on consultants this financial year? This last financial year?
We're just looking for the figure, Senator. If you'd like to perhaps ask the next question, and we'll get it as quick as we can.
I have some questions that move to another topic in a moment, but so I'm happy to wait for a tick if that.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Senator. We're going to have to take it on notice and come back to you.
Come back to us later in the day if you can, Ms Foster. Okay. I have a series of questions that go to the international section if the appropriate officers could come to the table. Thank you.
I'll just flag with the Senator is you've had about 20 minutes and I do want to share the call around a bit. So are you happy to ask this tranche? And
Well,
then...
okay, so what I'd suggest then is I know that Senator Watt has some questions in about 15 minutes' time. If we want to go to some government questions for a period,
Okay.
the international questions will take some time.
Okay,
So we
well,
might,
how about I give the call to Senator O'Sullivan and then we come back to
Yeah, thank you.
international.
Terrific, thank you. I've just got some questions about cost of living and the cost of living measures in the budget. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chisholm. Are you able to tell us how many individuals will be supported by the government's cost of living tax offset?
Senator, I will just ask my colleague, Mr O'Toole, who is the Acting First Secretary of our Economic Division, to come to the table and help take you through
Thank you.
that question. As we are waiting, if you have any follow-up questions, happy to take them.
So the total amount, looking at the budget paper, is 3.9. I guess and then 200 in the following year. That's because the payments will be paid a little bit. There's a bit of a trail, is there?
He's now joined us.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. O'Toole.
Thank
Just
you.
interested in understanding the actual number of people that you're expecting that the cost of living tax offset will impact.
Thank you, Senator. James O'Toole, Acting First Assistant Secretary, Economic Division. Just bear with me. So the cost of living tax offset is the part of the package you're interested in, Senator?
Yes.
Right. So as you know, government's providing $4.1 billion to increase what we call the LMITO, or the lower middle income tax offset, by $420 for 21-22. It's forecast to benefit over 10 million individuals, Senator, earning up to $126,000.
Okay. And how many pensioners, welfare recipients, veterans and concession card holders will be eligible for the cost of living payment?
Senator, the cost of living payment will be eligible to aged pensioners, veterans, other income recipients and eligible concession card home holders. I'll just see whether I've got the number here, Senator. Bear with me. Senator, we might have to take that one on notice, I'm afraid.
Okay. So
That was how many pensioners?
pensioners, welfare recipients, veterans and concession card holders.
I think it is around 6 million, if my memory is correct, Senator O'Sullivan.
It's certainly in excess of 5 million, Senator, because the indexation arrangements, so the arrangements that the government announced in terms of the cost of living payment, that's in addition to the indexation of the pension and other arrangements which occurred in March, which benefited 5 million people. They're also eligible to that, so it's certainly in excess of that.
Okay. And, sorry, Tawala, are you the one to ask about fuel excise?
Yes.
What will be the effect of the temporary fuel excise relief?
Senator, so as you're aware, the government announced a temporary halving of the existing 44.2 cent per litre fuel excise down to 22.1 cents. The benefit for individuals will obviously depend on their fuel usage, but if you take, say, an average vehicle, say a small hatchback, for instance, with a 40-litre tank, that's about a $10, about a $9.70 saving per fill-up, ranging right up to a four-wheel drive, for instance, with a much larger tank, 80 litres, for instance, and they'll be saving around $19.45 every time they fill up their tank, Senator.
And so we legislated for that yesterday in the Senate. When can people expect to see that reduction at the Bowser?
Senator, so it commences on the 30th of March. It would be expected to flow through relatively quickly, and of course the government has announced, asked that the ACCC monitor, make sure that that is passed through as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I was actually just about to ask that. Minister, do you want to elaborate on that? So there is an expectation that the full amount will be passed on to the consumer? We
expect every cent of the 22 cent per litre reduction in fuel excise to be passed through to the consumer. The Treasurer spoke personally with the Chair of the ACCC on budget day, and they had an extensive discussion. The ACCC issued a statement in relation to their authority and abilities to be able to monitor and act if they detect any inability or failure to pass through appropriate savings or profiteerings that come from it. We have strong confidence that the ACCC, who has had extensive experience in relation to fuel price monitoring, has expertise and a dedicated unit that can act in this area. They have penalties that can range into the millions of dollars to be applied should anybody do the wrong thing. Pleasingly, Senator O'Sullivan, there seemed to be, even in advance of the legislation passing last night, some pockets of the country where a little bit of competitive tension in the marketplace seemed to see some players reducing their fuel prices yesterday, and over the course of the next couple of weeks, noting that excise is not paid at the retail point, so there is a slight delay in terms of it passing through the supply chain to those retailers, but we expect it should flow right throughout the country over the next couple of weeks. Yeah, very good. I know it's impacting people, so this relief is very important. So, more broadly, how's the situation in the Ukraine caused cost of living pressures in Australia? Obviously, fuel's one of them.
Yes, so the situation between Russia and Ukraine is likely to have a number of impacts, or is having a number of impacts. Fuel is the obvious one. There's also some supply disruptions, for instance, and obviously an impact on global economy more broadly, which is potentially dragging, not just on Australia but other economies. As the Prime Minister has previously noted, however, our trade exposure, with the exception of the global oil market, is relatively limited to the Ukraine relative to some of our other trading partners. The number of imports that we receive from Russia, Belarus and the Ukraine is a relatively small proportion, say, relative to other countries in Europe. Yeah.
Okay, so the impact is obviously broad across other countries. Australia is not the only country facing these pressures.
No, I think that's a fair comment, Senator.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, if I could just have your indulgence. One of my colleagues has just passed the information. I'd just like to confirm, Senator, it is around 6 million people who will benefit from the cost of living payment. Just
Great.
in relation to your earlier question.
For pensioners, welfare recipients, veterans and concession card holders.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator O'Sullivan. Senator Ayres, happy to keep going.
International questions which will take us up probably for quite a while. So what I'd like to do is deal with some of those, and then I think Senator Watt has some questions. We might break for him, and then I'll resume if that's okay. Yes, he will.
Okay.
Yeah.
Year to date,
Sorry?
the total spend year to date on consultants is just over $1 million.
Just 1 minute. Thank you.
So it's 1.098.
Thank you. So I'd like to start with the Solomon Islands and its security treaty with the People's Republic of China. Could you, good morning, Mr. Brazier, could you provide an overview of the new treaty?
Good morning, Senators. Rod Brazier, Acting Deputy Secretary, National Security and International Policy. Point of clarification, that the draft that has been in the media is allegedly leaked and is a draft. So I'd encourage you to bear that in mind as I talk through some of the concerns that the Australian government has about it. It has at least two.
But sorry, Mr. Brazier, it's not an early draft, is it? Where would you characterise it's up to in the?
That's not a question I can answer, Senator. It's a negotiation between Solomon Islands and China, and such negotiations take as long as the two parties need.
Mr. Sogavari's been quite bullish about it, hasn't he?
I think that's asking for an element of commentary, Senator Ayres, which on a sensitive matter relating to dialogue between two other sovereign states would not be an area that Mr. Brazier or any of us, frankly, should probably step into.
Mr. Brazier?
Well,
I'm sorry, I'm not insisting on an answer.
Well, you're asking for a comment on.
I'm not insisting on an answer. What I'm trying to get to the bottom of is, I understand characterising it as a draft is consistent with how the document was described when it came into the public domain. I want to know if there is an assessment from that you're aware of, Mr. Brazier, about where that draft is up to in the process of discussions between the two governments.
Senator, I think Mr. Brazier has indicated that until an agreement becomes final, we really can't know whether or not this is well advanced and close to final, because we can't know how those negotiations will progress and how much change will be made.
Okay, tell me about the agreement, Mr. Brazier.
Well,
or an overview of what it means.
broadly speaking, it's the draft that has appeared in the media makes it possible, if it's signed in the form it is now, for China and Solomon Islands to cooperate in the security realm, and for Solomon Islands to call on assistance from China in that security realm if the Solomon Islands government requires it.
So it's very serious indeed.
Well, as I said earlier, it's a draft. We don't know whether that's the final form. We don't know for sure when or if it will be signed.
So when did Australian officials first become aware of a push from either Honiara or Beijing to establish a security treaty or a defence and security cooperation arrangement?
Senator, as I'll let Mr. Brazier, of course, add as much context as he can. I would indicate, in terms of your question around when we are aware of certain matters, that it's important to appreciate that we don't publicly comment on the dialogue that we may have directly with foreign governments and disclose discussions that would jeopardise their willingness to share information with us, nor do we customarily comment on security or intelligence information that we may have obtained that provides information. And I'd make that observation just as a general statement across all spheres of our intelligence and security operations. But I think it's important in terms of understanding on this particular issue that whilst we respect fully the right of any nation, and especially of our Pacific family and friends, to make sovereign decisions in relation to their engagement with the rest of the world, we have regularly and respectfully raised concerns in general with the Solomon Islands about its deepening security engagement with China and ensuring that Australia's perspective there is understood.
I think my question's really at a higher level than that, isn't it? I mean, it's been publicly reported that the opposition leader in the Solomon Islands advised the High Commissioner, the Australian High Commissioner, in August last year that this was in prospect. Was the Australian government aware of these developments prior to that event?
We've been aware of discussions between parties for some time in that high-level context. In terms of this specific,
some time,
in terms of this
some years or some months.
Well, discussions have been evident in a general sense around relations between those two countries for some years. In terms of the specifics of such matters, that's their areas in which, as I say, if we start going down the track of whether we knew something before it was raised by one individual, it then leads to, was it part of other discussions with the government of the Solomon Islands, or information obtained by other means, and that's perhaps where areas of sensitivity become of greater concern to maintain our ability to engage effectively with the Solomon Islands, which Australia has demonstrated an ability to do very well. We were the first country that they called upon to provide serious support during their recent troubles, as we have before, and our police and other officials did that very successfully to help them in responding to their civil unrest. And of course we have extended at their request out our own bilateral security arrangements with the Solomon Islands.
Again, at a slightly higher level, you've said aware for some time. I think you said some years.
Of general discussions, Senator Ayres. I mean, that's,
So what-
they're all on the public, in the public
Yeah.
domain in terms of the Solomon Islands engagement internationally.
And what steps has Australia taken to respond to warnings that such an arrangement, treaty or otherwise, is in prospect?
We have regular dialogue at various levels with all of our Pacific Island family, but including the Solomon Islands. Obviously, you're welcome to ask about particular instances of or nature of engagement, Prime Minister to Prime Minister, Minister to Minister, through officials, and I'm sure DFAT as well will be in a position to talk about that in terms of the general aspects of the relationship and dialogue without though breaching the confidences of those government to government discussions.
So beyond, a treaty in prospect, and I want to come to the sort of what the next steps are. A treaty in prospect, 2,000 kilometres off the coast. Beyond dialogue, what other things has the Australian government done to respond or avert what is clearly an arrangement that's not in our national interest?
Well, across the Pacific Island family of nations, we have, as part of the Pacific Island Step Up, pursued a number of initiatives in support of Pacific nations. We are, in the case of the Solomon Islands, by far and away the largest development assistance partner for the Solomon Islands. We have, through the course of the Pacific Step Up, also engaged in new and innovative policy responses, such as the financing facility that we've put in place to help with areas of infrastructure development in the Pacific for economic development needs. We continue to engage extensively through the Pacific Island Forum and other fora in relation to areas of shared cooperation and understanding, and especially those that relate to the ways in which we can, as nations, ensure the peace and stability of the Pacific. And our view is put always very clearly that we believe that Pacific solutions in our region are the best way for us to maintain that peace and stability. I mean, the engagement with the Solomon Islands, engagement with fellow regional partners across the Pacific family is extensive, and we can step through some of those, if you wish, Senator Ayres. DFAT will be able to step through many more of them.
Yeah, we'll have questions for the Department of Foreign Affairs when we see them. So, no sign at this stage that Solomon Islands won't proceed. What's the department's understanding of how the treaty would be approved? Does it require parliamentary approval? How would it be operationalised?
Under Solomon Islands constitution and law, treaties do not require parliamentary approval. It's a prerogative of the executive.
Like in Australia? Essentially, it's a function of the executive.
Well, in Australia, I understand
and then there's
treaties
a
have to be tabled,
process and all that sort of
but
stuff.
I don't think that applies in the case of Solomon Islands.
So how would we know when it's been operationalised?
Well, there would be an announcement, I would assume, by the two governments, and typically a public event of some sort accompanies finalisation or signature of treaties of this nature. But I would also expect Senator, that our High Commission would, in the course of its discussions with officials and ministers there, would have some notice.
So you'd anticipate that we'd be advised in advance of an announcement?
I would expect that would be typical in the case of Solomon Islands, Senator, but not guaranteed. And of course, when this is made public, is the prerogative of the two governments.
Senator, I don't think that would be an expectation unique to Australia. I think many other Pacific Island nations would have an expectation that if this were to proceed, there would be some advice or further dialogue from the government of the Papua New Guinea, who of course have all of the sovereign rights to make these decisions and undertake that dialogue. But if it were to proceed, that there would be some engagement from them prior to its finalisation or public announcements.
Okay, Article 1 of the draft framework agreement that's been reported, with that qualification, says China may, according to its own needs and with the consent of the Solomon Islands, make ship visits to carry out logistical replenishment in and have stopover and transition in Solomon Islands. And it goes on to say, and the relevant forces of China can be used to protect the safety of Chinese personnel and major projects in Solomon Islands. What's the department's assessment of the meaning of relevant forces of China? Does that include military and naval assets?
Senator, I'd start by saying this is, to an extent, hypothetical, given it's a draft that's been leaked and made change. On the language that you referred to and which I've seen, that is quite vague in my view, and could encompass any disciplined force that was described as relevant to the task being given to it.
So military, naval, police, Ministry of State Security officers could incorporate all those kind of relevant forces.
In my reading of the treaty is that the two governments, the two parties, would be able to determine what relevant was and wasn't, Senator.
And do you have any assessment of the?
Senator, there is in the statement from the draft that you read an important qualifier there, which of course is with the permission or authority of the Solomon Islands. Just noting that in terms of the nature of the questions that you're asking is important. Noting the document itself is, as we've said, still a draft, still unsigned, but also in that sense does have that qualifier to the rights or engagements that you're asking about too.
Yes, some qualifiers, but it does contemplate relevant forces of China. It's not. I accept that you say that it's a draft, Mr. Brazier, but it's hardly hypothetical, is it? I mean, Prime Minister Sogavari has said it is ready to sign. Now, I can't exclude the possibility that there's been some amendments, I suppose, to it in the interim, but he says it is ready to sign. And so questions about what kind of relevant Chinese forces will be stationed in a nation not very far from us aren't hypothetical questions, are they?
Well, Senator Ayres, questions about
Well, I don't know why we're pussyfooting around this issue. The government hasn't.
The Minister was providing a response.
The government hasn't pussyfooted around its language, you know, just a few weeks ago. I want to understand exactly what is in prospect here.
Well, Senator Ayres, the government is very conscious of ensuring that we respect the sovereignty of every Pacific Island nation, that we maintain the best possible position for our dialogue and engagement with every Pacific Island nation, and that we remain from that position the best potential to achieve the optimal outcomes for Australia and the region from our dialogue with those nations. That means that there are areas of diplomacy that have to be handled sensitively. As I said before, we've made our concerns about potential areas for deepening security engagement clear. We've done that over a period of time and continue to engage bilaterally and as a member or participant in Pacific Island Forum dialogue and through other means. And the view we make clear is that Pacific solutions and engagements are best left as Pacific-led in that sphere. Stepping outside of any particular engagement with other governments, yes, we would be very concerned were there to be permanent basing or such things that could destabilise peace and potentially undermine the sovereignty of any nation within our region.
So, 6 weeks ago, the language the government was using was very different. Now we're dancing on the head of a pin, diplomatic language. Has that got anything to do with the fact that, as Mr Sheridan has said, and I think I'm paraphrasing him, not directly quoting him, that this is a very significant strategic and foreign policy blunder?
Senator Ayres, I don't...
I don't think he said blunder. I think he said policy failure.
I don't and do not accept that. I'm not sure whether you are suggesting that a better form of diplomacy would be for the Australian government to hector and lecture.
I'm just
Pacific
interested in the
Island
change of
nations,
language, that's all.
But that is certainly not the approach that we take.
What sort of protection of Chinese personnel does the department expect to see as a result of this agreement? Embassy security, physical security for Chinese businesses and staff in the Solomon Islands? I just want to get a sense of what's the department, you know, you're in receipt of assessments from the Department of Foreign Affairs and some of our agencies. I want to know what the department's assessment is of what is the scale of Chinese security force presence that we're likely to see.
I think that is a hypothetical question, Senator Ayres.
How is it hypothetical? The Prime Minister of Solomon Islands has said he's ready to sign.
But you're asking Australian government officials to hypothesise on
I'm asking what is the assessment of the department?
On what two foreign governments may agree in relation to the positioning of personnel
so we don't know.
From within those governments or across those governments.
If the answer is don't know...
Yes, Senator Patterson.
These are highly sensitive international relations
Yeah.
matters. In fact, Richard Morder, former National Security Advisor to Prime Minister Gillard and a former head of ONA, has said in the media just today that we have to be really careful about the language that we use publicly. Senator Ayres is, of course, entitled to pursue these matters with the Minister, but I think he should at least allow the Minister the opportunity to answer without badgering him so that the answers are given can be accurate and appropriate given the sensitive circumstances around it.
Certainly. I've already reminded you once, Senator Ayres, to listen when the Minister is providing a response, and I would remind you to do so again. Minister, did you have anything more that you wanted to add, or shall we go back to Senator Ayres for his next question?
Happy to continue questioning, Chair.
Okay.
Thank you.
Senator Ayres, your next question.
Thank you. How many Chinese personnel are currently based in the Solomon Islands? How many Chinese government personnel, not people of Chinese background?
Well, China has an embassy in Honiara, which is staffed, but Senator, I don't know the number of staff at the Chinese embassy in Honiara.
No other government or military or defence staff that you're aware of? Beyond the embassy?
I don't know the composition of the Chinese embassy staff, Senator.
And what sort of protection of major, I think the agreement refers to terminology, it says is major projects. What sort of protection of major projects would you expect to see as a result of the agreement?
Senator Ayres, again, you're trying or asking PM&C officials to hypothesise about what might occur under the signing of a currently draft agreement between two other sovereign governments, not an agreement that the Australian government is party to. Australia, under our agreements and arrangements with the Solomon Islands, help to provide protection to a number of areas of critical infrastructure and government assets, most recently during the civil disputes that were occurring there. We would anticipate the Australian government being in a position to continue to do that, having proven time and again our ability to do so, and having been partner of choice to respond alongside Papua New Guinea, Fiji, and others during those recent disputes.
In plain English, what does that mean? You don't know.
Senator Ayres, you're asking for, as I said, a hypothesis on something that is not in the control of the Australian government, and goes to potential actions between two other foreign governments that could occur under a draft agreement that is not yet finalised or signed. Now, Senator, it would be reckless for government officials to simply hypothesise in ways that you're inviting, and unhelpful in terms of the outcomes that I suspect you would wish to see occur, as I know the government would wish to see occur in terms of the management of this situation. We have, of course, intelligence analysis and advice that comes through, as I said at the outset. That's not something publicly shared or disclosed. There are processes for parliamentary scrutiny and an assessment of that through the committee that Senator Patterson chairs, and we respond and engage carefully in relation to that intelligence analysis.
Yes, I'm not asking for a hypothesis, and I'm not asking for material that should not be released into the public domain to be released here to the extent that Mr Brazier is across those issues either. I'm asking for what is the department's assessment. Now, if the answer is we don't know, or if the answer is we can't give it, those are two possible answers, and we'd consider those. But you know, this is not a hypothetical situation. It's not an agreement that hasn't been contemplated. It is an agreement that the Prime Minister of Solomon Islands says that he is ready to sign. The outgoing or recently departed head of ASPI, Mr Jennings, said if China establishes a military presence in the Solomon Islands, we could see PLA maritime surveillance aircraft using Honiara to keep a permanent surveillance cap over our east coast. Beijing could have installed signals intelligence systems able to suck up electronic emissions from Cairns to Melbourne, and an over-the-horizon radar system to track ship and aircraft movements. I mean, he's been quite direct about these issues publicly. The questions I'm asking have a sort of narrower focus. I just want to know if there is an assessment available that the department can provide.
But Senator Ayres, how actions may evolve under a potential agreement are very broad. Australia has our relationships and our agreements in place with the Solomon Islands, as we do with many other countries. The nature of how we activate elements of those agreements evolves with ongoing dialogue and circumstances between those countries, as evidenced by our recent security cooperation and engagement in the Solomon Islands. That whilst following the conclusion of the Ramsay mission, we went for a period of time with much lesser presence of police or military personnel in the Solomon Islands. That changed following agreement between our nations as part of our operations under the structures and agreements that we have. The same range of spectrums can be hypothesised about in a whole range of scenarios of relations between other countries, but I don't think it is helpful for Australian government officials in our dialogue with other nations to hypothesise publicly about what they might do under a range of scenarios.
So I have a series of other questions that I'd like to ask about this, about what this means in terms of physical security being provided to Chinese-funded projects, how security would be provided. Is it likely that PRC, police or other security officers might be allocated to this work? I'm just assuming that the answer will be the same to those questions, but to the extent that you can provide an answer, Mr Brazier, perhaps you might come back to us later in the day. Does China have any other similar security arrangements with countries in the Pacific?
Not that I'm aware of.
So this is the first arrangement. Are you aware of other countries outside the Pacific with which China has a bilateral security treaty?
I won't. I can't give you an exhaustive list, Senator, but I would understand those places where China has military logistical presence, such as Djibouti in the Middle East, may have a.
You might be able to provide us
agreement
on notice with a list of those kind of arrangements. The defence agreement with Djibouti, I assume that you're aware that in 2016 China began to build support facilities for naval ships and for resupply. Yeah?
I haven't updated myself on the Djibouti agreement lately, Senator, but I'm broadly aware of the arrangement between China and Djibouti. Djibouti also has similar agreements with the United States and France, I understand.
Similar agreements with who?
With the, I'll check on this for you, but with other countries, including the United States and France.
Yes, but they're not building support facilities for naval visits and resupply in the United States or France, are they? They are doing that in Djibouti.
Senator, the details on that I may, it may be best directed to DFAT.
Well, it's not irrelevant to how we might consider the arrangement that we've just spent some time talking about, is it?
Well, Senator Ayres is asking in part for a question of or a statement of opinion, but Senator Ayres, the full picture of intelligence understanding and is not something that PM&C is specifically responsible for collecting.
Well, this is an intelligence understanding. It's you just open a newspaper and it's there. The Chinese government then signed a 10-year lease on a port facility in Djibouti. That's right, isn't it?
Well, Senator Ayres.
And so they've now got a fully fledged military base in East Africa, first overseas base for the People's Republic of China, just years after the signing of a security cooperation agreement that in its essence promised to safeguard local and regional security needs.
So Senator Ayres, I don't think officials present from this department at present are well placed to talk about specific actions in Djibouti. If you want to pursue that at Foreign Affairs, that's fine. In terms of...
Well, I raise it because...
Senator Ayres.
Senator Ayres, in terms of the broader concerns about militarisation of other parts of the world or our own region, about the more aggressive and assertive stance taken by China in a range of ways internationally that do threaten areas of international rule of law or threaten peace and stability in our region or elsewhere. Australia has stated very clearly our concerns. We do that in international fora, we do that where possible bilaterally with China, and we discuss these matters clearly with our partners around the world and with other nations. But these matters all need to be handled in a careful and sensitive way in terms of the public dialogue of them and also the manner in which we approach other sovereign governments in seeking to ensure they understand our views and our concerns.
I'm just going to pass over the irony of a request for sort of sensitive dialogue, given what we saw just a few weeks ago. But the reason I'm asking about the Chinese military base in East Africa and this agreement is not too hard to, this is a very serious matter for our national security and regional security. And what I want to know is what has the Australian government been doing about this? When was the last time an Australian Prime Minister visited Solomon Islands?
So, Senator, the Solomon Islands was the first country Prime Minister Morrison visited after the last election. The first country he visited.
In about August 2019, I think.
You might realise that COVID has had a rather significant disruption to
June,
international
in June
visits.
2019.
And I'm just underscoring the symbolism and practical importance of the fact that following that last election,
and before that,
when the Prime Minister determined where he would make his first international trip, it was to the Solomon Islands.
And before that, when was the previous Australian Prime Ministerial visit?
Senator, I'm aware that Mr. Howard visited during the Ramsay period.
Mr. Rudd or Ms. Gillard?
I'd have to take that on notice.
Yeah, that'd be interesting to know.
I think
whether
I can
they
tell you that
visited.
Mr. Rudd was there in 2008. So there's been quite some time between Prime Ministerial visits.
Well, there's been a visit in this term of Parliament, Senator Ayres, and given COVID disruptions to international travel, there are actually a fairly limited number of countries you can say that about. But there has been a visit, and it was the first in this term of Parliament.
I'm not being critical of that visit. I'm wondering about the gap in between. More than a decade.
I'm responding
I understand.
on behalf of the Prime Minister, the current Prime Minister, at these Prime Minister's estimates, and he was there, but only a couple of years ago, and made it his priority at the time.
Senator Ayres, you've had the call for over half an hour now, and I do have a couple of questions for international, which might be convenient for them while they're at the table.
I've got 3 or 4 minutes just on this issue, and I think we're breaking at 10:45.
10:30.
10:30. I have some questions on Ukraine that we could take after the break, so I'm very happy to just finish this block.
Okay, yep.
There's been some media reporting that the Prime Minister has exchanged text messages with Prime Minister Sogavare since the treaty became public. Is that correct?
The Prime Minister has been in contact with Prime Minister Sogavare, yes.
By text?
I'm not sure whether it's appropriate for me to reveal the exact nature of the communication, but the Prime Minister has been in direct contact with Mr Sogavare.
Have they spoken? It's been publicly reported that there's been a text exchange. Have they spoken? To the best of my knowledge, they have not had a telephone conversation, Senator, but as I said earlier, there has been direct contact between the two Prime Ministers. So, sorry, say that again. There's been no direct contact between the two Prime Ministers?
No telephone conversation between the two. But there has been direct communication between them.
Okay, so no phone call. What other forms of direct communication? You didn't want to concede text messages?
Senator, I think Mr Brazier is, as he said in his answer, unsure about whether it's appropriate for him to comment on the form in which the Prime Minister communicates.
Might be being a bit thick about this, but there's given the tyranny of distance, there's telephone calls, I suppose video conferencing and text, so I'm not quite sure what other modes of communication are. Emails, send a letter, I'm just not quite sure.
Senator, perhaps we could confer and come back to you on that question.
Yes.
Senator,
could you if there's some sensitivity here, sorry, Minister, just...
Sorry, I'm going to try to answer your questions.
Yes, okay.
I am advised that there has been some text exchange, Senator Ayres, that there's been correspondence as well, and that Australia's head of mission has also met with Prime Minister Sogavare. In the rather short window you're talking about, obviously there's
has there been a
substantial
reluctance
prior engagement?
Has there been a reluctance from foreign leaders to have text exchanges with the Prime Minister since last year?
Senator, as you're asking me to state an opinion on the mood of foreign leaders, but the evidence in this case would suggest no.
Yeah, if the Prime Minister leaked text message exchanges with a foreign leader, it's going to make people less likely to text the Prime Minister.
Is that a question, Senator Ayres?
The evidence, as I understand it in this regard, and in others that I'm somewhat aware of, would suggest the answer to your question is no.
Can you tell me then, and this is my last question, Chair, how many times has the Prime Minister spoken to Mr Sogavare in the last 12 months? Are you in a position to answer that now, or is it after the break?
Can I come after the break?
Yeah,
I do
sure.
have that information, Senator, but I'll just...
Yes, thank you. You confer, and yep, thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Ayres. I have a couple of questions about the government's response to the Ukrainian situation. What support is Australia providing to the Ukraine in terms of humanitarian assistance, military assistance and consular assistance, given the situation that's currently playing out there, Mr Brazier?
Thank you, Senator. In the order that you asked, on humanitarian assistance first,
Thank you.
Australia has announced support of $65 million for Ukraine, which will be dispersed through United Nations agencies, other multilateral agencies, and non-government organisations such as the Red Cross. On defence assistance, the government has announced support of 91 million Australian dollars. 70 million of that was announced on the 1st of March, the balance on the 20th of March.
Is that for what we call lethal aid?
It's for the defence of Ukraine. It consists of a number of elements, Senator. There was a cash contribution of $4.5 million to a NATO trust fund for Ukraine. There has been equipment delivered directly from Australia to Ukraine, and there have been cooperative arrangements entered into between Australia and our allies and like-mindeds to provide equipment from there. You mentioned consular, I believe, Senator. The government has, as you know, had to move the embassy staff from Kiev to a town across the border in Poland, where they are based now, and providing consular support to Australians, permanent residents and their dependents as they leave Ukraine for Poland. DFAT has also established crisis response teams in other neighbouring countries, such as Moldova and Romania.
I certainly look forward to hearing from the Ukrainian President this afternoon as to how that support has been effective on the ground. I certainly hope it has been. And in terms of the Ukrainian community in Australia, what sort of response has there been from government to ensure that that community is well looked after given the circumstances? I'm sure it must be very a trying time for them seeing what's happening in their home country.
The Ukrainian community in Australia is about 40,000 strong, Senator, and there's been consistent dialogue with that community at ministerial and officials level. There is a high degree of distress, of course, for those with relatives who either remain in harm's way in Ukraine or have been displaced internally or left Ukraine entirely. The government has announced support in the form of a grant for Ukrainian community organisations. I believe that's $450,000. Also on the relevant to your question is the visa treatment of Ukrainians that are here on visas that will expire. There is the ability for Ukrainians to extend those visas or obtain a different class of visa very readily. The government has also expedited the processing of existing visa applications to ensure that any Ukrainian applicant had that visa processed and, if appropriate, approved as quickly as possible. And around 1,000, I believe, have actually arrived under those visas in Australia.
That's great. Notwithstanding the comments that we just had around getting too far into specific conversations that might have happened between world leaders, I am interested to know how the Prime Minister is engaged with Ukraine, as well as the broader international community and international partners, to ensure that we're all doing what we can to support Ukraine?
The Prime Minister has been in direct contact with President Zelensky and with Prime Minister Shmyhal. He had direct contact with President Zelensky on the 5th of March and with Prime Minister Shmyhal on the 23rd of February and again on 16 March. And as you say, Senator, without revealing details of any specific leader-to-leader discussions, this has been a consistent theme of the Prime Minister's discussions with many world leaders since the Russian invasion of Ukraine began.
Thank you very much. Mr Brazier, no colleagues will probably ask about this issue again after the break, so if I have any other questions I might jump in when colleagues are asking theirs as well, but thank you for that. And given it is very close to 10:30, the committee will now suspend for morning tea. Thank you.
Thank you.
The committee will now reconvene and I will give the call to Senator Watt.
Thanks a lot, Chair. I've just got a series of questions about the National Emergency Declaration that was made after the floods and PM&C's role in that. But before I start on that, Minister, I just wanted to ask, given you're here representing the Prime Minister, a couple of days ago, the Prime Minister was interviewed on, I think it was AM, and he talked about the flood relief that the government is providing. And one of the quotes was, "I know I've got critics who say you shouldn't be spending money on helping people during these crises, but we do so because we know Australians need it." I haven't heard anyone saying that the government shouldn't be spending money on helping people during the flood crisis. Have you?
Senator Watt, I'm certainly aware of what you might describe perhaps as advocates, permanent advocates of smaller government, and especially those who focus on questions around the federation and areas of pushing of responsibility or expanded responsibilities between the state and the Commonwealth. I mean, for example, when some of the provisions around emergency declarations and the role of the ADF were being put through, there were certainly those in the commentariat who believed that the Commonwealth was taking on a role that should have been left with the states. We view these matters as partnerships. The state have a frontline coordination and response responsibility in the main, but clearly where we can provide assistance through the ADF and where we do provide financial assistance, especially through the established disaster response frameworks, we do, and we've enhanced and improved that over the years, particularly in response to recent natural disasters.
I mean, I ask that because the Prime Minister's obviously on many occasions effectively put up a straw man argument. You know, I know people say this, but I'm not doing that, when no one has actually ever said the thing he claims in the first place. And I mean, I honestly don't remember seeing anyone say after these floods that the federal government shouldn't be spending money on helping people during these floods, which is what the Prime Minister claimed. Is he talking about the comments that Shane Stone made as the head of the NRRA, effectively blaming flood victims for their choices about where they live? Can you identify one person who said this?
Senator Watt, I'm happy to come back with some examples of those who have criticised the increased role that the Commonwealth has played in disaster response over recent years. It's a statement of fact that if you cast back to earlier times, the Commonwealth played a lesser role in many areas of disaster response than it plays nowadays. But we have developed the framework for disaster response with the states and territories that provides some automatic areas of response. We've developed payment systems for financial relief for individuals, and we've enhanced the ways in which the ADF can provide practical assistance complementing that first responder role of the states and territories.
Okay. Can we just turn now to the declaration of a national emergency, which happened for New South Wales on, I think it was the 9th of March. Do you have the date there at all?
Senator, may I just begin, Senator, by way of explanation? Given the seriousness and breadth of the crisis, several officials may have to come up to the bench, and I'll just explain very briefly. The initial crisis response and early recovery measures, such as the disaster recovery funding arrangements, are led by the Disaster Preparedness Plans and Incident Management Branch, led by Mr Trevor Jones, who's at the table. Longer term recovery and resilience policy sits with the Industry, Infrastructure and Environment Division, and Mr Chisholm and his colleagues will be witnesses on that area. Responding to natural disaster events also requires a strong social policy response, and questions in this area will be answered by PM&C's Social Policy Division.
Thanks. I suspect probably most of my questions will be about the emergency declaration, so that sounds like it's Mr Jones's area. Can I just confirm it was the 9th of March that the declaration was made?
No, Senator, the Prime Minister announced on the 9th of March that he
intended
to approach the Governor-General with a view to making a declaration. That was the sequence of events.
That's right, and that was a Wednesday. It was the day that he visited Lismore, was the 9th of March.
That's correct.
And it was, I think it was the Friday, so that would be the 11th of March?
The 11th of March was when the Governor-General made the declaration in relation to New South Wales.
Thank you. What date did, and I presume that prior to the Prime Minister announcing his intention to declare a national emergency, PM&C would have provided him with advice about that?
It's probably worth... This is the first time that the Australian Government has employed the legislation, the National Emergency Declaration Act legislation, which, as you know, Senator, came into effect on the 16th of December 2020. Both our branch within PM&C, the Attorney General's Department and the Director General Emergency Management Australia, as the event unfolded, worked around the National Emergency Declaration. Briefs were provided to the Prime Minister as part of the normal flood situation awareness update. And officials through those three departments, but also through the forum known as the Australian Government Crisis and Recovery Committee, also discussed the unfolding situation and the applicability of the National Emergency Declaration Act as the floods unfolded.
Okay, so on what date was the Prime Minister first briefed about the possible need for a national emergency declaration?
PM&C did not give a direct brief to the Prime Minister specifically on the National Emergency Declaration. We facilitated the regular briefings to his office from Emergency Management Australia, and they were led by the Director General Emergency Management Australia. I do know that the Prime Minister, in managing government responses to crises such as these, often reaches out to all of his senior officials to help him understand the situation that's unfolding on the ground. So that would include both the Director General Emergency Management Australia, the Chief Executive Officer of the Bureau of Meteorology, and any other senior official that the Prime Minister thought could offer him relevant information to give him a clearer understanding of what was going on.
Okay, so I understand that in this kind of situation it's a multi-agency approach. So I think what you said was that PM&C facilitated briefings from a range of agencies to the Prime Minister. So what I'm trying to get to is when was the Prime Minister first briefed, whether it was by PM&C or another agency, about the potential need for a national emergency declaration?
This is the interesting part of the legislation. the official's role in this legislation is important, both in terms of doing the administration of it and informing, particularly for the Director General Emergency Management Australia, in informing and providing advice to the Prime Minister that would support his declaration. Ultimately, in the legislation, however, there are two key thresholds to be met. The first, the Prime Minister must be satisfied that an emergency has occurred, is occurring, or is likely to occur. And the second part of that is that that emergency is likely to, has, or is causing nationally significant harm. So they're the two basic tests. So whilst officials will discuss the relevance of the National Emergency Declaration with a view to providing a recommendation, in this particular case, it really doesn't matter, because it's ultimately the Prime Minister's decision, and the Prime Minister must be satisfied that the conditions have been met in order for that declaration to be recommended to the Governor-General.
Okay. So the National Emergency Declaration ended up being made on the 11th of March, and I've forgotten the exact geographic boundaries, whether it was just the Northern Rivers.
It was for New South Wales.
New South Wales as a whole.
But clearly with a focus on the flood-affected region.
Sure. Now, and Lismore, of course, was sort of the very centre of it all, along with the communities around it. The flood levy in Lismore was breached on the 28th of February, which was a Monday. And what I'm trying to establish, I suppose, is the timeline between then and the 9th of March, which is when the Prime Minister announced his intention to declare a national emergency, and at what point he was informed, whether it be formally, informally, about that this might be needed.
I think it's important that I explain to you the sequence of events as they unfolded from that very first day, the 22nd of February, when the rain event first started, both in Queensland and as it migrated to New South Wales, and how the officials within the emergency management architecture of the Commonwealth responded to those events.
I'm conscious of time, so I'm happy to hear that. But can we just focus in on the
what
steps
I'm about
leading
to,
to the National Emergency Declaration?
That's where I'm going to.
Okay.
So there are a number of Australian Government Crisis and Recovery Committees. I recall distinctly at three of those, the Director General Emergency Management Australia raising at the beginning of each of those committee meetings, do we think we've reached the threshold yet for a National Emergency Declaration?
Have you got the dates of those meetings?
I do. I was about to, I can take it on notice if you're pressed for time, and
I wouldn't mind getting those dates if you've got them handy.
I think I do.
And you said it was the head of EMA, Mr. Buffoni, who raised that.
Because we're still in the response and relief phase of the crisis, the Director General Emergency Management Australia has responsibility for chairing the Australian Government Crisis and Recovery Committee.
Yep.
Often you'll find that the Coordinator General or his appointed deputy from the National Recovery and Resilience Agency will co-chair that.
Sure.
That's important later on in understanding the National Emergency Declaration as well and how that plays out. Just trying to find my... I've got a timeline here of all our AGCRCs. I'm just going to find it. I think it's in my NED. Sorry, I apologise for this.
That's right.
No, it's the other one. It's the NED timeline. So I can tell you, Senator, that the 28th of February 2022 Australian Government Crisis and Recovery Committee considered for the first time the NED thresholds. We reconsidered them on the meeting of the 2nd of March, and we reconsidered them again on the 8th of March. Now, it's important to understand here that this is the first time officials have ever had to go through the process of making such a recommendation, and in any event, the final decision doesn't really rest on that recommendation because the PM itself has to be satisfied.
Sure. So, it was first, the potential need for a national emergency
28th of February.
was first considered on the 28th of February, being the day that Lismore flooded effectively.
Formally, I think from the outset, as we watched the persistent nature of the weather event unfold, we realised we were watching something that might lead us down that path. We just weren't certain. And of course, making a recommendation about nationally significant harm it's not a decision to be taken lightly, even for officials in advising the Prime Minister.
So I suppose the big question then is if the potential need for a national emergency declaration was being discussed at the latest on the 28th of February.
At the earliest.
Then why did it take another 9 days before the Prime Minister announced his intention to declare one?
Well, this is important to understand the nature of the National Emergency Declaration legislation. I would contend, and I've discussed with my colleagues, that in its current form, the greatest benefit of the National Emergency Declaration is not in the response and relief phase, but in the recovery phase. And so when you talk about the appropriate timing, either early or late, it doesn't have quite the same relevance because a lot of the powers, emergency powers that the National Emergency Declaration Act enlivens, that are listed in the annex to the Act, are focused upon cutting red tape to really rebuild those communities and reconstitute their livelihoods as quickly as possible. And that's another area of focus in terms of minimising the nationally significant harm element.
That I absolutely accept that a lot of it is about the recovery effort, but I remember the statements made by ministers at the time that these powers were first conferred, and it was also about being able to get army support out earlier.
That's incorrect, Senator. You should be aware that for non-financial support from the Commonwealth to the states and territories, that is mobilised by the Australian Government's Disaster Response Plan, COMDIS plan. That is managed by the Director-General of Emergency Management Australia, Mr Joe Buffone. He activated COMDIS plan on the 25th of February, 3 days after the rain event commenced. Once COMDIS plan was activated, it triggered a range of Commonwealth support being offered to the states and territories. But the Commonwealth has to balance what it can deliver to the states and territories to support their response effort with the capacity of those states to receive those resources and effectively redeploy them to achieve the outcome that is in the best interest of the affected community. So in that sense, the Commonwealth was, and the PM has been very clear on this, the Commonwealth must be forward-leaning so that the states don't feel that we're dragging our feet in terms of offering support. In fact, it's worth a question to the Department of Defence, but under their defence assistance to the civil community arrangements, local area commanders can even, for short periods of time, reach out and provide assistance in their immediate areas.
So that just coming back to the timeline though, so what the Prime Minister announced his intention to declare a national emergency on the 9th of March, Wednesday the 9th of March.
That's correct.
There were 3 meetings of the, I think you said,
amongst
Australian
officials,
Crisis. Yes,
the Australian Government Crisis and Recovery Committee, the AGCRC.
3 meetings where this matter was discussed prior.
Formally discussed.
Formally discussed, and other conversations presumably as well.
Officials are always conversing behind the scenes on this.
So it doesn't sound like there was a formal briefing provided to the Prime Minister saying you should declare a national emergency.
No. The way I would characterise it, Senator, is that the Prime Minister, and this is very important, the Prime Minister himself must be satisfied. And I would contend that whilst I can't speak for the Prime Minister on this because it's a very personal and subjective decision on his part, I think going to Lismore the day after he came out of COVID quarantine resonates with me in terms of the decisions you need to make and the correctness of those decisions in terms of the course of action you're about to take. But often you need to get eyes on the problem.
Well, but the reality is that I accept that the Prime Minister was in isolation. I never made a political issue out of that. But he did have the power to declare a national emergency at any time, whether he was in Lismore or elsewhere.
Senator, that's true, but that's his decision. Moreover, I would go back to the comment I made to you earlier about the phase of the response. We were still in response and relief phase, and that was Lismore. But it wasn't homogeneous in terms of the way that weather system affected various parts of both Queensland and New South Wales. It was a cascading event. And so while the declaration was made for New South Wales, we were still required to look at the totality of it from a more national perspective. More importantly, I made it clear that the Director-General of Emergency Management Australia chaired the AGCRC when we're in the the response and relief phase. The way the Commonwealth formally flags that we're moving from a response and relief phase to a recovery phase is when the chairmanship of that committee changes.
Okay.
That occurred on the 16th of March.
Okay, thanks, Mr Jones. So what I'm trying to establish is whether it was through a formal briefing, through discussions with officials or other ministers, when did the potential need for a national emergency first get raised with the Prime Minister?
Formally?
Formally, informally?
PMC did not raise it formally with the Prime Minister. You'd have to speak to the Director General of Emergency Management Australia about any recommendations he may have made.
Okay, and we can probably do that later today. And no national emergency declaration was ever made about the floods in Queensland. Why not?
Well, the PM made clear one of the other conditions that's required is that the Prime Minister consult with the Premiers of the affected states. The Prime Minister in his announcement on the 9th made clear that he had done so. I'm not privy to the substance of those conversations, but what fell out of that was that the Prime Minister made the decision that he would apply the declaration to New South Wales and not Queensland.
Well, I'm glad you raised that because, and this has been a matter of debate, the Prime Minister on several occasions and other ministers have claimed that the Prime Minister needs to consult with the Premiers, but it's Section 11, subsection 3 of the legislation clearly gives the Prime Minister power to declare a national emergency without consulting with the government of a state or a territory if certain conditions are met. So it's
Senator, that's true. That's within the provisions of the Act. The nature of this crisis, I don't think would be appropriate for the Prime Minister to make that. I think the Prime Minister was in conversation with both Premiers as this event unfolded, and I think it was right and proper that he continue to engage with it.
But again, that's really a matter for him. I think you've described the decision is a subjective and personal one for the Prime Minister.
Very much the Prime Minister's decision to make.
So it equally then was the Prime Minister's subjective and personal decision to consult the Premiers and to not declare one as he could have done under the legislation?
I would contend that there's nothing to... you're going back to the urgency of making the declaration, and I disagree with that premise. What I'm saying to you is that given that the way, certainly for this major flood event, the declaration has its greatest effect in the recovery phase, I don't see that urgency existing.
Well, on that, I mean, I went back and had a look at the Royal Commission post-Black Summer, which was...
Remember it well.
And arguably the beginning of this, creating this power to declare a national emergency. It sort of flowed out of it anyway. So
it did, yes.
The Royal Commission report, it's at page 136, talks about the potential benefit of the Prime Minister getting a new power to declare a national emergency. And what the report said was that such a declaration would signal to communities the severity of a disaster early, act as a marshalling call for the early provision of Australian government assistance when requested, facilitate coordination with state and territory emergency management frameworks, etc., etc. So the intent around this power to declare a national emergency was to allow for early action. And yet what we've learned today is that a possible declaration was being considered by officials as early as the 28th of February, being 9 days before the Prime Minister got around to announcing an intention.
I disagree with that, Senator.
Senator Watt, I think Mr Jones was pretty clear in terms of officials discussing at different meetings.
That's correct.
Whether they believed the threshold had been reached in that regard. Let's not mischaracterise it in ways that would start to suggest that they were providing official advice or the like that was not acted upon. That would be a mischaracterisation of what I've heard Mr Jones say.
Okay, but I suppose my point is that the Royal Commission made clear that the whole idea around giving the Prime Minister power to declare a national emergency was to allow for early action, and it can hardly be said to be early action when it's 9 days after Lismore flooded.
Senator,
let alone what happened in Queensland
Senator,
before
when
that.
you talk about Commonwealth action, you're missing the fact that the ADF was already moving forward on the 5th of March. The ADF and the
Well, we could have a
non-financial-
debate about how much ADF support was there, because I was actually there and saw it with my own eyes. But
I'm
that's
sure you
for
did,
another
Senator,
committee.
but you need to talk to the Department of Defence about that.
Yep.
What I will say is that the Commonwealth, from the activation of ComDis plan, had already started to move forward, and it's not just the ADF in which the Commonwealth provides support. You've got the National Recovery and Resilience Agency providing field officers into the region as well to assist. The point I would make is that the Commonwealth assistance was quickly on the ground through ComDis plan in the response and relief phase. I go back to the point that the legislation in this particular crisis has its greatest effect for us in the recovery phase of a crisis, and by the 9th of March, when the PM made the declaration, we were certainly not fully into the recovery phase. We were still into the response and relief phase for many areas of the flooded region, including New South Wales.
As one example of the things that can be done as a result of declaring a national emergency, there's a range of things that it allows or speeds up, including matters to do with telecommunication services. Now, would it not have been helpful in terms of the immediate flood response to have greater powers to deal with the breakdown in telecommunications, which affects, emergency warnings, information about evacuation centres?
Senator, what I can say, that requires conjecture on my part. I don't want to go there. What I would say is that we had a national coordination mechanism yesterday with the telecommunications industry with a view to look at what is the preparedness of that industry as we move forward with the remainder of the high-risk weather season. It was evident from those conversations, to me at least, that the telecommunications industries had robust plans and they managed reasonably well their own requirements there, and so services were quickly recovered by virtue of those industries themselves and those companies.
Senator Watt, sorry to interrupt. You've had the call for about 25 minutes, and I did want to give Senator Patrick a turn before we hit 11:30.
Could I ask what might be one or might be two last questions to the Minister? So just going through this, Minister, so what we've learned this morning is that there were 3 meetings of the Crisis Coordination Committee
AGCRC.
of officials beginning on the 28th of February, which considered whether a national emergency should be declared. The Prime Minister didn't do it until the 9th of March, 9 days later, which just happened to be the day he came out of isolation. I mean, isn't the reality that the Prime Minister held off declaring this until he could be in Lismore with TV cameras around him, and when he could have done it at any day leading up to that point?
No, Senator, I don't accept the way you're characterising it. Yes, the Prime Minister was in isolation related to COVID. The Prime Minister certainly was receiving briefings and making decisions during that time in isolation. The Prime Minister was engaged in discussions about the role of the ADF and was actively ensuring that the disaster payments were being made and processed as quickly as possible, that human services and other staff were being repositioned to assist in that regard. In terms of the timing of discussions about that particular declaration and any advice the PM may have received on that and discussions had with officials, as Mr Jones has indicated, there's a time to explore that more fully later today.
But, I mean, let's face it, this is a Prime Minister who's well known for his addiction to marketing and making announcements. You're telling me it's just a coincidence that he waited until the day he came out of isolation, when he could be in Lismore, surrounded by TV cameras, before he declared a national emergency, which he could have declared at any time while he was in isolation, and which his officials had been considering for 9 days before that?
Well, Senator Watt, there's a completely alternate characterisation I could put on it, which is that the 3 meetings you spoke of, the latest of those meetings occurred on the 8th of March, and the declaration was made on the 9th of March. So, dependent upon the analysis, the advice, the information flows and so forth, you could equally contest that it was made very rapidly following the last of those 3 meetings at which it was discussed between officials.
Well, I think everyone who's followed the Prime Minister's activities will make their own conclusions about whether
Not
he
everyone's
was-
as cynical as you are, Senator.
Well, you know, I think we've all learned that Scotty from marketing likes a bit of TV action, so, you know, it was rather convenient for him to be able to have the TV cameras on him when he declared that national emergency. rather
Senator
than
Watt,
stay
I don't think that was a
isolation.
question.
And we all know that you like a cheap shot, Senator Watt. So
I don't think that's a cheap shot. There's people who really needed help and weren't getting it.
Thank you, Senator Watt. Senator Patrick.
Thank you very much. Madam Chair, I'll just ask if I can table a document which is a decision of the Freedom of Information Committee, the South Australian Ombudsman. It's an FOI matter,
thank
and
you,
I'd
Senator.
like to put that before the witnesses.
Thank you.
So my questions relate to FOI and National Cabinet. And Senator Gallagher might want to listen to this because I know she's been frustrated as the chair of the COVID committee.
I'm sure she can read the Hansard, even if she
Well,
can't.
she's sitting there. She'll probably get frustrated at this. So this is a decision, and I'm happy to walk you through that. You've got the Miss Foster?
Thanks.
Okay.
Yes, I have.
So this is a decision, a very recent decision, 28th March 2022. A determination of the agency is varied. This is the South Australian Police. There was an FOI that was put to the South Australian Police. On para 1, it gives the application or the scope of the application, and I'll just help you out. It was an application for documents related to COVID response, and the department claimed that that the documents were National Cabinet documents. In South Australia, the Ombudsman issues a provisional decision and then goes to a final decision. If you'd like to turn to, sorry, I don't have your page numbers on this, but paragraph 21, which I've highlighted for you. It says, as per the agency's schedule of documents 1 and 2 relate to matters involving National Cabinet. In para 22, the Ombudsman says, I refer to the decision made by the Honourable Justice White on the 5th of August 2021. Contrary to the submissions of the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet, His Honour concluded that National Cabinet was not a committee of the Cabinet. Accordingly, I formed the view that regardless of my interpretation of Cabinet in the context of Clause 1, that's of the South Australian FOI Act, it is clear that the documents cannot be exempt pursuant to Clause 1(e) on the basis that they contain information concerning a deliberation of the National Cabinet. Now, subsequent to this, subsequent to the Ombudsman issuing this as a provisional decision, Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet provided the Ombudsman with a notice under another section of the Act. And basically that notice says, it's a formal notice that says to the Ombudsman that it's the Commonwealth's view that that these documents are subject to Cabinet. And you'll see at para 28 he says that. The agency has provided me with a notice from the Commonwealth Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet advising that documents 1 and 2 are exempt from disclosure under the Commonwealth Freedom of Information Act. Specifically, the notice states that page 3 of the document is exempt pursuant to section 34(1)(d), which is a Cabinet deliberation, and again it relates to the National Cabinet. Can I ask who issued that notice for the Commonwealth?
Senator John Reid, First Assistant Secretary, Government Division. I'm probably not sure that I'd characterise it as a notice. We certainly...
It's a formal notice, and I know a little bit about this because I've got a matter before SACAT, which I might refer to later. It's a formal notice, and you can see, I'll take you back to paragraph 26. Significantly, Clause 3B relevantly provides that a document is exempt if a notice is received that the information would be protected under Commonwealth law, basically.
Senator, that communication came from the department. I can't recall exactly whether it originated from my division. It almost certainly would have been approved by my division, however.
Okay, but the notice is issued by someone. I have a matter before SACAT. Ms. Leonie McGregor issued that notice. I just wonder whether she did that as well in this instance.
I'm not aware, Senator.
Ms McGregor is here, so that's very helpful.
Leonie McGregor, First Assistant Secretary, Cabinet Division. Yes, Senator, I believe it was a letter. But I've just asked people to find a copy of that.
And you issued that letter? You signed that letter?
I believe I signed that letter.
Have you seen this decision?
Not the most recent
Well,
one, no.
I would hate to for you not to have it before you, so I wonder if someone might share that with you.
Thank you.
Landed. Literally just.
Okay, the Ombudsman at paragraph 29 of that decision states, in the very last sentence which I've highlighted, to the extent I consider the notice received from the Department of to this extent I consider the notice received from the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet to be defective. Okay, defective. That's a legal word. I'll take you down to paragraph 31. Noting that I specifically made reference to Justice White's ruling in my provisional determination, I query whether the notice of the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet was in fact issued as a result of genuine assessment of the documents and provisions of the Commonwealth Act, or merely an attempt to sidestep that ruling. The clear misapplication of section 34(1), together with the agency's assertion that I must accept the notice at face value, might indicate the latter intention. That is scathing. That is scathing of the department, and everyone knows that I've had issue with this in the Senate, of people inside PM&C usurping the law,
So, Senator,
making stuff up to avoid releasing information which people are lawfully entitled to.
So, Senator, I think we've traversed this ground in previous estimates. And
I'm not sure there was a question either, actually.
Okay, this is a ruling by the South Australian Ombudsman, and he couldn't be more scathing without being impolite. He says that he believes you are sidestepping the ruling of Justice White.
so, Senator, as we've indicated before, the decision by the AAT was made in respect of a particular set of documents, and it has no precedent in a legal sense. And
Quite seriously, the whole way the
Senator,
FOI
could I just
system
finish
works.
my answer, please?
You may, Ms Foster.
And so it is absolutely appropriate for the department to consider each case on its merit and to provide its advice. And our advice has been consistent that we consider documents of National Cabinet to be covered by Cabinet incorporations.
I actually think Justice White is a very good federal court justice, and I
Senator,
think it's disgraceful what the department has done here. The whole principle of FOI in terms of precedents basically holds the whole system up. You have precedents that come from the AAT down through the Information Commissioner to decision makers, and if you have decision makers just ignoring those higher level decisions, it undermines the entire administrative decision-making process.
So, Senator, the department did not ignore Justice White's decision. In fact, we responded to the terms of that decision in the specifics of that case.
And the template argument you're pushing in all of the cases now is that Justice White didn't consider the terms of reference, when in fact he did. You're suggesting that Justice White didn't consider statements by prime ministers and premiers who don't get to make the law. They don't get to suddenly change the meaning of a statute. And Justice White's decision just didn't just go to the issues that are being raised by the department. It went to things like cabinet solidarity, cabinet responsibility, the fact that the membership
Question,
of
Senator Patrick.
Sorry.
Let's get to the question, please, Senator Patrick.
I just can't understand how the department, noting the Department of Home Affairs doesn't accept your position. They've released information to me under FOI that is claimed to be, well, that is clearly a National Cabinet document. This is politicisation of your office. Go to the
Senator,
evidence.
I reject that assertion.
Yeah, well, you can reject it as much as you like.
Senator Patrick,
I think you're being
question.
dishonest with yourself. Can
I
go to
Senator Patrick? It's fair game as always to come after me, to come after.
No, not when public officials are behaving so inappropriately that.
Senator Patrick, order. The minister was attempting to answer your question, and I think some of the assertions that were in that question require a response. Senator Birmingham, you have the call.
Well, thank you, Senator Chandler. Again, I'm not convinced that there's been a question in hardly any of Senator Patrick's points to date. He's come in clearly seeking to have an argument and give a speech and a series of statements.
Serious matter.
Order.
You're not complying with the rule of law.
Senator
Indeed,
Patrick,
And I know
listen.
that this is what this government does. That's what it does.
Senator Patrick, please listen to the minister's response to your question before you ask another one.
It's fine, Chair. Let's just see whether Senator Patrick actually has a question.
So, all right, Ms. McGregor, if you've issued this notice that the Ombudsman clearly doesn't accept, he says it's defective.
Senator, can I just, someone has just brought to my attention the actual notice, and it was signed by Ms Mackenzie, who is a member of the Cabinet Division, so I'm happy to continue to answer questions, but just wanted to make that clarification.
All right. Well, I know you personally signed a notice in another matter that is before SACAT. Are you aware of that notice that you signed?
Yes. Yep.
Because I'm interested, the Ombudsman makes the observation that the notice asserts, and I've seen your notice, Ms McGregor, asserts that that the notice must be accepted by the Ombudsman or indeed by the tribunal or by an official in another state. Now, you'll be aware that since 2009, conclusive certificates under the FOI regime were removed from the Federal Act, and conclusive certificates in the South Australian Act were removed in 2005. On what basis does the department assert that notices that they issue are conclusive?
Senator, I don't have the notice in front of me, but if I could, I just want to check the terms of what we said.
Senator, we'll attempt to answer at the table, but
Sure.
if we need to actually
Okay,
consider,
and I
then
don't
we'll
mind
come
you
back to
going back to. I think this whole thing is a sham, but and I'll come back to it. You know, the reality is, Ms McGregor, in the case that is before SACAT, you signed the notice. I've looked at Justice White's description of your evidence and how it should be treated, and I just wonder, when you were so intimately involved in Justice White's decision, how you could possibly sign off on a notice that National Cabinet documents were exempt.
So, Senator, I think we go back to the discussion that we've been having in successive estimates, that Justice White's decision related to one specific decision, and it is absolutely open to Ms McGregor and other officials to consider the facts of any other case on its merits and to provide advice.
I'll ask my final question then. In relation to the matter that is before SACAT, and I want to be fair about this, you know, I will probably subpoena Ms McGregor, and maybe I'll have to get Brett Walker to represent me to have the subpoena enforced. But in that matter, I can tell you I have presented about 5 or 6 decisions where you have used a template reasoning. I suspect Justice Hughes, or whoever hears that matter, will examine that and indeed the Ombudsman's decision. I've made an assertion that decision has been it's cascading, but the first assertion is that the notice issued by Ms McGregor has been issued in bad faith, and I'm not going to try and prejudge what happens here. But in circumstances where a tribunal potentially a judicial officer finds that that an official has operated in bad faith, is that grounds for administrative discipline or for people to be fired?
Senator, it would be inappropriate for me to
No,
speculate.
it's a general question.
Well, Senator, it will depend on the circumstances. Every issue around conduct of public servants is considered on the circumstances of the case and against the Public Service Act.
But in the context of a judicial officer finding that an official has operated in bad faith, surely...
So, Senator, nobody could give you an answer without actually considering the circumstance of the case. It would be wrong of us to do so.
All right, well, I guess we'll have to see how that plays out, and maybe, Ms McGregor, I'll see you at SACAT under subpoena. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Patrick. Yes.
I just have a few follow-on.
Senator Gallagher,
area.
yes. I was going to give Senator
Sorry.
Ayres the call, but I
Oh,
trust
sorry.
that... No, I trust that you
Yeah.
two can manage that. So happy to go to you, Senator Gallagher.
Yeah.
And then,
My question is, does the Prime Minister and his department maintain the nonsense that National Cabinet is a part of the Commonwealth Cabinet?
Well, Senator Gallagher, I don't accept the characterisation of part of your question there.
But is it still considered a subcommittee?
It remains the case that all state and territory First Ministers, together with the Prime Minister, agreed the importance of confidentiality for the effective working relationship of the National Cabinet.
It's a different question that I'm asking now.
And it remains the view of the Commonwealth that the National Cabinet was established as a committee of the Federal Cabinet.
Okay. But it's not bound in any way like other committees of the Commonwealth Cabinet, presumably?
Well, Senator, there are protocols that operate in relation to the operation of National Cabinet, but clearly its members in terms of state and territory First Ministers also have other responsibilities as the chairs of their own cabinets.
It just goes to the Prime Minister's secrecy.
Senator Patrick, you don't have the call.
So are there other committees of Cabinet that are able to operate the same way National Cabinet is? In the sense that membership of that committee of the Commonwealth Cabinet, National Cabinet, under your argument, they're not bound by decisions and they can make their own decisions through their own cabinets. Are there other committees that can operate like that of the Commonwealth Cabinet?
Well, Senator, look, I'd take your question on notice in terms of considering the roles that all of us in our ways as members of Cabinet committees have responsibilities that we fulfil that are part of those Cabinet deliberations, but also then responsibilities we undertake that are not subject to those Cabinet deliberations as well. So depending on how you look at those matters,
they're all bound, aren't they, by, they're not able, other committees of subcommittees or committees of Cabinet aren't able to go and do their own thing outside of the Commonwealth Cabinet.
Not in relation to a decision taken of that Cabinet, but pretty much every minister has decision-making powers and authorities that are not always subject to Cabinet deliberations or decisions.
Yeah, I understand that. So, and this may have been answered before, but were state and territory leaders informed that they were actually members of a committee of the Commonwealth Cabinet? Did they sign up to that? Were they ever told that that's the approach that the Commonwealth was going to take?
So, Senator, I'll ask Ms McGregor to clarify this, but my memory is that the terms of reference which were agreed to by all members specified that it was
That's
committee
correct,
of Cabinet.
Senator. The terms of reference were specific in that sense.
What did they say?
Just off the top of my head, they did set out the operational arrangements for that committee, which included that it would operate as under the rules related to Commonwealth Cabinet committees, for example, that the Prime Minister would be the chair. We'll just track down a copy of the
Have they
My
been...
memory,
Senator, is that it actually specified that it would be established as a
committee of Cabinet.
Yes.
Of the Commonwealth Cabinet?
That's
Yes.
correct, Senator.
Okay, and people, and that was at the beginning, they signed up to that?
That was correct, yeah.
Are those, you may have tabled the terms of reference earlier at another hearing.
They're public.
Okay, all right.
So we can get them for you, Senator, if that helps.
Okay. I find that absolutely astounding. But anyway, because I actually don't know how individual sovereign governments in their own right can then become a part of another government, in a sense, and be bound by that. Like under the Federation, I don't know how that happens. Like it might be written in your terms of reference, but it just seems incredibly odd for me that the Commonwealth Cabinet can make you a subcommittee of the Cabinet and the rules that surround that. And then what, no one's just followed the rules and nobody cares? Is that what's happened in the end? Like they've signed up to it, but then they've gone, well, we're going to do our own thing anyway, regardless of the operations of the National Cabinet.
So I think, Senator, in the statement that all First Ministers signed much more recently, they reaffirmed their commitment. So that was 17 September last year. They essentially reaffirmed their commitment by saying things like all members have participated on the clear understanding that these meetings were conducted according to long-standing Cabinet conventions. Most importantly, the confidentiality applied to discussions, papers and records of meetings.
Yeah, no, I understand that that people want to keep it, like COAG operated in a similar way. You didn't really, the discussions around the table, you could go out with your own opinion afterwards. So, but this is about, COAG was never a committee of the Commonwealth Cabinet. That's the difference here that I'm trying to understand. And it seems like it hasn't operated as a committee of Cabinet. I don't know what you got. What did the states and territories get for being a committee of the Cabinet? Was it access to briefings that they wouldn't have otherwise got? Was it, what did it give them?
So, Senator, it gave them a framework to operate together in, which has allowed them, as you know, to operate quite differently from the old COAG meetings.
I'm not sure I do understand how it operates differently from the other COAG, to be honest. From when I sat at COAG, it doesn't seem to operate any differently at all.
It operates and has operated far more dynamically than COAG did.
So it had more meetings?
And that has included, indeed, access to public officials in a more contemporary manner than the very formal processes of COAG, and the opportunity to engage with the Chief Health Officer or other relevant public officials.
But we would have, at COAG, we would have people come and give briefings on particular issues. Commonwealth, sure, it didn't operate in a pandemic, but you would have Commonwealth officials come and give briefings to COAG. What is anyway, it's probably for another day, but I don't understand why it was structured that way, other than to avoid the provision of information and transparency and accountability by having this blanket Cabinet in confidence. Because it seems to me that it's a farce that it's actually a committee of the Commonwealth Cabinet, because you can't bind other governments and they've gone out and done their own thing and there's no consequence. It's not like you breach a National Cabinet position, which has happened, as people have made their own decisions about their jurisdictions, and then the Cabinet handbook applies and the Prime Minister can say, well, you breached the Cabinet handbook, then therefore you're off. I mean, it doesn't work like that. So it seems to me that it's just a way of avoiding transparency through the Cabinet in confidence, more blanket use of that.
Well, Senator, I mean, as all First Ministers across political parties and across states and territories have acknowledged, they viewed the ability to have confidential discussions and deliberations at National Cabinet to be an important part of effective engagement through that body. And so the fact that it was structured in a way to enable those confidential discussions and deliberations to occur is seeking to realise the ambitions of everybody to ensure its complete effectiveness as much as possible.
Okay.
Yes, different states ultimately took advice and information from those discussions and deliberations and sometimes formed different decisions in their own jurisdiction.
Well, yeah, a lot of times.
But that doesn't take away from the fact that it did and has and continues to, in different ways, provide a vehicle for the states and territories to come together to try to learn from one another and from Commonwealth information to try to harmonise where it's possible, and that the ability for them, as much as for us, to test different propositions through those deliberations before they make their final decisions without and to get the free and frank advice and deliberations that come from that without it being compromised by public debate at the time is a useful mechanism.
I guess your perspective on compromise and confidentiality is another person's, failure of transparency and accountability. I mean, again, I'll just finish on this point, but if you're a member of committees of Cabinet, a number of them, say the ERC.
Virtually all of them, I think.
Yeah, okay. Lucky you. And then, so say you have a discussion at that, you then go away, form a different view, go public with that. There would be consequences for you for doing that under the Cabinet Handbook and all the rest of it, and the Ministerial Code of Conduct and blah, blah, blah. If National Cabinet is a subcommittee or a committee of Cabinet and people do that, there is no consequence. So they can do what they like. So they're really, the rules that apply to other committees of Cabinet don't apply to National Cabinet, but the one rule that does is that you keep information generated through that committee has essentially a blanket Cabinet in confidence process. So it's about keeping information secret, essentially, is the evidence.
Well, it's enabling First Ministers, be they Labor or Liberal, to have those deliberations between one another and with officials, with the ability to receive full and frank advice and to inform both their collective and their individual decision making.
Okay. Can you just tell me how many reviews the Information Commissioner is conducting into FOI decisions made by the PMO about refusing access to National Cabinet documents using the Cabinet exemption? Would you know that?
Sorry, Senator, by PMO?
Well, yeah,
by
you
PM&C?
and... Yeah, let's do both.
So,
PM&C and PMO.
I'm not sure that I've got I might have the PMO statistics, but the Information Commissioner is currently looking into, currently has 10 reviews on foot in relation to the department's decisions around National Cabinet documents.
Yeah. Okay.
We've submitted additional evidence and submissions in relation to 9 of those, and we've got submissions due to the Information Commissioner in relation to 1 due in a couple of weeks' time.
Okay. So that's a lot. What about the PMO?
I might be able to come back to you on that.
Okay, I would appreciate it if you could. Thank you, Mr. Reid.
Thank you, Senator Gallagher. Senator Ayres.
If I could have Mr. Brazier again, thank you. Yeah. Better off just issuing a handbook that says no collective responsibility. Okay, Thanks, Mr Brazier. I want to ask some questions that get us to what the department's understanding is of the situation in Ukraine and Australia's response. Could you first just tell me what's the department's assessment of the current situation? Civilian casualties? You've got an assessment of numbers?
I've seen it's a war zone, Senator. There are a range of estimates.
Yes.
I've seen figures this morning as high as 10,000 civilian deaths. There is always in these situations, though, a range which depends on the source and the point in time.
So beyond the... You're not prepared to put a number on that. What about civilian displacement, refugee outflows? Because this does have, there is a public interest in what is the level of civilian casualties. There's a national interest question here, isn't there, in terms of refugee outflows? What's the current assessment?
The UN High Commission on Refugees said on the 30th of March that 4 million Ukrainians, just over 4 million Ukrainians, nearly 10% of the pre-war population, had fled the country since Russia's invasion began. Senator?
And how would you describe the current state of the conflict? Is Russia achieving its stated objectives?
Senator, I think that's a really difficult question for Mr Brazier to answer, in that PMNC is not an assessment agency, so we can provide you with details that we have to hand, etc. So we're trying to be helpful.
Yeah, I want to skip through these issues quickly, but it is the agency that's primarily responsible for providing advice to the Prime Minister. And I want to sort of get to an understanding of what is the... the Prime Minister will have direct advice, of course, from departments and from ministers, but I want to understand your role synthesising that advice and being the principal source of advice for the Prime Minister. I want to understand what the assessment is. I think that's a reasonable set of questions to ask in estimates. If you're not prepared to speculate about that, can you indicate how much territory?
So it's really, I am genuinely trying to be helpful. It's really the word assessment I'm responding to.
Well, what's a better word?
What information does Mr Brazier have?
Okay. What information do you have about the proportion of Ukrainian territory that the Russian military now controls?
I haven't seen, in the briefing and material I've seen, I haven't seen a percentage figure put on it, Senator, but if you imagine a map of Ukraine in your mind, the southeastern strip from Crimea up to the Donbass is a very hot zone where Russia's made very considerable gains. You'd be aware of the devastation around the city of Mariupol, which lies in that strip. Russia also pushed in to directly north of Kiev, and my recollection is that Russia holds considerable territory to the north and northeast of Kiev. But for an authoritative view on matters like that, the Department of Defence...
Yes, of course, we'll come to those if we indeed get there. Just as a general question, what is your understanding of what assistance the government of Ukraine is requesting of the international community, and more precisely, have specific requests been made of the Australian government?
The international community has mobilised rapidly and very generously. Again, Senator, I don't have the precise figures in front of me for other governments, but I've seen figures in the hundreds of millions from European countries, European Union, the United States, Japan, in different, presented in different ways. There have been loans offered, for example, grants to international organisations and NGOs, and the Australian contribution, the humanitarian contribution, has been informed by the assessments of like-mindeds, as well as our own judgment of where the best humanitarian impact will be created. And as I was asked a bit earlier by the chair, that $65 million commitment by the Australian government is being channelled to the sorts of organisations that can provide rapid and effective relief for those displaced people, those more than 4 million now that have fled Ukraine. Poland, I understand, is bearing the biggest burden, and that's where those organisations are most active. But there are also necessarily similar activities underway in other neighbouring countries, particularly Romania and Moldova, Senator.
Yes, and we might have some questions for the other departments and agencies about the humanitarian contribution, specifically in terms of requests for assistance from the Ukrainian government, in terms of lethal and non-lethal assistance, and other forms of assistance. What's the request been?
The government of Ukraine has made.
Is it a direct request to the? There's a broad request to the international community, like-minded nations, but specifically of Australia. What's the nature of the request? Or has there been a specific request for Australia?
So, Senator, if I could just step back to that first body of work. Typically, in a situation like this, a crisis situation where the government itself is facing severe pressure and constraints on its ability to assess and assist, there would be calls put out through the global institutions, and partner governments make contributions based on the assessment of, for example, the UNHCR or the Red Cross. That's how it can unfold. In addition to that, the affected government can make bilateral
has there
requests.
been, I guess that's what I'm trying to understand. Is Australia responding to a broad request through either international institutions or coalitions or has there been a specific bilateral request for Australian assistance that we're responding to in addition to that?
There have been both.
Both. And I think in last estimates we established that the Prime Minister hadn't yet engaged directly with the President of Ukraine. Can you confirm that the first phone call the Prime Minister made with President Zelensky was on the 6th of March?
The 5th of March, Senator.
5th of March.
Can I also add that he spoke to the Prime Minister of Ukraine?
Yes, I'll come to that in a moment, if I can, Mr. Brazier. How many calls have there been with President Zelensky?
One.
Just the one on the 5th of March. And calls with the Prime Minister?
2 calls.
2. 23rd of February and 16th of March, is that right?
16th of March, correct.
Yeah. The Prime Minister said in a media interview on the 21st of March, we're in regular contact with the President and the Prime Minister. Would you characterise 3 conversations with the 2 leaders as regular contact, Minister?
Well, Senator, as contact with President and the Prime Minister is not solely via way of phone calls from our Prime Minister to or with those individuals. It's through their offices and through the other channels of engagement which are active, noting, of course, that Ukraine is involved in active dialogue with much of the world at present as a result of the situation.
The Prime Minister said, we're in regular contact with the President and the Prime Minister. I don't doubt that there is engagement across the government. But it's the trying to, so 3 phone calls.
Well, if you're wanting to split hairs there, Senator, I'd say it is
He
the we.
He went on to say,
didn't say I am.
Yes, he said, we're doing all the things that the President and the Prime Minister asked for me to do.
Yeah. We, which is system-to-system engagement, Senator.
Yeah, he's very keen to associate himself with those things. Is the Prime Minister aware that the member for Hughes, Mr Kelly, signed in and escorted a self-declared Russian agent into Parliament House last month?
I'm not Senator Ayres. I don't know if anybody else is. I'm not sure if that was the subject of media commentary or otherwise, Senator.
It was. The member for Hughes escorted Mr Simeon Boykov into the Parliament on the 8th of February.
You might want to table the article you quoted from there, Senator Ayres.
He was part of a delegation of anti-vaccine mandate protesters and leads the Zabai called Cossack Society of Australia, which is a far-right nationalist group which supported Russia's invasion of Crimea in 2014. He said in the Daily Mail, "We shouldn't be poking the bear," he said. "Putin will have won within a few days. This is the end of the war, but if other countries get involved, it's World War III." Is the department aware of this individual?
Senator, I've just done a quick scan. It would appear not, but I'll ask the question more broadly and come back to you if that changes.
So I'd like to know if the department's aware of the individual and if the department's aware that this extremist far-right Russian nationalist was signed into the Parliament last month and was escorted around the Parliament.
I understand the question,
like to know.
Senator.
I note that at the time there are 130,000 Russian troops on the Ukraine border. So has the Prime Minister raised any concerns with the member for Hughes about escorting this self-described Russian agent around the Parliament?
Senator Ayres, firstly, the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet has no role in relation to who gets signed into Parliament or not.
Accept that.
As we know, that's a matter for Department of Parliamentary Services and is ultimately a matter for each individual member of the House of Representatives and Senator in terms of their rights in signing individuals in. The member for Hughes is, as is well known and as we've canvassed here before, no longer a member of the government and hasn't been for some time. The views, as you've quoted them, of the individual in question are unacceptable and deplorable. But of course, it's a matter for the member for Hughes to defend his association with such an individual. I would simply note that tragic as the situation in Ukraine is, at least those views expressed by the individual have also thus far proven to be wrong and inaccurate.
Senator Ayres, Labor, actually yes, Labor senators have had the call for about half an hour, and I know Senator O'Sullivan does have a few questions he'd like to ask before the break.
I've got 5 minutes to 10 minutes probably on this, and then I'm done.
Okay.
Not for the day, but just on this.
We can only hope.
I mean, I accept most of what you say, Minister. It is a responsibility of individual members, but it's this bloke, Mr Kelly, was the Prime Minister's hand-picked candidate for Hughes. And what I want to know is if the Prime Minister has admonished Mr Kelly, whether he's spoken to him about this issue. Mr Kelly is only in the Parliament because Mr Morrison put him there.
Well,
and-
the Prime
and-
Minister...
I don't think
He
that's
was
quite
only-
how
he
our
was only-
democratic system works.
He was
Senator.
I mean, there's been some discussion about the democratic structure of the New South Wales Liberal Party, but he only was the Liberal Party's candidate because the Prime Minister said that he must be, and that means there is a special responsibility for the. I would expect the Prime Minister would have something to say if any member of Parliament did this. I want to know if he's had anything to say about this publicly or directly to Mr Kelly, because it does seem to me that we can all agree as a very unfortunate development having this bloke wandering around the Parliament.
Well, Senator Ayres, the Prime Minister, on a number of occasions in the life of this Parliament, spoke to Mr Kelly about views he was taking publicly and actions he was undertaking, and the ultimate consequence of those discussions between the Prime Minister and the member for Hughes was that Mr Kelly ceased to be a member of the government. Our intention Senator Ayres, is to ensure, so far as possible, that Mr Kelly is not a member of the next Parliament.
Well, let's talk about somebody who is a member of the Liberal National Party. Senator Rennick, when he was a candidate in the last election, in a report in The Australian on the 6th of October 2018, had some discussion of the Guardian's role as a national journal of record. I assume the government would agree that The Australian is as well. Mr Rennick said that NATO had upset Moscow by encroaching on the sphere of influence within the former Soviet Union that it believed Russia was promised when the Soviet Union collapsed in 1991. He said, and I quote, "I'm happy to cede to Russia that sphere of influence." Does the Prime Minister agree with Senator Rennick's proposition?
They sound like very similar views to what I've read former Prime Minister Paul Keating having expressed at previous times, Senator Ayres, but the answer to your question is no.
Does it? Does it really sound like that? It's a pretty odd observation. Does the Prime Minister...
Not really, Senator Ayres.
Does the Prime Minister agree... Senator Rennick, when he was the LNP candidate, acknowledged in the same article that it would be, he said, hard to overcome the 2014 downing of Malaysia Airlines flight MH17 over Ukraine, which I don't think I need to remind people here killed 298 people, including 28 Australians. However, he said it was important, he said, to, in quotes, start building bridges, end quotes. Does the Prime Minister agree that the downing of MH17 by Russian-backed separatists in eastern Ukraine is something that Australia needs to overcome and start building bridges about?
Senator Ayres, just to make sure that your confusion around my observation before is not misplaced, can I just draw your attention to Western Leaders Blew the Chance for Peace, Keating, published in the Sydney Morning Herald. It's one of a number of stories about remarks made. This was published August 24, 2008. It says that Paul Keating has accused Tony Blair, Bill Clinton and George Bush of squandering the chance for peace and cooperation created by the Soviet Union's collapse. Instead, he said the West had ring-fenced Russia, treating it as a virtual enemy at a time when the risk of Moscow launching nuclear war by mistake was greater than during the Cold War. And on he went, which relates to issues around NATO expansion and so forth. Senator Ayres, in terms of the policy positions of this government...
It's quite different to saying, I'm happy to cede to Russia that sphere of influence. I mean, that has a... That's quite a... it's quite a different observation. I want to know whether the
Clinton
Prime Minister...
administration rashly decided to ring-fence Russia by inviting former Soviet-dominated states to join NATO. By doing so, the US failed to learn one of the lessons of history, that the victor should be magnanimous with the vanquished, he said.
I want to know whether the Prime Minister agrees that Australia needs to start building bridges with Russia. That's what Senator Rennick said.
No, Senator Ayres. Right now, our government has been appalled by the actions of Russia. We have been applying sanctions against Russia in a number of ways following actions such as their invasion of Crimea. We have, of course, pursued Russia relentlessly following the downing of the aircraft that killed so many Australians and others from around the world, and we will not resile from. We believe Russia's illegal and inappropriate international actions and supporting the pursuit of them and encouraging, as the Prime Minister has done very clearly, the sanctioning of Russia in all ways possible, including the leading comments that we took, for example, in areas such as removing Russia's access to financial transaction systems, which have had quite profound impacts in driving inflation in the Russian economy, in hurting it in a number of ways, and in disrupting Russia's operations.
Yeah, and I think there's unanimity between the parties on these questions. I don't doubt that. What I want to know is, Senator Rennick is a member of your party room, the Prime Minister's party room. Has the Prime Minister ever raised these issues with Senator Rennick? Ever exercised any leadership at all with Senator Rennick on this question?
Well, Senator Ayres, I'm not aware as to whether the Prime Minister has raised it with Senator Rennick. I'm also not aware as to whether Mr Albanese has raised Mr Keating's views with him. He is a much revered former leader of your party.
Senator Rennick is a member of your party room right now.
Will Mr Keating be at your campaign launch?
He's in the Senate right now. In your party room right now. Not 20 or 30 years ago, right now.
Well,
and I want to know if there's been just a moment when the Prime Minister's been prepared to stand up to far-right extremists like Senator Rennick, who've said things like this
Senator Ayres,
in relation to the Russian government. Has there been a moment when he's been prepared to do that? That's what I want to know.
Just to follow up.
Come back to me later in the day if there's an example of the Prime Minister ever admonishing Senator Rennick, ever taking these issues up with him and responding specifically to this issue. That's what I want to know.
Senator Patterson, did you have a follow-up question?
Yeah, I'd be happy to be corrected if I'm wrong, but I don't think the Prime Minister has ever publicly said that Senator Rennick is a source of wise counsel and always worth listening to, which of course Mr Albanese has said about Paul Keating, despite his comments on Russia, China and many other matters.
A fair observation, Senator Patterson, and indeed I think the Prime Minister has expressed disagreement over views of Senator Rennick during the life of this Parliament. Senator Ayres, you're quoting Senator Rennick from a few years ago, quotes and observations that are very similar to those made by Mr Keating. We'll see whether Mr Keating has a revered front row seat at Mr Albanese's campaign launch or not.
Well, let's come to the member for Dawson. Another favourite in the Liberal National Party room. He's
given his valedictory today as he
is the
exits
Prime
Parliament.
Minister aware that the member for Dawson regularly posts Russian propaganda on his social media feed?
The Prime Minister, I suspect, does not spend a lot of time looking at the member for Dawson's social media feed. The Prime Minister has plenty of reading to do from intelligence briefings and other analysis he receives.
So it's not a matter of concern that this character, the member for Dawson, posts Russian propaganda on his social media feed. He said, "Russia is demonised unfairly. What threat do they cause us or the West? Eastern Ukraine / Crimea are ethnically Russian." That's of no concern to the Prime Minister.
It does not, Senator Ayres, sound remotely like the views of the government or the Prime Minister.
Yes, so he should come down on him like a ton of bricks. Where is the evidence of any discussion with Mr Christensen?
Senator Ayres, I appreciate that you want to hold the Prime Minister to a particular standard that I doubt you would hold your own leader to in dealings within his own party, that you have a view in relation to stifling all opinion from different members of Parliament unless it conforms in certain ways. The Prime Minister, though, ensures the government's position is explained. The government's position is clear in relation to our condemnation of Russia's actions. I referenced before our condemnation and the actions we have taken in relation to the imposition of sanctions since the invasion of Crimea, and of course the elevation we've taken of those actions since Russia's further appalling interventions, war that they are now waging on Ukraine.
So last question.
Okay.
So Mr. Christensen's gone on to say to deny Russia's responsibility for the downing of MH17. Is there any point? Is there anything that any member of the Liberal National Party room could do that would invite the Prime Minister to exercise some leadership in the party room over these issues?
Again, Senator, as we've canvassed before, the Prime Minister and/or the Leader of the National Party and/or the Leader of the National Party.
Say whatever you like.
Senator Ayres, listen to the response from the Minister.
The Prime Minister and/or the Leader of the National Party at different times have raised concerns about different views expressed by Mr. Christensen. I would note in the case of him that unlike Mr. Hughes, who we seek to defeat and replace at the next election, Mr. Christensen has already indicated that he will not be a member of the next Parliament of Australia.
Yeah, you've just waited him out. No leadership, just waited him out.
Senator Ayres, I think that was your last question, wasn't it?
It was, thank you.
Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you, Chair. I've got some questions on the budget and budget estimates.
Thanks, Mr. President.
I want to go to digital skills, and if I have the time, I'll touch also more broadly on skills and training. So if people could be ready for that. And then small business, I'll touch on that if that's...
Thanks, Senator. There might be a number of officials who need to help you with those
Well,
questions.
we'll just go through it.
Get started and see how we go.
Thank you. Yeah, so just interested in the tax relief in this budget that's been provided to small businesses.
Yeah,
To
so
start with.
Senator, I might ask Mr. O'Toole to join us again, just more broadly on tax relief.
Yep. And then I'm going to go to the government's digital and skills tax boost that was announced.
Yeah, and Ms Dowell might be able to help us with some of that too.
Sorry, Senator, what was the question, please?
No, thank you. Yeah, so my question is really going to increasing productivity and those productivity elements of the budget. So first question is in relation to tax relief that specifically has been provided to small businesses in this budget.
Senator, so as you're probably aware, the 22-23 budget included a targeted measure for small businesses in relation to two expenses. One was in relation to expenses incurred by the business in terms of training their staff. As you know, improving the skills of the Australian population is a key ingredient of boosting productivity over the longer term. It provides them with an additional 20% deduction on top of the normal expense. So if they deducted, say, $100 worth of expenses, they'd be able to deduct $120, which gives them a significant fiscal incentive and a tax reduction, obviously, on any expenses they incur there. The other one announced was the 20% on investments in digital technology, which again is a key enabler, if you like, of more productive workplaces. in terms of software, in terms of digital packages, etc. And like the other package, an additional 20% deduction, Minister. Yeah.
And so this might be a question that I'll need to put to Treasury and the ATO, but so is the government working with vendors of accounting packages and the like to make sure it's really easy for an employer to be able to make those deductions, a small business to make those sort of deductions?
Yeah. Minister, I expect the answer is yes, but the question probably is best placed for Treasury, who's looking after the program.
Sure. So how do we expect that it will actually help to upskill Australians working in these businesses?
How do I expect that it will work?
Yeah.
Well, Minister, effectively the way it works...
Senator, you've given me a promotion, but thank you.
Look, upskilling, as I said, upskilling and reskilling is a key ingredient. We're in a very tight labour market at the moment. Demand for skills is extremely high. What the measure does is effectively lowers the after-tax cost to the business of providing those skills, which means that to the extent that a business may not have provided those skills because of, say, fiscal constraints, they'll be more able to do so. So the business will benefit and the individuals receiving the training will benefit, and similarly on the digital side you would expect that to the extent that it actually improves the productivity and the bottom line of the business, not only will it improve, like as I said, their profitability, but it will improve their ability to increase employment.
Yeah, and obviously increasing productivity keeps a downward pressure on inflation and providing those options.
And of course is what's required, to maintain real wage growth over the long term is a productivity improvement. And
can you explain to us how this is building on the previous small business investment incentives? Or what other incentives previously have been there that are now continuing?
Well, Minister, obviously Minister, did I say Minister? I'm sorry, Senator.
That's okay.
Go. I did give you a promotion, didn't I? Terrible. Senator, obviously, small businesses already benefit from a range of concessions, but the large one, of course, is that they benefit from the concessional 25% company tax rate, which encourages. Again, makes them improves their viability and their bottom line.
And the technology investment boost, Mr. O'Toole, you're the right one to ask.
I'm not entirely familiar with the technology investment boost, but there may be someone here.
Senator, we might ask Ms. Dowdall to come to the table to assist you with that.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. O'Toole. So thank you, Ms. Dowdall. How much support is that expected to provide, the technology investment boost?
Thanks, Senator. Michelle Dowdall, First Assistant Secretary, Digital Technology Task Force. So it'll provide $1 billion of support over the 2 financial years to small business to, as Mr. O'Toole said, incentivise them to digitalise their operations and adopt new technologies.
Great. And how many businesses are expected to take advantage of this?
I don't have that number, but it's small businesses. So it's around 2 million small businesses would be eligible for the boost.
Okay. And what are the sort of eligible expenditure items that they can claim?
So that would be, as you flag, software services, so upgrading or taking on new modules in their accounting software, improving their cybersecurity practices, building a new website or creating an online presence, as well as the adoption of new and emerging technologies like AI into their business operations.
Okay, great, thank you. And how does the budget make it easier to do business? This might be a more broad question.
Senator, there's a whole range of measures in the budget to support cost of living in particular, which is an important means whereby we can ensure people are able to participate in the economy. Cost of living package and other supports for the regions in particular are a very key component of the budget. The Regional Accelerator Program, regional hubs and investments in telecommunications are another really important contribution to economic activity, not just in the cities but in the regions. So it's a really important part of the budget. There's a very significant infrastructure spend in the budget as well, and the government has made infrastructure a very key plank of its support in this budget. And as Ms Dowdall said, the Small Business Technology Boost is another way of supporting businesses and their participation in the new economy. I think we talked earlier about the cost of living tax offset. That's another important component. The fuel excise relief really does encourage people to have confidence and ensure that they can continue to buy and support parts of the economy without needing to worry about a lot of those cost of living expenses that might otherwise avoid them fully participating in the economy. The skills reform to support future growth, improved access to medicines. As I said, there's also a number of energy and related support mechanisms, not just in the regional package, but more broadly, that are really important signals of government support for the economy at a time with so much instability globally that have had an impact on things like oil prices flowing through to petrol. So it's a very significant part of the government's budget is broader support for the economy.
Thank you. I do want to just go to the remaining time. We're breaking at 12:30. Okay. Just in relation to training, if I can, please, and in particular apprenticeships. The Minister knows I'm particularly interested in skills and training. It's great opportunities for young people and, of course, increasing our productive capacity in the economy. So am I right to just go ahead? Okay. Thank you.
Ms Quilty will be helping you with...
Ms Quilty, thank you. I was waiting to see the name. Thank you very much. Can you just tell us, please, Ms Quilty, about what the budget's doing, what's in the budget to help acquire more skilled workers within the Australian economy?
Yep. Thank you, Senator. Genevieve Quilty, First Assistant Secretary. So there's a number of measures. Not most importantly, one of the first ones was announced. It's a $2.4 billion package for an Australian apprenticeship incentive scheme that will start on the 1st of July 2022. It's got a number of phases and it provides support for both employers and also apprenticeships. And there's also a further extension by 2 months of existing programs to fill that gap between for the boosting apprenticeships and the continuing apprenticeships. There's a further 2 years for the Successful Job Trainer program, which will provide 15,000 more aged care short and low fee jobs for people looking for additional skills in that very important sector. And we're asking the states, as with all the job trainer programs, to match that. And then there's also an announcement and continuing discussions between the states and territories for the National Skills Agreement, and the budget declared that there'll be an additional $3.7 billion for that skills agreement, which will add to the total of $8.3 billion once that agreement's struck with the states and territories, which we hope will be shortly.
Okay, and so there's the existing scheme of providing incentives to employers, which will, and that was just extended through to the end of June this financial year. Yep. So going forward, what will it look like for employers? What's on offer for an employer
so going forward,
looking to
the new program? Thank you, Senator. So, as declared through the budget papers, it's a $2.4 billion program, which will provide payments to both employers and the trainees, and there'll be 2 phases. So for the first 2 years, there'll be support to the people employing apprentices, as well as a $5,000 payment for those apprenticeship people undertaking the apprenticeships, given that they have additional costs of undertaking those apprenticeships.
Thank you. And do you have a number there on the number of apprentices that are currently in training?
So at the moment, Senator, it's approximately 220,000 in training, which I believe is the greatest number since 1963.
Wow, that's amazing. And so we're continuing to incentivise apprenticeships going forward. What benefits do apprentices and trainees receive from joining the Australian Apprenticeships Incentive Scheme? So specifically for the apprentices, those are the students that are taking it up.
Yeah, so over the next 2 years from the start of that new program, they'll receive a direct payment of up to $5,000 over 2 years to assist with the cost of undertaking that apprenticeship.
Okay, and we heard about the Australian Apprenticeships Priority List. Can you explain that to me?
Yes, I do have a bit of an official document that DESI did provide on budget night, so I can provide some broad parameters, but probably some of the detail could be provided by my colleagues at that department.
I can go to them tomorrow, maybe. Yep. Okay. But maybe we can get that from the Secretariat. Okay. So does this, what does this list that you've got there signal to apprentices and trainees?
Yeah, so as we know, there are some shortages in several areas in the Australian economy. So this list signals to both employers but also those people seeking out additional skills so that they can get a new job, that there are key areas in 77 areas of apprenticeships that they could undertake, which then, if they're employed to do that apprenticeship, the employer will receive those new payments, and they will also, as a trainee, get those $5,000 payments. So it's in 77 areas at the moment, and it'll be reviewed annually.
Areas where there's a clear future,
that's right, and that's been determined.
Careers,
and that's been determined by the Australian Skills Commission.
So people should be looking at that list to see if they can create a career in that particular field.
That's right.
Great. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator O'Sullivan. And given it is very close to 12:30, we might break there for lunch and reconvene at 1:30 p.m. The committee suspends.
Senator, I have the answers to 3 questions I could give in 1 minute, if that would be helpful.
The committee will reconvene for you to provide those answers. Thank you, Ms Foster.
So, firstly, there was a question about how many PMO FOIs were currently in front of the Information Commission, and the answer is 0. There was a question about how many calls there had been between Prime Minister Morrison and the Solomon Islands Prime Minister in the last 12 months, and the answer is 5. And finally, there was a question around Prime Ministerial visits to the Solomon Islands. The records we have indicate that there were visits by Bob Hawke and Paul Keating, 2 by John Howard, 1 by Kevin Rudd, and then 1 by Prime Minister Morrison.
Lovely.
Thank you. And I might on notice just, or if it can be provided later today in paper form or whatever, just the dates of the phone calls to Prime Minister Sogavare would be helpful. Thank you.
Now the committee will suspend for lunch. Thank you all. We'll now reconvene and continue with our examination of the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet at outcome 1. And I'm giving the call to Senator Ayres.
Thanks very much. I have a couple of questions about media reports this morning about a new port in Darwin. Mr Spears from the ABC wrote this morning, an extra $2 billion has been handed to the Northern Australia Infrastructure Facility in the budget, even though it hasn't spent its existing $5 billion allocation. The extra money, according to the budget, is for critical economic infrastructure projects. He goes on to say, Buried in a separate press release from Infrastructure Minister Barnaby Joyce is talk about spending $1.5 billion of it on a new port infrastructure such as a wharf, an offloading facility and dredging of the shipping channel somewhere in the Northern Territory. It's understood the big announcement to come in the campaign is a whole new Darwin port. Ms Foster, what's the department's understanding of what's been contemplated here?
So, Senator, I think Mr Cahoon has details of
Thank
what
you.
we understand the announcement.
Senator Lachlan Cahoon, First Assistant Secretary, National Security Division, Prime Minister and Cabinet.
Thanks, Mr Cahoon.
I believe that the information outlined in the Deputy Prime Minister's press release yesterday is all that we are aware of, and I believe that Secretary Atkinson has briefed his Senate estimates hearing on similar terms this morning, that there's a $1.5 billion expenditure for new port infrastructure such as a new wharf and offloading facility, dredging of the shipping channel to boost the region's importing and exporting ability and to support the establishment of Middle Arm as modern manufacturing and energy precinct. That discussion of the development of Middle Arm has been underway for a very long period of time, and I understand the Deputy Prime Minister announced that yesterday.
So, is the department's understanding that it's a new port?
No, Senator.
It's modifications to the existing port?
Yes, Senator. It's additional infrastructure.
The one that's been leased?
Senator, I don't know how well you know the geography of the Port of Darwin, but it's a very large area, and the piece that has been leased to Landbridge is only a section of that. There are other parts, including things like the new fuel offloading facility, HMAS Coonawarra, other areas in the physical geographic port that are not part of the commercial entity.
So it's a second port. It's a second port facility, if I can put it that way. Is that a better way? It's a standalone second port facility.
It's a facility within the existing port, is the way it's been described to me, Senator.
Port infrastructure.
Yeah. It's not attached to the port facility that's been leased to Landbridge. It's its own separate piece of infrastructure within the port.
Geographically, it's distinct in terms of that Middle Arm precinct from the area that Landbridge has a lease over.
So the department hasn't provided advice to the Prime Minister, then I take it, about the rationale for a new port facility?
Not from my area, Senator, but it wouldn't normally come from my area. I'm from the National Security Division, so I'll defer to colleagues.
Ms Foster?
Well, Senator, this is a proposal that has come through the budget process, and as per all those initiatives, we would facilitate consideration of proposals as per the normal course, but it is an opportunity that has been as part of discussions with jurisdictions, and there are ongoing discussions with the Northern Territory Government about it. As we talked about earlier, it is really focused on the development of an existing industrial precinct, and it's very strongly linked to the opportunities the government has identified for commodities such as critical minerals and gas and hydrogen.
So Middle Arm is, as I understand it, in terms of the industrial precinct, is about a 1,500 hectare area that the Northern Territory Government has been pursuing development in areas of energy, of carbon capture, use and storage, of minerals processing, of hydrogen development, of advanced manufacturing, and so these infrastructure projects, including port access, are intended to help to hasten and support that vision that the NT government has identified.
So you do know the scope of what the announcement will be?
The sort of infrastructure that's being looked at here would be things like wharf infrastructure, offloading facilities, dredging to support the shipping channel, and really the sort of leveraging that to support the resources opportunities that the Minister was talking about there. But it is all subject to business cases and feasibility work that will be developed. And it is part of that broader regional investment package that's been a centrepiece of the budget.
Do you know when the announcement's going to be made?
I would have to take that on notice, Senator, and check, as it's largely an issue with the infrastructure portfolio. Well, I need to take that on notice. We could follow
Come
that
back
up
later in the day, maybe?
We'll absolutely do our best. Yeah.
Mr Dutton responded to the report this morning. He's quoted in the Australian this afternoon. Says, Mr Dutton fueled speculation on Thursday that the Australian Defence Force and allied militaries could simply bypass the Chinese-owned port, saying the government had made a massive commitment to building infrastructure in the NT. That does look at port development and ways in which we might be able to support through contracts for defence, for example, the underpinning of a business model. We'll have more to say about that in due course. So is $1.5 billion worth of taxpayers' money being spent to build a new port facility because this government allowed the existing port facility to be leased to a Chinese government-controlled organisation?
No, Senator Ayres, it's not. As you know full well, this government, following those lease arrangements being put in place, acted to change the foreign investment legislation to ensure that in future such actions by a state or territory government would have to come through the Commonwealth for approval, as private sector commercial arrangements did prior to that. We closed that gap to ensure that if this were to occur again, there would be a clear opportunity for the Commonwealth to say no along the way. However, this particular investment opportunity is about engaging with a proposal that the Northern Territory Government has been advancing themselves, that provides opportunities for significant improvements in areas of energy exports and energy development in the Northern Territory. It helps with the regional development aspects of the Territory. It is very much about providing for jobs and exports in that region.
So, it's a particular knack, you know, you can start with a simple question and then as the answer sort of circumlocutes its way in the dreamy sort of post-lunch haze, you can lose the track of it. So let me take you through a few parts of your answer. Firstly, it's not the same, is it, to say that the government acted after the decision had been made to neatly shut the stable door after the horse had bolted, didn't it?
Well, Senator Ayres, I think it's accurate to say that that the government identified, following that decision being made, that there was a gap in Australia's foreign investment legislation, and we acted to close that gap. That gap had obviously been there throughout successive governments, but after this instance, it's not the only time our government has tightened the operation of the Foreign Acquisitions and Takeovers Act, but that was one of the ways in which we have tightened it.
So you wish it hadn't happened?
Well, Senator Ayres, I think if the matter were to come forward under the revised legislative arrangements that we put in place, I suspect it would be rejected.
And now you have to build a new port facility.
What we're doing in the Northern Territory is investing in infrastructure to support a project of economic development championed by the Northern Territory Government, promoted by the Northern Territory Government, that will provide enhanced opportunities for energy exports and wealth generation for the country.
But in the absence of the existing port facility being leased to the Chinese government effectively, the project that you would be contemplating now would be an enhancement of the existing infrastructure, wouldn't it? You're building a new one because the other facility's been leased.
No, Senator Ayres. I mean, if you look, Senator Ayres, for example, at what ICTHIS has pursued in terms of the LNG development there, It is entailed, in terms of the comment about the broader geography of the
Yeah.
Port of Darwin, not just the Port of Darwin that is discussed in debates such as these that Landbridge holds, but the fact that more broadly you have a shipping channel that is not solely controlled by the operator of the Port of Darwin in Landbridge, but entails other loading facilities and the like, such as what Ichthys has developed there for their LNG. You're looking at a broader geographic area, some 1,500 hectares, as I made clear, in which having access for the export of hydrogen, of petrochemicals, of other advanced manufacturing goods is an important attribute that wouldn't necessarily, regardless of the ownership, entail moving through that original leased port area.
But would you concede that the decision to lease the port facility to Landbridge has constrained the kind of decisions that the Commonwealth might make in the Port of Darwin?
No, Senator Ayres, I wouldn't concede that.
Well, how do you square that circle with... I mean, is this just another occasion where Mr Dutton's out on a frolic? He said the Australian Defence Force could simply bypass the Chinese-owned port, saying the government had made a massive commitment to building infrastructure in the NT. That does look at port development and ways in which we might be able to support, through contracts for defence, for example, the underpinning of a business model. Is he wrong?
No, he's accurate there, that as more facilities are developed to support a broader range of industry across a broader geographical footprint, it provides other opportunities and avenues for defence or other users.
So is this port for defence or for economic development?
Economic development, Senator.
No defence rationale at all underpinning the operation of the port? The rationale for the port or its business case?
It may also have benefits for defence, Senator Ayres, and they're not to be discounted.
And you couldn't do that at the Landbridge facility, could you?
Well, Senator Ayres, we have defence operations that successfully manage arrangements in Darwin already.
Through the Landbridge facility?
Well, I'll let Defence talk about where and how they undertake their movements.
Is that really your evidence that there's that there is no relationship between the government's failure to stop the sale to Landbridge and the subsequent leasing of the port to a Chinese government-owned institution, and this subsequent decision to build an entirely new port facility? Why won't you come clean on the relationship between these two events?
Because, Senator Ayres, the decision that has been made as part of the Energy Security and Regional Development Plan to support infrastructure development in the Northern Territory is directly aligned with the proposals that the NT government has been advancing around the Middle Arm precinct, the opportunity to secure other energy spaces. It may absolutely provide further opportunity for defence operations as well, and that would be an additional and worthy benefit if that's the case.
Was the decision made after the Defence Review into the ownership of the existing Port of Darwin, or before?
Well, the decision in relation to these regional investments was a decision taken in the context of this year's budget, Senator Ayres. That's what it's the timing for it. I have to take on notice because I can't actually remember in terms of the
can I put it differently then?
Timing of the other review you speak of.
Did the review inform the decision?
Senator Ayres, the decision was driven, as I've said, by an intention to ensure that we leveraged the economic development opportunities of the Northern Territory for the benefit of Territorians and wealth generation for Australia. It is possible that infrastructure built there will provide multiple benefits in terms of industry and defence, and that, of course, would be welcomed if it can achieve multiple aims. But
perhaps I asked a different question to the one that I heard myself ask. Did the Defence Review inform the decision?
Well, all of the information and policy priorities before us inform our budget decisions, Senator Ayres. But I've told you what the prime underpinnings of this decision were.
Yeah, you've told me what you'd prefer to tell me. Who's holding the pen on this proposal?
That's not a fair characterisation.
Well, I've asked a question about whether the Defence Review into the government's failure to stop the sale, the lease of the Port of Darwin to Landbridge informed the decision, and we've had dozens of words of circumlocution around that question.
Senator Ayres, I've told you what the primary consideration was, which are the economic development opportunities. All of the information before us at any time helps to inform our decision making, and if indeed the infrastructure around Middle Arm can provide defence as well as economic dividends for the country, then that's a good thing.
So who's the deciding minister here? Is it? I think I heard from you, Mr. Chisholm, that it was infrastructure. Who holds the pen on this process?
That's right, Senator Ayres. It's a budget item in the infrastructure portfolio.
Has there been any input from the United States into the new port? There's I think work's begun on the fuel storage facility. $250 million, north of $250 million worth of investment there. Has the government of the United States had any input into the decision?
Senator Ayres, not to my knowledge, but you may be best pursuing those questions in terms of any defence engagements with defence.
And you would know the answer to this question, Minister. Are there any unearmarked funds going from defence into this project?
No, Senator.
So there's no transfer of funds that haven't been allocated from defence yet into the NAIF for this project?
No, Senator.
Okay.
Let me just also, because you just referenced the NAIF at the end there, I mean, there's this project's listed in the Energy Security and Regional Development Plan.
Oh, sorry.
Very specifically.
Yeah.
The additional funding for NAIF, which is actually approaching limits in relation to its commitments, but that additional funding, which was announced a little while back, pre-budget it was announced, that of course is subject to all of the usual application constraints and processes under the legal framework that establishes NAIF.
Okay, I want to ask some questions about submarine locations. I think the Prime Minister's indicated in his Lowy address 3 preferred locations for a second East Coast submarine base. Andrew Green from the ABC has said that Port Kembla is the preferred and most suitable option. I think he said Port Kembla in the New South Wales city of Wollongong is the preferred option the Defence Department has presented to Cabinet's National Security Committee ahead of Commonwealth negotiations with the state governments. What was the purpose of including Brisbane and Newcastle in the announcement then?
Senator, my understanding is these are shortlisted locations which Defence will provide final advice on.
Senator Scott Dewar, Deputy Secretary, Quad AUKUS and Naval Shipbuilding. Yeah, there was 3 shortlisted locations, Port Kembla, Newcastle and Brisbane.
And how was the NSC briefed in relation to site options? Those 3 options have been presented, have they? Is Mr Green wrong when he says that Port Kembla is the preferred option?
There's 3 options that are being considered.
But is Mr Green wrong when he says that there's one preferred option from Defence's?
Senator, there's 3 options that are being considered, shortlisted.
Yeah, I heard you say that.
That's my evidence, Senator. That's where we are in the process. There's 3 shortlisted locations.
There's not a preferred option.
There's the 3 shortlisted locations.
You could say, yes, there is a preferred option. You could say, no, all 3 options are equal. I'm not hearing you say either of those things. You're simply saying the same answer. You could say, I can't tell you. These options are available to you. Why do you keep saying the 3? Is there any... Just ask
Senator,
you
there was a
again,
process where there was 19. I
Yes.
think Defence has said
Gone down to
publicly
3?
We consider it has gone down to 3, and now those 3 are being taken forward.
Mr. Green's wrong, is he, when he says that Port Kembla is the preferred option?
Senator, what I'm saying is that where we're at in the process, there is 3 options that are now being considered. I'm not commenting on any weighting against any or either of any of them. There is 3 options that are being considered going forward.
Who added Brisbane and Newcastle to the list of potential sites?
So out of the 19, these were the 3 that Defence has taken forward.
In that shortlisting process, was it the Prime Minister or the Defence Minister that signed off on the inclusion of Newcastle?
That was through the normal government consideration processes, deliberative processes of government.
What does that mean? Does it mean that when the shortlist was provided to the NSC, that it just came through the department without the Prime Minister or the Defence Minister signing off on it?
Senator, what I'm saying is that process of consideration from the 19 down to the shortlisted 3 went through the normal deliberative processes of government.
Did the Prime Minister sign off on the 3?
It was a submission, it was a policy proposal that comes through Defence, was considered by government.
So the Minister signed off on the proposal before it went to NSC?
Well, it was a Defence
Yes.
proposal.
Yes. Okay, so it's not a whole of government proposal. It may have been consulted more broadly, but it came through Defence.
This is a Defence matter. Defence
Yes.
is the lead on it, yes. In terms of the detail of their process, I mean, Defence would know more about that.
So the list, Mr. Green says, and you haven't denied, preferred location Port Kembla. I understand you're not saying that, but you're very specifically not denying it.
Senator, what I'm saying is there is 3 shortlisted locations.
Yes,
They
I've
are
heard
Port
you.
Kembla,
Yep.
Newcastle and Brisbane.
Isn't it the case that Brisbane and Newcastle both have a series of marginal electorates in them and it's politics driving their inclusion?
No, Senator.
It's not?
It's not, Senator.
It's not one of those colour-coded spreadsheet options that's, the modus operandi of this government?
No, Senator. You've heard very clearly there was quite a long list, and that long list went through a process with Defence bringing it down to a short list.
Okay, the Prime Minister said that the East Coast base, I think he said, would have specialised wharves, maintenance facilities, administrative and logistics support, personal amenities and suitable accommodation for submarine crews and support staff. Does this mean that the East Coast base will be the main location for sustainment and maintenance of the new nuclear submarine fleet?
No, Senator Ayres, it does not mean that.
Mr. Dewar?
No, when the announcement was made about the shortlisting of the 3, it was clear that this new East Coast base will operate alongside in conjunction with the ongoing West Coast base.
So it's not the case that this means that there's an assumption that submarines won't be built in Adelaide?
Very definitely not that case, Senator Ayres.
Will there be similar sustainment operations in...
As indeed, Senator Ayres, I think at the time of that announcement, specific comments were made and attributed to the Prime Minister re-emphasising that they would be built in Adelaide.
So there'll be similar sustainment operations in WA at HMAS Stirling or the other facility in Henderson and in Osborne?
So Senator Ayres, there will be need for additional infrastructure requirements at Henderson as a West Coast base for the future nuclear-powered submarines, and there will be a requirement for significant additional infrastructure at Osborne in Adelaide as the construction yard for the future nuclear-powered submarines.
So the nuclear-powered submarine task force was given 18 months from September through to March, I think, 2023, to determine the design issues, acquisition, location of build, workforce skills. Isn't it the case that announcements about base locations and sustainment operations are being made now, that it's just a case of all announcement with no hope of delivery? After the next, these decisions are being communicated to the public just for relentlessly political reasons, aren't they?
No, Senator. It has been a factor in relation to Australia's deployment of our submarine capabilities that consideration of an East Coast base is something that has been underway for some time. The fact that the country can best be served by having both a West Coast base and an East Coast base for submarine fleet, an enhanced submarine fleet, is something that we have acknowledged. The planning arrangements in relation to these things do take many years in terms of settling them, and so whilst in relation to the construction yard there is a known outcome of Osborne in Adelaide, and in relation to the West Coast base, there's an existing facility at Henderson in WA. The East Coast base has required a process that had been underway for some time in terms of that long listing and now short listing.
It's odd, isn't it, really, to just before an election, short list of 3 places, 2 of them red-hot political battlegrounds, and then after the election, come down to 1. Well, people are entitled to be a little bit cynical about Mr Morrison's timetable for announcements here, aren't they? Given all of the previous behaviour.
Well, Senator Ayres, I'm accustomed to your cynicism,
Aren't we all?
and not surprised by it. But look, these announcements themselves are not without generating differences of opinion and at times controversy in terms of the reactions that local communities may have to whether they do or don't wish to see such sites, and so to be able to move from that long list into the shortlisting process and make then final decisions necessitates making public the shortlist, because the nature of discussions that have to be had with state governments, with local councils, with port operators, with the local communities and other infrastructure providers mean that you can't proceed beyond really that shortlisting stage without having far more engagement and discussions that would result in consideration becoming a public factor in any event.
Okay, so there's 2 task forces really. One, the nuclear-powered submarine task force in the Department of Defence, and then there's the unit, I think it's called Nuclear-Powered Submarines and National Naval Shipbuilding Enterprise section within the department. Ms Foster? Who's actually in charge of the future nuclear submarine program? The Prime Minister or the Defence Minister? How's this working?
Senator Ayres, in terms of the decisions about which model of boat Australia ultimately builds and some of the process elements around that build, they are being led by the task force chaired by Admiral Mead. His work and the different streams of work that Defence have outlined publicly are the lead source of advice and decision making to government. The scaling up of capability to deal with AUKUS within Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet complements and has input into the work of Admiral Mead, and of course into the other aspects of AUKUS in terms of our partnerships on artificial intelligence, missile capabilities or the like that Mr Dewar, I'm sure, could speak further to if you wish.
So in shorthand, coordination role in PM&C, but you're saying, Minister and Mr Dewar, I appreciate your view about this, the process in the department, the task force in the department, is leading the 18-month review process.
Yeah, Senator, there's two elements to AUKUS. There's the nuclear-powered submarines, and then there's the advanced capabilities stream. Nuclear-powered submarines, as the Minister outlined, Vice Admiral Jonathan Mead leads the nuclear-powered submarine task force, and he's lead on that and providing advice to government on that. There is within Defence, Deputy Secretary Peter Tesh leads on the advanced capabilities, which is looking as the priorities at cyber, quantum, AI and undersea warfare. And that's a body of work they lead. We, PM&C, work cooperatively with both of those teams and across government on things like messaging and coordination, as well as we work very closely with DFAT as well.
And of course, there's a fair bit of co-option and co-opting of staff from agencies into those processes as well. But Admiral Mead is not an exclusive defence operation.
So 18-month review, is that a hard deadline? Will the entire 18 months be used? It's a pretty big, complex decision for the government to make.
I think the Prime Minister and Defence Minister have both indicated publicly that we are very happy with the progress that is being made. We've had visiting delegations from the US and UK out to Australia, and the government is very confident that we will be in a position to make final decisions on advice of the task force within that 18-month period.
You're going to use the whole 18 months?
Well, I said within, Senator Ayres, and if there is...
Well, can you rule out preempting decisions before it's completed?
Yes, I can, Senator Ayres, but all of our partners also understand the urgency of finalising advice and being in a position to make decisions, and so our expectation, based on the progress made to date, is that it will absolutely meet its deadlines within that 18-month period.
There's a bit of cognitive dissonance here between the Prime Minister and the Defence Minister, isn't there? The Defence Minister said that the announcement about which boat Australia is going with would be made in the next couple of months.
Senator Ayres,
I watched him. I was very surprised. Why did he say that?
Senator said there's confidence from the PM and the Defence Minister about the progress being made. It will happen within 18 months. I think the Prime Minister's made clear that people shouldn't expect an announcement on it prior to the election.
Why did the Defence Minister say that it would be?
I think the Defence Minister was simply highlighting the good progress that is being made and the confidence we have of working within the deadline that we spoke of.
So he overreached in his enthusiasm, did he?
That's not what the Minister said,
that's your characterisation, Senator.
Well, he said within 2 months, right? And he said within 2 months, more than 2 months before the election will occur. And then was utterly surprised that
he said along the way, Senator. But for the avoidance of any doubt, to repeat what I've said before, we are committed to the 18-month task timeline, as are our partners in the United Kingdom and the United States. Work is progressing very well, and there is a high degree of confidence of delivering outcomes and decisions within that 18-month time.
So there won't be an announcement about which boat is being selected prior to the election?
The Prime Minister's already made that clear.
Yeah, it's very important that this actually be done properly and there not be showy political announcements about decisions for the purpose of an election, isn't it?
This is a huge undertaking for the nation, one of the biggest national security decisions a government has made, and it is being done thoroughly and properly, Senator Ayres.
Why can't the Defence Minister and the Prime Minister get on the same page on this issue?
They are, Senator.
They are now?
They are, Senator.
Okay, I have questions in relation to a number of other matters, but...
any other...
No, okay.
Okay.
Just give me a moment to reassemble my pack. I'll just do that quickly. Okay. Yeah, we're about to start. I have a question about COVID-related deaths in aged care. Thanks, Mr. Dewar.
Thanks, Senator.
Can you tell me, Ms Foster, how regularly the Prime Minister's briefed on COVID deaths in aged care?
Senator, I'll ask our social policy folks to come up and help you with those questions.
While he's doing that, Ms Foster, I think you had a couple of other corrections for the record that we might get you to do.
Sure, thank you.
I did. So Mr Jones, when he was discussing the meetings of the Australian Government Crisis and Recovery Committee, said that the first meeting took place on the 28th. It should have been the 27th of February. Ms Quilty, in speaking about the extension of the boosting apprenticeship commencements and completing apprenticeship commencement, indicated that it was for 2 months. In fact, it is for 3 months. And finally, Senator, you requested some figures for apprentices, and Ms Quilty responded that it was 220,000. That was in fact only for trade, apprentice and traineeships, but the figure for all apprentices and trainees is 352,020 as at September 2021.
What's the name of that committee again, Ms Foster? Sorry, it's the Crisis...
Australian Government Crisis and Recovery Committee.
Thank you. And it was the 27th, not the 28th. I was not listening as closely as I should when Senator Watt was asking questions, but that meeting on the 27th, that committee is a committee that the Prime Minister chairs, effectively, is it?
It's officials, Senator.
It's officials, so it's not, the Prime Minister's not in that room
No,
on the 27th.
No. And as Mr Jones said, it was the first of those meetings at which the question around was the threshold being met was raised, rather than it considering a recommendation around it.
And the final announcement was the 11th, I think, from memory.
That's correct.
We're not going to get you back up again, Mr Jones. It's okay. Thank you. Thank you. So how regularly is the Prime Minister briefed on COVID deaths in aged care? Ms Frame, hello.
Senator, how are you?
I'm okay.
Alison Frame, Deputy Secretary of Social Policy Group. The Prime Minister is regularly briefed on a range of metrics related to aged care, Senator, that includes outbreaks, current outbreaks, cases of residents and staff, how many additional shifts are being provided through surge support from the Commonwealth Government programs. So there are a whole list of metrics. It obviously includes death, Senator, that the Prime Minister receives very regularly.
And Ms Frame, when you say very regularly, is it daily or weekly?
I will just get that for you.
Thank you.
On notice
And while you're
the
doing that,
exact
are
frequency.
they written briefs or in-person briefs?
There are very regular written briefs, more regular written briefs, Senator, and frequent verbal briefings as well.
Could I just get a sense of the timing? How regular, Ms Steele?
Lee Steele, First Assistant Secretary in Government Relations and Reform. So we provide updates through a written briefing system that's live online. So we get information generally daily from the Department of Health, which we pass along through our online briefing system. And then there'll be particular intervals where we'll brief as needed for particular issues, for example, related to matters going to Cabinet and Cabinet committees.
So daily written briefs come up from the department to the PMO?
That's correct.
In-person briefings, how often? Sorry, Ms Foster.
Can I just be clear? What Ms Steele was describing was a system in which the brief is always there.
Yes.
And we update it when we get new information, and typically that's done on a daily basis, but we're not...
So there's a sort of dashboard that the PMO can see.
With figures in it.
Well, then briefings for the Prime Minister, how often are those provided? we're really talking about in-person briefings, aren't we now? If there's a dashboard that's available for any official in the PMO to look at, and that's updated, not just daily, I assume, but as the information comes in.
As information is available, yes.
Then how often is the Prime Minister himself briefed?
Well, Senator, his staff could use that at any time to brief him, so the information is always there for him to be briefed on.
So in-person briefings from, I appreciate your point, Ms Foster, and you wouldn't then know how often that is.
Yep.
Briefings from the department to the Prime Minister?
Senator, as Ms Steele said, they would occur when we're briefing about particular budget considerations. There's a lot of budget items that related to aged care that would involve more comprehensive briefing, also for National Cabinet very regularly. So there are a range of other briefings where they would cover a status update on aged care, Senator. I would need to take on notice. I can't provide specifics of Cabinet committees and briefings, but I would be able to provide on notice National Cabinet dates and briefings related to aged care for those meetings, Senator.
I would just expect, Minister, I mean, I appreciate the work that goes into a dashboard that the staff in the Prime Minister's office can see, but more than half of COVID aged care deaths have happened in the last 3 months. 1,800 deaths, 1,831 COVID-related deaths in residential aged care. Where is the sense of urgency from the Prime Minister?
Well, Senator Ayres...
I would expect regular in-person briefings.
No, Senator,
what's going on?
Well, Senator Ayres, the Prime Minister is frequently briefed by his staff as well as by the department on matters relating to COVID, as he is on matters relating to national security, natural disasters or other pressures that exist across the nation. Now, the frequency of those briefings will vary dependent upon the issues themselves and scheduling around those issues. I can certainly seek from his office some understanding as to the frequency of briefings in relation to aged care, but I imagine it is quite frequent, Senator Ayres.
Well, look, I'm not critical of the department here. The evidence is the department provides material and a dashboard that the Prime Minister's staff can see in real time.
Yep.
What I don't understand is if Ms Frame said, I think, cautious about paraphrasing you, Ms Frame, but that the department provides briefings consistent with when there's National Cabinet discussions or other, discussions that happen, but there is no regular in-person briefing and there is a crisis in aged care. When is the last time that the Minister for Aged Care Services has provided an in-person briefing to the Prime Minister on the unfolding crisis in aged care?
Well, Senator Ayres, in terms of the Minister for Aged Care Services or the Minister for Health and Ageing, I'd have to take it on notice to find out in terms of the particulars of your question. But you shouldn't, just because I don't have the frequency of the Prime Minister's briefing schedule, which would vary at different times, Senator Ayres, across those areas of management of COVID, of national security crises, of national emergency and natural disaster crises. There are many that I managed throughout the course of the PM schedule, but I'm happy to find out in terms of
if there's a briefing schedule on COVID-related aged care deaths and the situation in aged care for the Prime Minister, I want to see it. And it should be able to be provided today. I think my last question, though, was slightly different. When was the last time that the Minister for Aged Care provided an in-person briefing to the Prime Minister about the unfolding crisis in aged care and COVID-related deaths?
Yeah, I addressed that up front, Senator Ayres, in the sense I don't...
You don't know?
I don't know offhand, Senator Ayres. I don't have the Prime Minister's diary sitting in front of me. but I'm happy to find out in terms of the Minister for Aged Care Services. Or
Has
the Minister for
this
Health and
crisis
Ageing.
been discussed in Cabinet recently?
Yes, Senator Ayres, COVID continues to be a front-of-mind issue, particularly as we move into the winter period and we see the additional challenges of a combination of COVID and a flu season, which the Prime Minister and officials led National Cabinet through briefings on at their last meeting.
Has Senator Colbeck been present at those discussions?
Senator Colbeck's present when it's relevant for him to be present. Minister Hunt addresses other matters that are relevant for him that he has leadership on.
But he's about to retire, Mr Hunt. If the Morrison government's returned...
Mr Hunt is a very active Minister for Health and Ageing.
Sorry, I'm not
he will be
objecting
right
to him.
until the day he finishes, I can assure you.
And then when he finishes, the election which imminently is called, if the Morrison government is returned, Mr Hunt won't be the Minister for Health and Aged Care. Who will? Will Mr Colbeck be the Minister for Aged Care?
Well, that will be a matter for the Prime Minister, Senator Ayres, and I suspect there's as much chance of Minister Hunt being the Minister for Health after the next election as there is of Mr O'Connor being the Minister for Defence in an Albanese government, except the difference being that Mr O'Connor is actually recontesting the next election.
Well, the difference is that Minister Colbeck has presided over an aged care catastrophe. And I think what most Australians will want to know is this bloke going to be returned to the ministry, and will he return as the Minister for Aged Care?
No.
Can you rule that out for Australians?
Well, Senator Ayres, just as you certainly wouldn't, but even your leader won't confirm whether or not his current defence spokesperson would be his defence minister, I'm hardly in a position to outline what the Prime Minister's ministerial decisions would be after the next election.
Yeah, that's a pretty
in relation
smart
to a
response. It
vacant.
doesn't get us anywhere, does it?
Senator Ayres, that is an
1,831
unfair
deaths,
characterisation.
more than half of the deaths that have occurred in aged care have occurred over the last 3 months. The minister who sits on top of that is a likely successor to the current Minister for Health, and you can't rule out that this bloke will be back.
So, Senator Ayres, let's firstly appreciate the facts, and the facts being COVID-19 has higher mortality rates worldwide around the elderly, the vulnerable and people with comorbidities. They are the facts in terms of the global health consequences of the impacts of COVID. As you also know, the statistical reporting of deaths from COVID in Australia captures all individuals who die with COVID, regardless of whether or not they have died of COVID. And so in aged care facilities, residential aged care, where sadly most residents have a time in aged care that averages about 2 years, and sadly most leave aged care as a result of passing away, having been admitted because of the higher levels of care needs that they face. That in no way diminishes the tragedy in each of those cases and the fact that for each of those families it's a significant loss. But in Australia, 40,000 plus lives are estimated to have been saved thanks to the management of COVID-19 across this country by governments collectively, by Australians collectively, all managing to work together. Our health outcomes are amongst the best in the world, about the third lowest mortality rate in the OECD, if my recollection is correct. So, Senator Ayres, in terms of who will be the Health Minister or the Minister for Health and Ageing after the next election, firstly, that's a matter for the Australian people, who I hope will decide to re-elect the Morrison government. But secondly, it will be a matter for the Prime Minister of the day. And I tell you what, if our Prime Minister confirms before the election who the next Minister for Health would be in a Morrison government, I look forward to seeing whether Mr Albanese has the courage to do the same about the Minister for Defence in an Albanese government.
Can I just check one thing unrelated to this, and I understand then there are other questions in relation to COVID. Minister, a few minutes ago it was reported that the Commonwealth has sought to intervene in the New South Wales Liberal factional dispute. I understand that the High Court has heard from the Solicitor General who wishes to
Point
support...
of order,
segue.
Chair. Point of order, Chair.
Yes, Senator Patterson.
I'll be interested
Solicitor
to hear
General
this.
is not a relevant agency for the Finance and Public Administration Committee. That will be the Legal and Constitutional Affairs Committee, which is meeting downstairs, and I'm sure would welcome Senator Ayres' company.
Thank you. Why don't I finish my question? We'll see how we go. I understand that the High Court has heard from the Solicitor General who says that he's there to support an application by counsel for Mr Morrison and Mr Perrottet related to this factional dispute, saying that it should be heard by the High Court. Can you tell me why Mr Morrison is using the Solicitor General to back his position in a New South Wales factional dispute?
Senator Ayres...
He did it in Western Australia in his fight with Mr McGowan. Why is he using the Solicitor General?
Senator Ayres, the news story you're speaking of is in and of itself news to me. The decisions that the Solicitor General makes are matters, as Mr Senator Patterson's rightly raised, that you should pursue at Legal and Constitutional Affairs.
So, Minister, your evidence is that you were completely unaware of this development?
Senator...
and no knowledge that this was underway?
Senator, I'm not here representing the Solicitor General.
No, you're here representing the Prime Minister.
And so I have no knowledge or briefings that have been provided to me in relation to the actions of the Solicitor General.
Okay, but you're representing the Prime Minister. Are you telling me that you had, in your representation of him, you had no prior knowledge that this matter was going to be before the High Court today?
Well, let me deal. I had certainly no prior knowledge of the story Senator Ayres has referred to and matters relevant to or related to the Solicitor General. I don't think I had any prior knowledge of it being before the High Court today, although I was aware in the broad that there were legal actions occurring, just as there have been legal actions from time to time in relation to Labor Party pre-selections.
Yeah, but, well, that's not the matter we're asking you about. We're asking about government, senior government officials, essentially, backing or being involved in a factional dispute before the court. And Ms Foster, did you know about this?
No, I didn't, Senator, and I've just quickly checked with my staff and
Okay.
maintained.
So you haven't had any discussions with the Prime Minister's office
No,
about
Senator.
this?
No, Senator.
No one within PMC. So this is a matter that perhaps the Prime Minister's office would deal directly with the Attorney General's department. Is that right?
Senator, I'd be speculating. All I've been able to do is establish that neither I nor the area that I would most expect to hear, to know that, were aware of this before we just heard it from Senator Ayres.
Okay. So I understand the Solicitor General's application is made on behalf of the Attorney General. So, Minister, is that a matter that the Cabinet would be made aware of, or would that be a matter that had been just between the Prime Minister and the Attorney General in terms of who makes the decision actually?
Well, whilst the Attorney General and her department would be best placed to provide you with advice around where the threshold for Cabinet engagement of what actions the Solicitor General may be undertaking or not occurs. But I would say, generally speaking, the work of the Solicitor General is a matter for the Solicitor General and those structures within the AG's department and her portfolio.
Okay, but does it seem that the Solicitor General is acting on the Attorney General's instructions to join in and back Mr Morrison's position before the High Court?
That would be a question for the Attorney General.
I can only repeat what Senator Patterson said, which is if you want answers to the engagement of the Solicitor General in a matter, I suggest you move to the other committee room where Legal and Constitutional Affairs estimates are underway, and I assume the Attorney General is sitting there and would be better placed to answer the questions than I am.
The Prime Minister is a participant in this.
So, Ms Foster, can
you're asking particular questions about the Solicitor General's involvement.
Ms Foster,
Both of you. And so it would be appropriate to ask those of AGs.
Ms Foster, you're saying no one in PM&C's legal branch had any knowledge of this happening?
That's correct, Senator.
Would that be unusual? Like, isn't that unusual that you've got the Prime Minister essentially in court, the Solicitor General's joining the application by the Prime Minister and Mr Perrottet, and PM&C has no knowledge of it? Your legal branch hasn't provided any legal advice, none's been sought, there's maybe no discussions between the PMO. I mean, that in itself is unusual, isn't it? Like, Attorney General's hasn't told PM&C that this is underway, that, by the way, this afternoon we will be in the High Court. It's becoming public that the Prime Minister's engaged his officials to back his case in a factional dispute. Does the media unit know?
No.
I would have thought they would have wanted a heads up.
There are a few questions
Senator,
there, Senator
there are
Gallagher.
quite a few questions. There are quite a few assumptions in your questions as well about what you think PM&C should or would be briefed on about the actions and engagements of the Solicitor General working within the Attorney General's portfolio. As I've said consistently, and you've heard from each of us at the table, we have not been provided with any briefing in terms of the Solicitor General's actions. And if you wish to understand the nature of the Solicitor General's actions, then Legal and Con and the AG's department are the right place to go.
So could someone please tell me whether Mr Gaetjens was aware of this? Would you know that, Ms Foster?
I would be astonished if he was aware and I wasn't, Senator.
You would be astonished if he was aware and you weren't?
As in, if he knew and he hadn't conveyed that to
You'd
me.
be astonished, but that's not answering the question of whether... Could someone please check?
We will check.
And come back this afternoon. In terms of Legal and Con, Attorney Generals will not be dealt with until next week. So...
You can ask the questions then, Senator
well,
Gallagher.
Well, I think it's reasonable when we've got the Prime Minister's department and he's, frankly, the bloke that's in court at the moment arguing for this, that we should and could expect some answers from officials here today while we're here. So you'll check on whether Mr Gaetjens knows. Is he available to be contacted?
We'll be doing that now,
Okay,
Senator.
all right. And the evidence is that the Prime Minister goes off to the High Court, the Solicitor General turns up, backs in the Prime Minister's case, and no one in PM&C knows anything about it.
So, Senator, I can only repeat my evidence. I've checked with my legal area and they had no prior knowledge.
Okay. I just find that, even your media unit, I mean, it's public that this is happening. Anyway, I find it astounding. I don't know how this government operates, but it is incredible that the Prime Minister's in court today with the Solicitor General and his department is sitting here telling me they know nothing. Ms Foster...
Senator Gallagher, the Prime Minister is in question time
Indeed.
at present.
Well, he's been represented in court.
So there is a legal matter. The role of the Solicitor General in that legal matter is not clear in terms of any briefings that have been provided or was not known before this line of questioning to anybody who's sitting at the table. So I'm not going to take presumptions or assumptions around what the role of the SG's engagement in that case is.
Well, he's turned up to intervene in the matter. Well, that is actually
the Solicitor General
public knowledge.
does intervene in matters in a number of
internal
different
party
matters.
Factional disputes.
Well, no, the Solicitor General
He wasn't-
intervenes in matters that he believes are of particular relevance at different times. I don't have briefings to understand why on this occasion.
Is it, Ms Foster, is it normal or in usual circumstances where the Solicitor General is intervening in a court matter, would PM&C, be it your legal unit or someone in your department, be advised of that routinely?
No, Senator.
No.
So the Solicitor General, as Minister Birmingham has said, operates within the Attorney General's portfolio, so we would normally expect that interaction to take place within that portfolio.
Yeah, sure.
So Senator, and this is this may well be the media commentary that you are reading from, but the information that at least has been flicked to me at present to at least understand the context of the questions you're asking advises me that the Solicitor General, Stephen Donoghue, has or is making application arguing there is a dispute about whether courts can hear internal party disputes and that this relates to federal law because parties are governed by the Commonwealth Electoral Act.
Yeah.
That once case is in a federal jurisdiction, for that reason, the court will need to consider whether there is a matter for the court to decide, and that is a constitutional question for the High Court. It is not uncommon for the Solicitor General to make submission in relation to constitutional questions.
No,
but
he just so happens to be backing the Prime Minister's position.
Please let me finish. It's not uncommon for the Solicitor General to make submissions in relation to constitutional questions and in relation to matters of law as it pertains. That does not read to me, as you've characterised it, that he is in any way there representing the Prime Minister or the Liberal Party.
Exactly what I was about to ask.
I don't think I said he was
Minister.
representing the Prime Minister. He is aligned with the Prime Minister's and Mr Perrottet's argument. He's backing who are arguing
I don't think
the
that's
same.
necessarily true, Senator Gallagher.
Well, it seems to me that my advice is they are also arguing that it shouldn't be heard in the New South Wales Court of Appeal tomorrow, but it should be a matter heard by the High Court, which is what the Solicitor General is also arguing. So I think that is the case. That is the point we're trying to make. Anyway, that I'm trying to understand. And now, Ms Foster, you are saying when the Solicitor General is intervening in matters, including matters that may get reasonably high media attention, there is not necessarily any information that's provided to PM&C about that.
So, Senator, I'll see if Mr.
Surely you have surely someone somewhere thought, wow, this might get a bit of attention, we'll let PM&C know. What does the legal branch do?
So, Senator, in this instance, the matter clearly doesn't relate to any departmental issue, and so it would not be my expectation that the department would be involved in that.
But it relates to the Prime Minister and you're his department.
So it relates to the Prime Minister, if I understand.
It only relates to the Prime Minister insofar as his position as the senior federal Liberal Party member in New South Wales. It does not relate to the Prime Minister in his capacity as Prime Minister of Australia and Minister responsible for the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet.
Right, so that's what I understand. I do understand, but I still find it hard to believe that somewhere where someone involved would not advise you that this is an upcoming issue.
I can imagine the alternate scenario, Senator, where we'd sat here and if Ms Foster's response had been, yes, we were briefed over the previous days about these decisions, you would then be running an argument saying,
well, I'd ask more questions.
This is proof that the government has been using the agency of its departments to be able to intervene in party political matters. The mere fact that all of us sitting here
I
were
would ask
not
more
aware.
Questions. I mean, I'm here to actually understand who knew what when. I don't think there's any unreasonableness in that. So was the Prime Minister's office involved? Were they aware? Mr Minister, can you find out whether they were advised by the Solicitor General or his office that this application to intervene would be made on behalf of the Attorney General?
Senator, I'll take that on notice.
You can't find out for us?
Well,
the Minister has
I've
taken it on notice,
I've already
Senator.
addressed the fact that I was not aware until you or Senator Ayres started asking questions. So from that matter, you can deduce that I'm not aware of other discussions that did or did not occur in relation to it.
But the PMO was obviously pretty quick to send you a message about
I don't think it came from
what
the PMO.
the story
I think it
was
came
around.
from my own office.
Okay, all right.
and it was
But
literally
now-
a screenshot of a news story.
Yeah, okay, so that came from your office. I presume the Prime Minister's office listened to the PM&C estimates. I think it's pretty important, particularly in the fact that we're on the eve of an election and these questions might not be able to be asked next week. Was the Prime Minister's office involved, and how much money is being spent on allocated to arguing this case in the High Court?
Senator, I'll endeavour to find out for you.
Senator Gallagher, I've been pretty generous with Labor's time this afternoon. You've had more than an hour now. I have a few questions about the economic headwinds we are facing. Would I be able to take the call for a period of time? Thank you.
Come back to it.
Our international economic trends and challenges that we might be looking at for the next 6 months. Could the relevant officials come to the table, please?
Once again, Senator, there might be a few different areas that can help with the question, but
Thank
we can
you.
certainly start off. Yep.
Thank you very much. Obviously, the budget has been handed down in quite uncertain circumstances, I suppose you could say, particularly coming out of the COVID pandemic and then looking to the next 6 months. And we've obviously discussed this morning about some of the international challenges that we're seeing in Europe in particular and what impact this might have. So what sort of forecasting have we done around economic growth in Australia and globally, and how did that sort of impact what we were trying to achieve in the budget and what we need to be considering in the next sort of short to medium term?
Yeah, so Senator, the department itself wouldn't really be undertaking the forecasting.
True.
But we can talk about some of the broader global headwinds.
That would be
and
helpful,
trends.
thank you.
Obviously, the global economy is continuing to recover from the pandemic, and the Russia-Ukraine conflict is a major source of uncertainty and instability in terms of what is happening, and is a risk to the global economy. The OECD estimates that global growth could be more than 1 percentage point lower this year as a result than what was projected before the invasion of Ukraine, while inflation could be higher by at least a further 2.5 percentage points. And that's on aggregate across countries than if war had broken out. So that is something that a number of countries are grappling with right now. And as we've talked about earlier today, the cost of oil is one of the biggest impacts. The impact directly on Australia is less significant by virtue of distance and our more direct exposure to markets closer to Australia. But there is a flow through to petrol prices, and hence the relief the government has provided by way of excise relief has been very significant, and that will relieve cost pressure on households. We haven't experienced the sort of inflation that we're seeing in other countries. Headline inflation here is 3.5% over the year, which is less than half the rate of the United States.
And why is that, Mr Chisholm, or would that be a question I'd better place to Treasury?
Oh, I think we can help with some of that. So Mr O'Toole might be able to take you through some of the factors there that would be relevant.
Yes, I can. So If you look at the other markets, Senator, then the key drivers, well, one of the large drivers was energy prices. Not discussing petrol at this stage, but electricity, gas, etc., where they saw very significant price rises. Australia didn't see those price rises to the same extent. The other key driver of the inflation that was COVID-related supply chain issues. So you may have been aware of the cargo issues they had in America and elsewhere. It certainly impacted Australia as well, but again, not to the same extent. The third difference, I would say, particularly in relation to America, is you saw the Great Resignation, as it was coined over in America, where the labour participation rate dropped significantly, and which drove very strong wage pressures over there. We haven't seen that in Australia to the same extent. The Australian participation rate post-COVID bounced back very strongly to near record highs. I think women's participation is at record highs. Unemployment's fallen to 4%. And while we are seeing a pickup now in real wages, it's much lower so far than we've seen in other countries.
You say that we haven't seen high energy prices, or we haven't seen supply chain issues in Australia. That doesn't happen by luck, though, does it, Mr. O'Toole?
Senator, I didn't say we didn't see them, just not to the same extent. Look, the Australian experience, at least in the energy market, which I know something about, you'll recall that several years ago we went through a period of very high electricity prices, and number of policies were put in place, a number of investments made by both government and the private sector, which has driven electricity prices down significantly relative to other experiences. And similar in gas, again, for a range of reasons, I expect, we haven't seen quite the same increases as other countries have seen.
It's almost as if some of the policies that the government has implemented has insulated us from the worst of these economic headwinds.
I think the government's focus on ensuring that we have a diverse source of energy supply has been really important. We've seen in some parts of the world where energy choices have narrowed, that creates challenges, not just for grid stability, but also for energy prices. Whereas in Australia, the focus on investing not just in renewables but in gas, and the really critical role that gas will play in the Australian economy in shoring up renewable energy and new forms of energy, which will be a critical part not just of our own domestic energy story, but also our export markets in hydrogen, for example, have been really important. So we're seeing less of that volatility here in Australia because of a lot of the policy choices that we focused on by having a broad mix of energy sources on hand and continuing to invest in throughout the national market.
And I think you've touched on some of the challenges that we've seen perhaps, in the immediate term and over the last couple of years with the pandemic. But into the future, how would we characterise the risk profile of the economy globally at the moment? What are we concerned about, or are we concerned about certain things more at the moment than we have been in recent years?
So, certainly the concern, the focus on oil is particularly significant. That has focused the minds of most economies. And because it has such flow-on consequences to so many other industries and areas of the economy, instability generally, conflict is not good for economic growth and economic stability. So we obviously monitor those developments very closely, and the supply chain risks that this creates. The government has focused very strongly on shoring up supply chain resilience. Within the department, we have an Office of Supply Chain Resilience, which coordinates and focuses strategically on those elements of supply chains that might create economic vulnerabilities for the country. And both the pandemic and the conflict in Europe have big supply chain implications. With the pandemic, we saw a shift to goods as a consumer preference, which really created problems with supply chains, but also with shipping and ports. And so, again, you saw that not just in Australia, but particularly in North America and throughout Europe. Once that starts happening, that creates flow-on economic consequences. So the focus on energy security, supply chain resilience, and we talked earlier about the focus on digital economy as well, given so much trade and economic activity happens electronically now, has been a big focus, as well as the government's focus on those economic fundamentals that we talked about earlier in terms of cost of living pressures and relieving those pressures to help people participate in the economy.
Yeah. And sorry, when was that Office of the Supply Chain Resilience established?
It was established last year.
Okay.
I don't have the exact date. Ms Tilley, who is the head of the office, is with us today if you wanted to talk more about that.
Oh, good.
But to the best of my recollection, it was last year.
But it's
early
a
part of last year.
post-COVID thing.
Yeah, it was post-COVID. And in fact has proved to be a really, really important contribution to government's efforts on shoring up and coordinating supply chain challenges that we face.
How do you think any expected slowdown in the global economy will impact Australia?
There's a number of fundamentals that we'd be focused on now. I might ask Mr O'Toole to come back to that again as well.
Senator, we're not immune. You know, we're a small open economy. I'm sure Treasury will be able to provide you with a more detailed answer than myself, but like I said, we're a small open economy, and so any sort of slowdown in global economic activity would be expected to impact Australia both either through terms of trade or other mechanisms. So, you know, we're not immune to a potential slowdown globally. It would affect us, yes.
But how? I'd be best placed asking Treasury?
Probably, yes.
Okay.
Like through the direct mechanisms, yes.
Yeah.
Treasury would probably... They would also... The focus on global inflationary pressures will be an important area of attention, and the fact that unlike other advanced economies, wage pressures in Australia have remained pretty modest as well, and we have strong labour force participation and employment growth has been particularly strong. So I think while we're not immune, as Mr O'Toole said, from what is happening around the world, the Australian economy has proved quite resilient.
And in terms of our trade partners, or our major trade partners, what impacts are we anticipating this will have on them and therefore us? I mean, are we positioning ourselves sensibly to make sure that we are trading as diversely as possible to sort of insulate ourselves from the worst of this?
Yeah, we have been. I mean, as Mr O'Toole said, we run an open economy, which generates a number of economic benefits for the country. Hence, we're quite exposed to what happens, not just in the Northern Hemisphere, but in the region. And so we will be focusing on those global inflationary pressures and looking to see how some of the supply chain pressures we spoke about earlier might flow through to the economy and the impact on energy prices. A swift recovery in oil demand could lead to a rise in prices as well. So we just need to keep a focus on those sorts of things. Oil does remain it's one of those fundamental parts of the global economy that has flow-on consequences for so many other areas.
So, in essence, some challenges ahead, and it will be important for the government's policy response to those challenges to be robust and targeted to get us through the worst of
Yeah.
what might become. I don't mean to paint a picture of doom and gloom, but I think a lot of Australians are reading the newspapers each day and watching the news each night at the moment, thinking, the future is a little uncertain, at least on the economic front. Minister, how do you think the budget addressed some of these concerns on Tuesday night?
Well, Senator Chandler, the budget sought to tread the very fine line, given the uncertain global environment in which we're operating, that Australia is economically performing more strongly with an economy outstripping many of its competitors in terms of the rate of COVID recovery, yet managing to dodge the worst of the inflationary bullets from other nations, with our inflation rate running around half that of the US and significantly below others. So the budget sought to respond to the cost of living pressures that you've been questioning by providing that direct assistance to households, but to do it using the experience of COVID as something of a template, that our interventions on COVID were targeted, temporary, responsible, responding to issues that came up as they arose, and then not locking in long-term consequences from those issues. Responding to spikes in oil prices, which markets expect will come back down from those spikes, maybe not to where they were this time last year, but to lower levels than the very high spikes that have been experienced. And we've again put in place targeted temporary measures to support Australians. But we've done it in a budget as well that builds on our economic recovery plan that's been working so well, that backs small businesses and other areas of private sector economic activity in terms of their continued growth. But most importantly as well, in terms of the upside of our economic performance, puts more than $100 billion back against the budget bottom line in terms of reduced deficits and lower debt in the future, and it's ensuring that the vast majority of the dividend from our improved economic performance is actually going towards that reduction in future deficits, which as a share of the economy are now forecast to be around half of what they previously were.
That is very good news, Minister. Thank you very much. I'm about done on that line, so Senator Gallagher. Or Senator... Oh,
yeah, sorry.
Senator Gallagher,
I do.
I've
I've got one very short one, then I'll hand over.
Okay.
Minister, there's a story in The Guardian today around basically a 2-year-old campaign or 2-year-old effort to get access to some information from the Prime Minister's office that's been heard through various forums, and the Information Commissioner has come with a ruling. It's about some WhatsApp messages relating to Mr. Stewart and the Prime Minister, messages between Mr. Stewart and the Prime Minister. My question is the Prime Minister going to appeal the finding of the Information Commissioner, which has said that the Prime Minister's office should consider the WhatsApp messages between the two parties, Stewart and Morrison, Mr. Morrison?
Senator, I'm not aware whether a decision in relation of appeal has been made yet. I don't believe it has, but I will double check for you.
Okay, so that's another, we'll wait and see.
I I don't believe a decision in relation to an appeal has been made yet, but I will double check for you.
Okay, that's it. I just wanted to know about the appeal, so that's it.
I've got a few questions back in social policy, please.
While we wait, Ms. Foster, were you involved in any of this? Do you provide advice to the Prime Minister's office on FOI claims?
So my staff provide administrative support to the sort of processing, but and we obviously were aware of the article, but we do
Were you involved in advising on this claim? Because it seems to have had a few shortcomings, like, erroneously suggesting you know, how long it would take to process and how much material was included. Would that have been advice from PM&C or would it have been from advisors?
So the decision makers are within the Prime Minister's office.
Yeah.
Mr Reid will be able to talk to you about the nature of the advice that we provide.
No, Senator, the support we provide in relation to the Prime Minister's office's FOIs is purely of an administrative nature.
So can you just tell me what that is? What's administrative?
So the office and the decision makers will decide on a course of action and where they want to take it, and they'll instruct us to whether it's draft a letter or respond in a particular way, but we don't provide any advice to the Prime Minister's office in relation to how they would address a matter.
Okay, so when they said that it involved 2 years of messages and was an unreasonable, you know, would be an unreasonable allocation of time to process, and it would take 50 hours to process, that what was being sought was 2 years worth of messages, that content would be determined in the Prime Minister's office. You would then be provided that, you would put that in a letter.
That's right, Senator.
So at no point would you go, wow, that seems like you don't assess whether, so you never see the information that...
Because, Senator, we don't have access to the...
So you just take it at what the Prime Minister's office tells you?
That's correct, because we're providing, as Mr Reid said, an administrative support for them. We don't have access to the material that they're looking at, and we don't provide any advice to them on how to process that. That is their responsibility.
And you don't sign anything off? Like it's not anyone in your department that signs off the letters or anything like that?
No, we prepare them for the decision maker to sign.
So you're essentially a letterbox that things pass through, you know?
We put the administrative structures in place to do the processing, if you like, based on their decision making.
And so what if you think there is, what happens in this situation where you think, or if you were given information that it would appear not compliant with the FOI Act or something like that, would you then intervene and say this doesn't look like it's being handled in accordance with the FOI Act?
No, Senator. It's very clear that the department's role in relation to the management of the caseload within the office is purely of an administrative support role.
And John, it might help if you explain the way the Act is structured and why it's...
So, Senator, part of that flows from the fact that the office is a separate entity under the FOI Act and isn't
yeah, I know, which is why don't they do their own
department.
paperwork then? Why does it come to your area?
Oh, so Senator, I have people within the department who maintain standard templates and things like that. In the same way that we support decision makers within the department, it's entirely efficient for us to be able to provide that administrative support to the decision makers in the office.
Okay, so when they say, essentially one of the arguments used about not being able to process the information or not the request, it's, you know, basically the Prime Minister is busy. He's the head of a national government and your request presents a significant challenge to the day-to-day execution of his duties. That comes from the Prime Minister's office. Do you look at that and think, is that compliant with the FOI Act? Is that actually a legitimate reason that someone's busy to actually say we're not going to allow, process your request? There is nothing you provide back and say, well, that's not really a reason not to process this. There's no question. You just do whatever the PMO tells you to do.
So Senator, it's important that the distinction's maintained between the various roles between the office and the department. It's important that we not provide policy advice or guidance in that regard to the office. They are the decision makers and they need to decide which way to take particular matters.
And they are the ones who have access to the documents, to the systems, to the environment in the office, which puts them in a position to make those judgments.
Do you provide advice to them if they ask? Like, what if they, you're sitting in the PMO, you're not sure where do they go for advice on how to interpret the FOI Act and make sure they're being compliant?
If asked for advice, Senator, I can imagine we would provide an answer to a question. I can't think of an example of that happening.
Okay. Okay, and what about Information Commissioner reviews? What's your role in that? Did you find out how many the PMO actually has underway?
Yes, we did. It was 0, Senator.
Zero. So none?
With the Information Commissioner. So the question was how many...
How many Information Commissioner reviews in relation to National Cabinet material arising from the Prime Minister's Office FOI decisions are currently with the IC, and the answer to that question is 0.
0. Okay. So do you support the PMO through ICE Information Commissioner reviews when they come back?
In exactly the same way as we support...
So not at all?
Well, we provide administrative support, Senator.
You cut and paste whatever comes from the PMO into a letterhead and then send it on?
We're instructed by the Prime Minister's Office and the decision makers what they want done, and we put that into effect.
Ms Foster, are you aware under previous secretaries whether expert advice to the PMO was provided on FOI matters?
So, Senator, Mr Reid and I have about the same length of experience, and it's done, he is closer to it than I. I'm not aware of any change to the process, but Mr Reid could probably help with that.
I'm not aware that this is a changed process, Senator.
And so the people handling it in the office are trained, are they, under the FOI Act for handling of FOI? Because it seems to be the Information Commission has been pretty scathing about, you know, errors that have been made in the handling of this. It's taken 2 years to get to this point, and said, you know, basically it's dismissed the arguments that they're too busy, that it take 2 years worth of text messages to go through, and that it's going to take 50 hours. They've found that to be erroneous in the report. So are these people trained to handle FOI applications?
Senator, so there's only a small number of people who are delegated to be decision makers in the Prime Minister's Office under the FOI Act. As far as I'm aware, all of those people have expertise in the FOI Act.
Okay, and how do we know that they are following the FOI Act? How do we know they're doing it properly and they're not just using, you know, excuses like too busy, take too long, and it's too much information to withhold information? How do we know, and who checks on them? Who reviews them? Because you know how if you have reviewers in the department, like that can review decision makers' work, like does that happen in the PMO?
So, Senator, the processes would be mirrored. So, in the same way as the department as an entity is responsible for its effective adherence to the FOI Act, the Prime Minister's Office as an entity is responsible itself for its adherence to that Act.
So there's no one really that knows what goes on. Like, well, so you know, this has taken 2 years. They've now been told to produce it. They can appeal it till the end of, I think, either hand it over by the end of April, or they can appeal to the AAT. And really, we don't know, and nobody knows whether it's been done properly.
So, Senator, it really is analogous with what the department does. So, the Prime Minister's Office, like the department, is accountable by the way in which it processes its FOIs. They can be reviewed, so that in the same way as someone can request an internal review in the department, they can request an internal review in the Prime Minister's Office. Sorry?
No internal review in an MO, it goes straight to the IC.
Sorry, there is no internal review in it, but it goes straight to the Information
From the
Commissioner.
PMO?
So if it's a PMO request or a request in the Minister's Office and someone wants a review, then it goes to the Information Commissioner.
But Mr Taylor's been pursuing this for 2 years. I mean, essentially the way the system works now, and you can't tell the committee that you're assured that the processes are working because you're not really involved in them at all. You're just you're just cut and paste on the template and shoot it off. You have no line of sight about really how these matters are being handled, who's making decisions, whether it's in accordance with the FOI Act.
Senator, that's because they are a responsible entity in their own right.
Yeah, well, yeah, all right. Well, it seems like it's pretty easy to withhold information for 2 years to the way it operates now. Okay. Thank you. Sorry.
That's okay. Before we go to Senator Smith, I did just want to flag for officials and the huge audience that I'm sure we have listening along to the hearing at home.
Hi, Mark. She's not that silly either.
I'd certainly hope not, Minister. My proposal is... Senator Patrick. That's not a very nice thing to say about Minister Birmingham's mother. My proposal is that we break for afternoon tea at 4, and it is my hope that we will have concluded with our consideration of outcome 1 by then, keeping in mind the fact that we're due to go back to outcome 1 on Monday. So we'll break at 4, bring on the NRRA at 4:15, and then at 5:20 we will be suspending for the Ukrainian President's address, and we'll reconvene at 8 o'clock after dinner. Just flagging all of those timelines for senators, so don't get too sketchy at 3:45 and want afternoon tea, then you've still got another 15 minutes to go after that. But with that, I will let Senator Smith have the call.
Thanks, Chair. I've reprioritised, so apologies to Social Policy Division. But
Got their hopes up.
in that brief period of time, you are no longer required. Ms Foster, I want to ask about the MOPS review, or the review being undertaken of the MOPS Act. When was the decision made to call for submissions to this review taken?
Senator, just let me go to my timeline. The date. It went live on the 28th. So the review was published on our website on the 28th of February with the terms of reference and a call for submissions.
28th of February. And when were staff notified by the Department of Finance or the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet that submissions were open?
So, Senator, there were a number of different interactions. So I understand that the Workplace Health and Safety Committee or a number of committees were briefed on the review and the call for submissions. But I'll just see if I can get you the detail of exactly who they are and when.
You do have the information about when staff were notified? Was an email sent out to staff members about the fact that submissions were open?
So as I said, the staff were notified in different ways, so some through the committees. There was an all-staff email that was sent out on the 29th of March.
Does your colleague next to you have more information on that timeline?
So Senator Celeste Moran, Acting First Assistant Secretary, Jenkins Implementation. And we can correct this if it's not 100% correct because it's before my time back in the department, but I understand that the Employee Consultative Group and the Work Health and Safety Committee were both notified on the 25th of February in the discussions of that meeting. I also...
So 25th of February or 25th of March? Because
25th of Feb is when it was in discussions in those meetings, but then I understand there was not an email sent to the ECG until the 24th of March, and then there was the circular from the Minister on the 29th of March.
It's just, I was just told that a decision was made to call for submissions on the 28th of March, so the consultation happened before the decision was
28th
taken?
of February, Senator.
Sorry, the 28th of February was when Ms Foster said the decision to call for submissions was made.
And so I think the difference in those dates, Senator, is that the committees were given a heads up that the review would go live on the 28th.
That's right.
Okay, but the 24th of March is when the ECG were notified, and then the all-staff email went out on the 29th of March.
So I think what Ms Moran said was that an email went to the ECG on the 24th of March, but that they had been notified in a meeting
on the 25th
of February.
That a decision might be made to call for submissions.
That was imminent, yes.
Okay. When do submissions close?
So, Senator, at the moment, the advice had said that submissions would close on the 8th of April. Given the likely timing of an election we're right now looking at, whether there is a more reasonable closing date. And so we expect to have more advice on that very shortly.
So when do you expect to make that decision?
I would hope today or tomorrow, Senator.
Okay. I'm sure you can appreciate, but from the perspective of staff, it's a 2-week consultation period in the middle of estimates and on the eve of an election.
That was not our intention, Senator, and we're trying to remedy that now.
Okay. On the leadership task force, what staffing or resourcing is the department providing to Ms Kerry Hartland, who's chairing that task force?
So, Senator, we have established an independent secretariat for Ms Hartland. So, whilst from a technical perspective, PM&C hires the staff, they are immediately seconded to Ms Hartland. So there is no operational engagement with the staff. They work for Ms Hartland, in essence. There are currently three staff.
Senator, there's a SES Band 1, there's an EL2 and an APS 5 in the Secretariat.
APS 5. Okay, and which area of the department are these staff being seconded from?
So they've been hired into those roles, so they were not... I'm just thinking this through. None of them were existing staff?
That's correct.
Yeah, so none were existing PM&C staff. We in essence called for expressions of interest to support Ms Hartland, and then we brought those people onto our books for the purpose of seconding them to Ms Hartland.
Okay, and what area of the department is managing that?
So it's the Jenkins implementation team, which is being run by Ms Moran, and that's within my group.
Okay. And just on the review before, Ms Jenkins recommended that review consider employment security for MOPSAC staff. Is that review looking at that specifically?
Senator, the terms of reference are on the website. Let me just, I'm sure I've got a copy with me. So, Senator, the review is going to consider the recruitment of MOPSAC staff, including transparency of arrangements, the use of merit-based recruitment and pre-engagement checks, procedural fairness for the terms, conditions and termination of employees and employers under the MOPS Act, the responsibilities, expectations and accountability of MOPS Act employees, and appropriate public reporting and accountability of the administration of the MOPS Act.
And
so why isn't employment security listed in those terms of reference?
Well, I think, Senator, it's implicit in the terms that go to termination.
Just the Jenkins review was quite explicit that employment security should be a key part of that review, so I would have thought it would be appropriate to have it explicitly referenced in the terms of reference.
I think as Ms Foster said, it may not use the exact same words, but the intent is certainly that there is well and truly scope for submissions and consideration of employment security in the consideration of the review under those terms of reference, which include termination factors, which obviously go very specifically to employment security matters.
Sure, it's just procedural fairness isn't employment security. So was a decision taken to not use the specific words that Commissioner Jenkins used in those terms of reference? Why was it put like that?
Senator Smith, I'm not sure that I can recall, I certainly don't recall there being any decision taken to not use particular words. I think it was certainly the belief that the terms of reference picked up the content of Commissioner Jenkins's work and the scope for this review to look at what she had suggested it should look at.
In terms of the additional funding and resourcing for the Jenkins review, budget paper number 2 shows that the department received $2.6 million to design and establish the Office of Parliamentary Standards and Culture and undertake the preparatory work required for the Independent Parliamentary Standards Commission. Why was that money allocated to an executive agency which reports directly to the Prime Minister, given it's establishing an independent and non-partisan commission responsible to the Parliament?
Because, Senator, Commissioner Jenkins' recommendation was that the government establish those two bodies. And so PM&C, on the government's behalf, is doing the work to bring forward proposals for how those two bodies would function. So we won't be controlling them or running them. We are simply doing the work on their establishment because they are recommendations attributed to the government.
Okay, so what's the breakdown of that $2.6 million in terms of staffing and resourcing?
So, Senator, $2.1 million is for the design and the establishment of the OPSC, and that includes 5 ASL, and then $500,000 is for the preparatory work for the development of the IPSC, and that includes 2.5 ASL.
What levels are those staff?
Senator, I don't have that with me, but I can take that on notice.
And Senator, those will, typically when we do ASL proposals, we use an average figure because we'll have to determine as we scope the project exactly what levels we need within the teams or for the initial setup of the organisation.
How is it that this is to be done at arm's length from the government if it is being done by the government or by an executive agency of government?
So, Senator, I think there's 2 discrete elements. The recommendations of Commissioner Jenkins were that the entities operate independently of executive government, but somebody has to actually establish them in order for them to be able to operate independently. And so the work to actually, for example, develop the legislation needs to be done by an entity that exists, and these entities don't exist yet.
And that couldn't be done by an independent body which reports to the Parliament, a different agency or a different...
There is no such entity, Senator, that could do that work.
So where will the implementation task force of the workforce be situated? Is that in the department or in the Parliament?
So there's a lot of different groups, and some of the terminology is very similar, so just bear with me for a moment. There is the Leadership Task Force, which Ms Hartland chairs, which has 8 parliamentarians represented on it. That is supported by an implementation group, which is a creature of the Parliament, and which has representatives from parliamentary departments. And then within PM&C, we have an implementation team to do the work on the recommendations that were assigned to government, like doing the legislative and policy development work to establish the new entities.
And that group sits within PM&C?
Yes, and that's within my group, and that's headed by Ms Moran.
So who made the decision that it would be PM&C who would design and establish the OPSC?
Well, as I said, Senator, it was actually part of Commissioner Jenkins' recommendation that the government do it, and the government, the Prime Minister, made the decision that it would be his department that did that.
However, Senator Smith, the leadership task group that that comprises members including myself and Senator Gallagher will be briefed throughout the process of developing the OPSC in terms of the nature of its structure. So it is the government's intention that leadership task force, which again was a recommendation of Commissioner Jenkins, plays an active role. As Ms Foster has said, there has to be some agency of government that actually does the budget submissions to fund it, designs the legislation to legislate it. All of those things have to happen before the independent body actually exists. But in terms of the design of that independent body, consistent with Commissioner Jenkins's recommendation, it's important to use that multi-party task group as the vehicle to be receiving and ensuring we're acting consistent with Commissioner Jenkins's intent.
And in fact, the first briefing to that leadership task force on the OPSC took place last week.
I appreciate that. I just suppose when you're looking at creating a body which by definition needs to be at arm's length and independent to serve its purpose, and it's being established by an agency responsible to the Prime Minister and the government as opposed to the Parliament, that's where these concerns lie, and making sure that we can ensure that that independence is maintained in the design and in the establishment of the body is where we're concerned.
Yeah, so Senator Smith, it's before my time as a minister, obviously, because it's a different government, but the Parliamentary Budget Office would be an example of what is now an independent agency of the Parliament, but I am assuming the legislation that established the Parliamentary Budget Office was introduced by the government of the day and designed by the government of the day.
And of course, ultimately, the legislation goes to the Parliament.
Thanks, that's all I've got on these ones. I might jump back to Tim and then
Yes,
move we
yes,
can.
we'll go to Senator Ayres, and I know Senator Patrick has some questions, but I think it might be collecting a cup of tea, so we might break you up with something from him, Senator Ayres.
We had a bit of a discussion about National Cabinet and the extent to which the government really means that Cabinet rules apply to National Cabinet. There's no, all of the Cabinet rules apply to the actual Cabinet, don't they? All of the Cabinet rules in the Cabinet handbook, it's not, you're picking and choosing which ones apply to the National Cabinet, but they all apply to the real Cabinet, don't they?
No.
Minister?
Yes, Senator.
So the handbook, we can take it. It says that principles of collective responsibility and Cabinet solidarity are a binding device. That's not an optional thing for Cabinet ministers, is it?
No, Senator.
To apply to Mr G.
Yes, Senator.
What's going on? On the weekend, Mr G called a press conference in Orange. The ABC says the clearly emotional member for Calare called a press conference. He discussed at the press conference correctly the massive backlog of 60,000 unprocessed claims within the Department of Veterans Affairs. He said correctly that it's a national disgrace. And he said to the press conference that he spoke to the Deputy Prime Minister on Saturday morning and said, I told him the media was waiting outside the office, and as courtesy, I was letting him know as my leader that I was going to resign from Cabinet. If he didn't get his way. Why hasn't he been required to resign? That's just an out-and-out breach of the principles, isn't it?
Well, Senator Ayres, the government made decisions in relation to policy support around Veterans Affairs and claims processing through the budget processes. Last year, we provided a very significant additional sum of funds and of staffing resources for the Department of Veterans Affairs. we've gone further this year, including in response to some analysis and information that Mr G provided quite late in the budget process, but which we were able to respond to.
Provided quite late in the budget process with a Saturday morning public ram raid on the process, didn't he? He threatened to resign unless he got what he wanted, didn't he? By his own account?
Well, I haven't looked closely at Mr G's comments, Senator Ayres, but I know that the matters were resolved.
Does the device of cabinet solidarity apply to Mr G?
Yes, Senator Ayres.
It's not possible to reconcile these things. Does Mr Morrison hold a hose when it comes to cabinet solidarity?
Well, Senator Ayres, Mr Morrison leads a consultative cabinet in which we try to work through the many complex issues that we face across different portfolios.
Ministers can just free range like this?
As said, Senator Ayres,
When did you get told about the additional commitment that was required to stop Mr G resigning?
Look, I had quite a number of discussions about some of the information that was provided through an independent report that the Department of Veterans Affairs had received relatively late in the budget process.
Really? The department did it? You didn't get a phone call about 11 o'clock on Saturday morning, did you?
Senator Ayres, I had quite a number of discussions about the Department of Veterans Affairs resourcing over the last couple of weeks.
Is it just because the Prime Minister can't sack a National Party Cabinet Minister? Is that the problem?
Well, I think, Senator Ayres, you'll have to work out which part of the story you're trying to build there. You were talking to me a moment ago about a resignation, but now you're asking me about a sacking. All I'm telling you is that the matters were addressed. They're building on what had already been an even bigger investment in Veterans Affairs provided in last year's budget to help them speed up claims processing.
How can it possibly be consistent with the principles of cabinet solidarity for Mr G to do what he did, publicly then describe what he did, and then still be there?
Look, I'll let Mr G speak for himself, Senator.
But this is a question for the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister is responsible for upholding the standards, upholding the principles of cabinet solidarity and collective responsibility. So you're just going to wave this one through?
The Prime Minister is responsible for selecting his ministry, and Mr G continues to make a valued contribution in his portfolio areas.
So he said that followed quite a bit of activity, accords with what you've just said. There was quite a bit of activity, and the end result is that the $96 million to help process and clear this backlog of 60,000 claims is now going to be forthcoming. It's $22 million, isn't it?
No, Senator. There's a particular measure in the budget papers that relates to one part of the additional support for DVA, but there are additional areas of support that total that $96 million.
So you did give in to the $96 million, or you didn't give in? Was the ram raid successful or unsuccessful?
There's additional support for DVA to the tune of $96 million.
$96 million?
Is that where it's located?
Well, some of it is published there in BP2.
Yeah, 22 million. And then where's the difference? The last minute bit, where's that?
That's drawn from the contingency reserve, Senator. Yes.
And why is it there? Because like in the measures table on BP2, those two final years of the forward estimates just have a dash in them, and there's only 2 years of funding for claims processing, which obviously isn't enough to get rid of the 60,000. So why did you do it that way when most other measures are either the full amount is included in the forward estimates? Why is it being split?
I think there's a few parts to your question there. In terms of whether it's ongoing or time limited, what we're talking about here is clearing a backlog. So the point being, you need to escalate activity to clear the backlog, but then you may not need the same degree of resourcing ongoing once you've cleared the backlog.
Okay.
In terms of the different elements of this, it relates to the timing of which decisions were taken in response to the information from Veterans Affairs.
The timing. Minister Birmingham, one of your supreme skills, I have to give you, is the fact that you can use a lot of words to make things that are clearly happening, not happening.
But you're being much nicer to me than Senator Patrick was before, Senator. Indeed.
Well, let's just say but Minister G said it was 96 million to deal with the backlog in claims processing. Are you saying that the backlog can be dealt with 22 million?
Well, I'd actually say, Senator, that it's much more than that, because I can't remember the exact figure, but it was a couple of $100 million or so that we provided last year to provide for additional ASL to DBA. I think you and I had quite an exchange last year talking about, because it was one of the standout areas of where I had approved additional ASL to go into
labour
DVA.
hire primarily, yeah. Okay. And the timing was basically you gave the ERC gave Minister G 22 million, he wanted 96, got caught in a bit of a kerfuffle on the weekend, and so the balance has been located in the contingency reserve.
Well, I wouldn't.
I
wouldn't characterise it that way, Senator.
It is.
I wouldn't characterise it that way.
That's it.
Where else is it? Where else is it?
That's exactly what happened. I can tell you. See, look.
How come you cough up the truth for her, but you couldn't do it for me?
She's nice. She's nicer than you, Senator. Isn't it?
She is absolutely
You get more with
nice.
honey sometimes, you know.
You cannot pretend.
You get more with honey
That's exactly
sometimes.
what happened. On the weekend, they went whoops, and don't worry, it's in the contingency
as
reserve.
I said, there were a number of discussions to
I
understand
bet
the
there
elements
were.
of the proposal.
It's a polite way of saying it.
Please don't
the elements
blow
of the
up on the
proposal. Some
weekend.
of those elements were able to be dealt with in time for the details to be in the budget papers. Others have been provided in the CR.
Did any other ministers threaten to resign in order to secure funding commitments?
That's so funny.
Well,
been my
I certainly
highlight of the day,
not
thank
aware of anything, Senator.
So,
Oh, feel for you. Anyway.
when it all starts falling apart, it falls apart. In the Senate on Tuesday night, Senator Fierravanti-Wells said that the Minister for Immigration, Mr Hawke, had engaged in corrupt conduct. I don't know anything about that allegation, but I do know that Part 1.3 of the Ministerial Standard says that ministers must uphold the laws of Australia. You'd agree, wouldn't you, that an allegation of corrupt conduct shouldn't be dismissed lightly?
Well, I would say that anybody who has any such allegation they wanted to make with any degree of evidence to it should go to the police or other relevant authorities.
Has the Prime Minister or the department sought any additional information from Senator Fierravanti-Wells about what she said about Mr Hawke on Tuesday night?
Well, Senator Ayres, as it's well known, Senator Fierravanti-Wells was unsuccessful in her pre-selection on the weekend. She's had 17 years of valued contributions to this place. I understand her disappointment at losing her pre-selection, and perhaps as I've seen many others do when they've lost, they sometimes blame others. But I don't think that's a reason to lash out.
Well, we'll come to the blaming others in a moment, but you're not seriously saying you're just dismissing this allegation because you're worried about Senator Fierravanti-Wells' sense of disappointment and motivations that may have sat... I mean, you're not... You made no inquiries? The Prime Minister's made no inquiries as to the basis for these claims?
Senator, I'm saying the same thing I would say in relation to any such slur or allegation. If somebody has information or evidence in relation to anybody about any wrongdoing, then they should take it to police or relevant law enforcement agencies.
She went on to say, recent media reports confirmed a deal agreed by Hawke, Yaron Finkelstein from the PMO, Charles Perrottet, Dallas McInerney, Trent Zimmerman and Matt Keane. Is Mr Finkelstein, he's an officer of the PMO, does he do factional work during working hours?
Senator Ayres, no, he provides advice to the Prime Minister in a range of ways in relation to pre-selection matters. I mean, we had questions about High Court hearings before. I can only but note that...
He'd be in that up to his ears, wouldn't he?
I can only but note that the case heard immediately before the Liberal Party case was a Labor Party case in relation to Victorian Labor Party pre-selections. These are often hotly contested matters within political parties.
We didn't go and engage the Solicitor General. Mr Finkelstein's on the public purse. He's in this up to his ears, isn't he?
Senator Ayres, I don't know what discussions happen inside the New South Wales division.
Well, you just said that he wasn't doing factional work during work hours.
Sure.
Which is it?
Senator Ayres, plenty of discussions around... I mean, the last meeting of the Federal Executive of the Liberal Party happened on a weekend, Senator Ayres. So what discussions Mr Finkelstein or others have outside of working hours are broadly matters for themselves.
So they just figured it out on the day. Dallas McInerney, he's engaged in this discussion as well, according to Senator Fierravanti-Wells. It's the case, isn't it, that Mr McInerney will replace Senator Molan shortly after the election? That's the arrangement, isn't it?
Point of order. Well, this is, fascinating and no doubt fodder for gossip columns. I'm not sure how it relates to the federal budget handed down 2 days ago or the Senate estimates that we're considering here.
Well, I want to know whether public money is being spent properly, and I want to know whether the resources of the Prime Minister's office and the department are being used just like it's absolutely apparent that the resources and the status of the Solicitor General has been used in an entirely improper
That's
way
your assertion, Senator
to try and get over the line in a High Court case.
I don't think we've established that from any of the Minister's responses
We're going to have an argument across the table. All right, on the ministerial standards provides that ministers must declare their interest, don't they? And a failure to do that's a breach of the standards.
Yeah. Yes, Senator Ayres, go on.
Minister for Energy, Mr Taylor, holds an interest in a private holding company called McLaughlin River Holdings No. 1 Proprietary Limited, which he declared to the House 76 days after it was registered on the 25th of November 2021. We know it's a holding company because it's in the name. So 76 days after it was registered. Mr Taylor is, however, yet to declare the subsidiary company McLaughlin Riverland No. 1 Proprietary Limited, which was registered on the 29th of November 2021 and is wholly owned by McLaughlin River Holdings No. 1 Proprietary Limited. This all sounds pretty familiar, doesn't it? In terms of Mr Taylor, does the Prime Minister expect Mr Taylor to comply with the ministerial standards?
Yes, Senator.
If so, why hasn't he taken any action for this latest breach?
Well,
it's a long line, isn't it?
Well, Senator Ayres, I assume you are reading off of declarations to the House of Reps. Is that correct?
Well, I'm reading a set of notes here that says that this subsidiary company has not been declared.
I make, as do other ministers, Senator, 2 sets of disclosures. I make one as a senator, the same set of disclosures as you and every other senator around this table. I make a second set of disclosure as a member of the ministry through to the Prime Minister's office. It's unclear from me which set of disclosures you're referencing, but I'm assuming it is disclosures relevant to Mr Taylor's role as a member of the House of Representatives, which is a matter for the relevant committee of the House of Reps in that regard. If you want me to take some questions on notice about Mr Taylor's disclosures to the Prime Minister as a minister, I'm happy to do that.
So you can't tell me whether he's only one of these operations has been disclosed to the House, you can't tell me whether both of these have been disclosed consistent with the ministerial standards.
So,
Mr Reid, can you tell me?
So, Senator, as you are aware, we receive from the Prime Minister's office declarations of private interests, but and we've just before described in Senate estimates the broad process that follows.
Yeah.
But in terms of individual interests declared by any minister and any advice from us, that's all done within the context of the Governance Committee of Cabinet, and we're not in a position to talk about individuals.
So one company, McLaughlin River Land Number 1, Proprietary Limited, not declared before the House. The other holding company has been declared. You're not in a position to tell me whether either of these have been declared. So there's a failure to declare in the House, but you're not able to tell me whether either of these have been declared at all.
That's correct, Senator.
I, however, Senator Ayres had already offered to take on notice in terms of looking into that and providing information about declarations made consistent with the ministerial standards. The Prime Minister's office is diligent in reminding and following up with ministers in terms of providing those declarations. So I would fully expect that Minister Taylor has made declarations. Now, there's a second level that goes to your questioning, which is about subsidiary companies in such structures, and as for compliance or the need to provide subsidiary information to the House of Representatives, I'd leave that to the House of Reps Committee.
There's just echoes of Jamland in this. I think Senator Patrick's keen to ask questions. And
You're reading my mind, Senator Ayres. Senator Patrick, I'll give you the call and reminding committee members that we are due to break at 4 o'clock.
Yeah, just a supplementary in relation to Senator Ayres' questions, because I depart from his view in this instance. In relation to Cabinet solidarity, I'm just reading from the handbook. Cabinet ministers cannot dissociate themselves or repudiate the decisions of their cabinet colleagues unless they resign from the cabinet. So, in fact, didn't Mr G operate consistently with that principle, in that he was disagreeing with the cabinet and offered a resignation? The cabinet might have adjusted its position, but there's no breach of cabinet solidarity because he offered his resignation.
You make a fair argument, Senator Patrick. I'll let you and Senator Ayres both write competing op-eds on the matter if you each choose to. I can't say I've spent a lot of time dwelling on it.
Yeah, I just thought I'd make the point. I think Mr G has actually done the right thing by offering his resignation in circumstances where he might differ from the cabinet. Just a thought. I just want to go to a letter that I wrote to the Prime Minister about a COVID Royal Commission. I wrote a letter on the 19th of the 1st of this year. I'm just wondering if 10 weeks have passed. I haven't received any correspondence in relation in reply to that. So I'm just wondering if the department is aware of that correspondence. I'm happy to table it if you.
I certainly don't have it with me, so if you wanted to discuss it, it would be great to table it.
Thank you. Basically, it calls on the government or ask the Prime Minister to look at a COVID Royal Commission, and I was going to ask whether or not the department has been involved in preparing a response in relation to that, or whether any sort of draft letter might have been sent to the Prime Minister in order to respond to it.
Senator, to my knowledge, there has been no draft response to that letter. Obviously, the officers listening to me can hear that, and if that's incorrect, then someone will come and correct the record.
Has the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet given any consideration from a whole of government perspective to what would be involved to establish a Royal Commission inquiry into Australia's COVID-19 response?
Senator Patrick, I'll let Ms Foster address the question in relation to scenario planning or otherwise that the department might have engaged in as different issues are tossed around. The government's view at this stage hasn't changed from what I've expressed to you in the chamber previously and what the Prime Minister said previously, and that is that we are still managing aspects of COVID-19. There will be, no doubt, I suspect, many analyses of the responses of different governments here and around the world over the years to come, be they academic analyses or reviews or others. But it's not the government's intention at this stage to establish a Royal Commission.
But of course, PMNC can look at options in case the Prime Minister may wish to ask the question.
When senators like yourself or others are throwing around different ideas and options, then it sometimes sparks documents being prepared in question time briefs or other responses. But
so it's in that
doesn't necessarily give them
in that context. So I just asked
any government standing. But
so just in that context, I asked that question.
So, Senator, before there was a sort of somewhat public debate about the merits or not of a Royal Commission, the department, just as a matter of our normal kind of good practice lessons learned, had been thinking about what we could or should do to learn from the processes that we had been through. Our focus was much more on how we could collaborate with our colleagues across the Commonwealth Government and our colleagues across states and territories.
Right, so it's fair to say you looked at it briefly, but you perhaps took a different pathway as a preferred option.
Well, so we haven't taken a pathway.
Sure.
What we've been doing is having an internal debate about what would be most effective, and I think it's fair to say that our focus has been on how can we best, in quite a practical sense, look at what we've done and how we could improve that.
Okay, so that's consistent with what Senator Birmingham said to me on the 9th of February. I'll just read what he said so that everyone's across the detail. I have no doubt that there will be reviews when we are able to put the pandemic more squarely in the rear-view mirror, and that those reviews will need to entail cooperative research between the Commonwealth, states and territories around how we best prepare ourselves for future uncertainty and future disasters. So it's in that context what work has been done at a whole of government base level to prepare for a review or reviews of Australia's COVID-19 response.
So, Senator, we're still very much at the point of discussing what our options are, what might best serve us, because, of course, we're still in the process of dealing with the pandemic, and particularly for the operational areas, health and others, but also for our own teams in PMNC, the primary focus is actually still on responding to the current situations.
Sure. Has the government initiated any discussions with the states and territories to that end? What Senator Birmingham was talking about, and indeed you were talking about, involving the states?
Not to my knowledge, Senator, but obviously we'll take that on notice and see if there have been discussions. And as I said, our work at the moment has been largely internal thinking.
Okay, thank you. What about, has the Prime Minister discussed this with any of the premiers or chief ministers?
Again, Senator, not to my knowledge, but if that's incorrect, then we'll get you a different answer.
Thank you. And really, my final set of questions, has there been any funding set aside in the budget, perhaps even in contingency funding, for a Royal Commission inquiry or any other federal reviews in relation to COVID-19?
No, Senator, there hasn't. There's additional funding set aside in the budget for continued elements of COVID response, and there are provisions made in relation to contingency, and particularly around the advance to the Finance Minister to respond to unforeseens that may occur with COVID, but no, not on the specifics that you've raised.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Senator Patrick, I'm just looking over at Labor senators whether they have 5 more minutes of questions for outcome 1, but if you don't, we do,
Just give me a moment.
like I say, come back to them on Monday.
No obligation, Senator.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Have a 20-minute break.
Oh, if you're going to suggest a 20-minute break, Senator Gallagher, I won't disagree.
Okay.
I'm happy.
Although I might be sneaking out of school here, so I'm
I'm
just saying we're
happy
going
to-
in 5 minutes anyway for a cup of tea, aren't we?
Absolutely.
All Senator
But,
Gallagher's constituents, she's just looking out for them.
I'm happy to break now, but we'll finish up with outcome 1 for today and bring the NRA on afterwards.
Hadn't we?
Can I just ask a quick, one last, just couple of quick questions?
Senator Gallagher wants a cup of tea, so be quick.
Out of the paper cup.
This, Mr Morrison's personal photographer, who I think he calls himself official photographer of the Australian Prime Minister Scott Morrison. When did Mr Morrison start taking his photographer to meetings of the Federal Executive Council? His Instagram, I'm not on Instagram, I have to say, it's too youthful for me. But, you know, here he is, on his Instagram, meeting the Federal Executive Council. Whose idea was that? Is there any have photographers ever gone to the meetings of the Federal Executive Council before?
I suspect, Senator, as there have been photographs taken of Prime Ministers and Governors General meeting in different contexts, including of Executive Council at different times. I would doubt that photographers have or would stay for the duration of such meetings, but so capturing the moment is not unusual.
It's a posed thing, you'd say. Then it's not. He's not in there for the meet. Surely he's not in there for the meeting.
I mean, sort of.
They're pretending. They're pretending to meet.
Just like, Senator, I am sure after the election, when the coalition party room and the caucus hopefully meet in the same rooms they currently meet in. In each case, we will each invite the cameras in. They will take some pictures of our new colleagues who will be elected, and then they'll bugger off before we actually get down to business.
Is this title official photographer of the Australian Prime Minister Scott Morrison? Is that a title bestowed by the department?
Typically for private staff, personal staff of the Prime Minister, the titles would be determined within the office.
There's just no end to this bloke's vanity. But anyway, okay. Thank you.
And on that note, thank you very much, Senator Ayres, for those insightful questions. We'll break now for 15 minutes and we are done with Prime Minister and Cabinet outcome 1 for today. And we might see you again next week on Monday, all things being constant. But the committee will suspend now and reconvene with the NRRA at 4:15. And thank you, Minister. And I welcome Senator the Honourable Bridget McKenzie, Minister for Emergency Management and National Recovery and Resilience, Mr Shane Stone, Coordinator of the National Recovery and Resilience Agency, and other officers. Minister, do you wish to make an opening statement?
I do not, Chair.
Mr Stone, do you wish to make an opening statement?
Yes, I do, Chair. In the past I've handed it up, but this is not as long as previous statements, but I'd like to make this one if I may. If you
could hand it up once you were done,
Absolutely.
I suspect that would aid senators as well. Thank you.
Right. Good afternoon, Senators. I want to open by offering my condolence to the families of the people who have lost their lives in some of the most severe and extensive floods Australia has experienced. Only 24 hours ago, the people of Lismore were being evacuated for a second time as floodwaters threatened their homes and businesses. These rain bomb events, as they've come to be known, have smashed much of eastern Australia from late February. In many cases, the floods hit fast, in some areas waters rising quicker and higher than anyone anticipated. In the events that followed, the Australian Government's response was the fastest in the Commonwealth history. Within 24 hours of Queensland and New South Wales activating the disaster recovery funding arrangements, the Australian Government put in place the immediate disaster payments for adults and children. As of 27 March, over 1 million Australians have received emergency cash payments and income support. Over $1.38 billion has been paid out. These payments take immediate pressure off families. 81 local government areas in Queensland and New South Wales, with a combined population of almost 10.5 million, have been activated for disaster recovery funding arrangements. The assessments continue and will be ongoing, but to date over 4,700 homes have been rendered uninhabitable, including over 3,000 which have been destroyed by severe damage. Over 1,600 businesses have suffered a direct impact. That's as of the 29th of March. The Insurance Council of Australia estimates insurance claims will total $2.4 billion, with the largest percentage of claims for property damage. These people, our fellow Australians, are top of mind as the National Recovery and Resilience Agency works with the state and local governments and the communities over many years it will take to recover. The agency has worked hand in glove with Emergency Management Australia throughout this disaster in terms of the Commonwealth's role and continues to do so. The Queensland and New South Wales governments have primary responsibility for the immediate response and of course remain front and centre with the recovery. Local government also remains critically important. The scale of this disaster will require a collective and sustained effort. Shortly thereafter, I was on the road through northern New South Wales, visiting Tweed, Byron Bay, Ballina and Lismore. Before then, I'd been in Brisbane suburbs talking to members of the Australian Defence Force and residents as they cleaned up. Speaking about the floods in Parliament on Tuesday, the Prime Minister said Lismore had experienced an inland tsunami earlier this month. Over 1,300 homes had been rendered uninhabitable. The town's infrastructure had been trashed. The CBD is no more. Yesterday's flooding adds to the devastation, with many northern New South Wales communities again inundated. Words cannot do justice to the deep sorrow we feel for people who've already been through so much. The National Recovery and Resilience Agency has worked behind the scenes from the day of the disaster started to play out, and we haven't stopped. As the floods unfolded, I spent most of my time in Canberra with my team, keeping government informed of the immediate support needs as we work with Emergency Management Australia, and they're the first ones in from the Commonwealth, and with the Queensland Reconstruction Authority, Resilience New South Wales and other key stakeholders to understand the flood's impact. At that time, my job was not to be on the ground. That was the job of the first responders, and we are not first responders. I was where I needed to be and chose to focus my time and energy getting support out the door. We achieved that in record time. Before floodwaters receded in Queensland and as the emergency continued to play out in New South Wales, we responded. For the people who lost loved ones, whose homes were destroyed or damaged, who have tried to salvage their irreplaceable memories and possessions from the mud and the debris, and who face an uncertain financial future, I feel very sorry for their loss. But the fact remains, this was the fastest federal response in history. The agency responsible for the Joint Commonwealth State Disaster Recovery Funding Arrangements, DRFA, the relevant state governments drive this process, even though we work with them to develop their submissions. They are the initiators. This is because responding to natural disasters, including the provision of relief and recovery assistance, is primarily the responsibility of state and territory governments. My team worked around the clock with Emergency Management Australia and our Queensland, New South Wales counterparts to understand the impacts and determine what type of relief and recovery support were needed. This included areas eligible for the emergency payments for adults and children, and to work with their states on their Category C and D support packages. In addition, over $2 billion has been committed on the Category C and D of the disaster recovery funding arrangements, in addition to what is likely to be well over $1 billion in assistance on the Categories A and B. In New South Wales, the support includes $300 million for clean-up activities, a $285.2 million housing assisting package, a $150 million industry support package, funding for Northern Rivers businesses, $1 million grants for councils to meet immediate needs, recovery grants for small businesses, primary producer and not-for-profits, and $142 million property assessment and demolition program, and funding for community recovery officers. There's also a support package for larger businesses who are the lifeblood of these towns. The sooner they're back in business, the sooner people can start working again and return to some sense of normality. This includes Australian-owned dairy cooperative Norco, whose Lismore operations were significantly damaged by the floods. There is similar support for Queensland, $1 million grants for councils to meet immediate needs, recovery grants for small businesses, primary producers and not-for-profits, and grants up to $20,000 for restoration of community and recreational assets. On top of the disaster recovery funding arrangements is a suite of additional programs, emergency and food relief and financial counselling, additional funding for mental health services, and in the Northern Rivers a tailored Resilient Kids program for school-aged children. Further support was announced on 19 March. The Australian Government will draw down $150 million from the recovery component of the Emergency Response Fund and give equal grants to Queensland and New South Wales. That's $75 million each to spend where they, in agreement with the Commonwealth, determine it is most needed for recovery and post-disaster resilience initiatives. This will be followed by a further $150 million in 2023 for projects specifically for Lismore, to be informed by a $10.4 million regional study led by this agency in partnership with the CSIRO and working closely with the New South Wales Government. It's known as the Northern Rivers Resilience Initiative. And this is precisely the reason the Emergency Response Fund was established, to support recovery and resilience initiatives following significant or catastrophic disasters. I think you'd agree it doesn't get much worse than what we've experienced over the last month or so. Billions of dollars have been committed, and there may be more, as impact assessments and further discussions with the Queensland and New South Wales governments help us understand the longer-term recovery needs. This is taxpayers' money, and as such, we have a responsibility to balance haste with rigour when we recommend where to direct support. Our advice is based on evidence, drawing data from a range of sources, including early residential damage assessments conducted by the respective state government agencies, geospatial images of the flood footprint, estimating the square kilometres of flooding in each LGA, the proportion of the local population within the flood zones, and the proportion of the population that had applied for the Australian Government disaster recovery payment. Based on the information we had at the time, we estimated the local government areas of Lismore, Richmond Valley and Clarence Valley were catastrophically impacted, and so the additional disaster payments for affected residents in these areas, known as the Australian Government Disaster Recovery Payment Special Supplement, were announced on March 9. A little under a week later, and once more, further information had been provided and assessed. These additional payments were announced for people in the Ballina, Byron, Kyogle and Tweed councils who are affected by the floods. The agency's recovery support officers are also a key source of local information for us. Their efforts during the current disaster season underscore the merits of having regionally based staff who live and work in the communities they support. Not much longer. They provide regular updates on local conditions, which helps us roll out support as quickly as possible. They supported the state authorities to undertake damage assessments. They are working from recovery hubs and attending community outreach events. They're part of local, regional and state recovery groups. And because they live in these communities, they will remain involved in the recovery for however long it takes. Often said that recovery takes time and depends on many variables. In the case of this most recent disaster, I think we can all agree recovery is going to take quite some time. Many obstacles will be overcome through great effort from all levels of government, industry and impacted communities. We'll need a good amount of patience. For example, the reconstruction challenge is exacerbated by a pre-existing shortage of housing in many of the impacted areas and a pre-existing shortage of building materials and skilled tradespeople. I completely understand that people want to get back into their homes and on with their lives. It's going to take time, much like the Black Summer bushfires, circumstances beyond our control. Since the 2019 North Queensland flood, 154 disasters have been declared in 402 unique local government areas with a total population of around 20.8 million. The scale of what Australians deal with at times beggars belief. And behind these numbers is immeasurable heartache mixed with sheer determination to press on. Since my time in the Northern Territory, I've been in flood-affected communities from the start to well after the waters moved, and I've seen too much despair and devastation. Science tells us that longer, hotter, drier summers and more extreme weather are here to stay, and while we continue supporting people and communities recover, then we still have a big job ahead of us. Our applications for the new $50 million coastal and estuarine risk mitigation program, announced on 13 February, are now open. This is the third program funded from the resilience component of the ERF. The full $150 million available from the resilience component of the Emergency Response Fund has now been earmarked for mitigation projects, as I've detailed previously. Also imminent is an announcement of the successful projects to be funded under the $150 million Preparing Australia Communities Local Stream Grants projects. I want to just finally correct some misreporting, in particular relating to Lismore. They were never denied funding under the program in November. As I already stated, I went there, I met with the community, I met with the action groups, and we accepted all their applications. The agency supported them to secure certain funding. There is no shortage of projects centred on disaster recovery and preparedness which can be funded. They are competitive grant programs. Finally, in the same way that we work with those who have been successful, we will reach out to those who have not succeeded and encourage their ongoing interest where they may be able to access other programs. We need collective action across the board at all three levels of government. And it means not just building back, but building back better. There's no use restoring infrastructure like for like. When it comes to reconstruction, betterment should be the rule and not the exception. Thank you for your indulgence, Senators.
Thank you, Mr Stone.
I'll
Senator
hand
Watt,
up.
you have
Statement.
Thank you. Senator Watt, you have the call.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Mr Stone. It would be great if we can get copies of that statement.
I believe the Secretariat
Thank
are
you.
doing that as we speak.
Just before I start, can I just clarify, you're able to stay after the dinner break?
Yeah,
okay.
I'm here at your pleasure.
Okay, I thought there was some suggestion you weren't able to come back after the dinner break, but that's okay?
I have a procedure tomorrow, but...
Okay, you can stay?
Sorry?
You're able to stay?
Yes, I'm
okay,
staying.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
yeah.
Can I join with you in expressing my condolences, as I have previously, to all of those who've lost their lives in recent weeks, even as recently as this week, I think two more.
Two more, yeah.
Through the floods. It's a tragedy to see that keep on happening, and not to mention the thousands of people who've lost their homes and businesses. So absolutely join you in acknowledging the loss that so many people have suffered. Obviously, we've got a range of questions about particular aspects of the response and recovery to these floods. But can I just begin with sort of what's happening right now in places like Lismore? It concerned me to see reports over the last couple of days that so soon after the previous floods, not only are there more floods, but there were reports that emergency sirens weren't working, that evacuation orders were being issued, then retracted, then issued again, which I think contributed to an atmosphere of chaos amongst what I'm sure you would accept as a deeply traumatised community. I recognise that it's not, the NRRA is not responsible for those evacuation orders or emergency sirens, but can you just sort of express what do you know about the level of readiness for the second floods and the way and the immediate response with those sort of problems occurring?
I think, Senator, we agree we're not a first responder,
Yep.
but we're very interested in what happens. And I mean, I meet with various first responders in my role, and I think what needs to be remembered is that the SES, for example, are volunteers.
Yep.
They're just good, solid citizens who roll out and they do their best. All of it funded at state level in the same way as the fireys and the AMBOs and the police. And in the ADF when they're on the site. If the question is, can we collectively do better? Yes, we can. But it's going to require a very collegiate, cooperative effort between everybody at state and federal level, and local government's got a role to play in this too, to make sure that things go to plan. And I mean, you're right, I can only imagine the fear that would have been generated last night. I think that they were told to evacuate at 10 o'clock, then they're told they could go back, but I'm relying on media reports, and then they're out again. This really messes with people. So I don't want to be critical of those first responders. I think that they are good citizens who do their best, and it's a similar story all around Australia. I don't think the Commonwealth should be stepping up to be the first responder. This is clearly a state responsibility, and we need to work closely with them to help them get it right.
Yeah, and absolutely, I'm not in any way being critical of the first responders. I've visited many of them when I was in Lismore to thank them for what they'd done, and congratulated the Army, the troops who were there for what they were doing and things like that as well. But look, I mean, looking back on the last few weeks, and I suppose especially after, you know, the last couple of years we've been through serious natural disasters over and over again, and to now have a situation around Lismore where, you know, several days after the southeast Queensland flooded, as you know, it happened in Lismore. We saw with our own eyes, saw people having to use their own speedboats, their own tinnies to go and rescue each other. When I was down there, people were having to privately crowdfund helicopters for rescues and food drops. You know, people did feel abandoned in terms of the clean-up, immediate clean-up. And now we've got more floods a month later, and we've got emergency sirens not operating, evacuation orders being issued and retracted. I suppose my question is, how does this keep happening? That we seem to have this chaotic response.
I don't want to be critical of them because I know they do their best.
And I'm not in any way being critical of the people in their overalls who get out there and do the work.
And, you know, I meet a lot of them, and I mean, some of these people, I mean, you're right to reflect on, before Christmas, I was between Moree and Gundawindi. And I'd been there before, like 3 or 4 months before. And just when I thought, okay, Christmas is here, I was back out on the road between the Queensland border and up into Maryborough and Gameri, and I thought, oh, when does it end? And then we did get a bit of a break, and then all of a sudden all this started to happen. So I've got 2 branches that worked continuously for 9 weeks, and that included the weekends. And everyone felt the massive pressure to keep it going, to work with their state counterparts, and everyone was doing their best.
You can make a point of order,
Yeah,
Senator
we
Molan. I
have
may
the
not
National
accept
Resilience
it.
and Recovery Agency who are being asked to give an opinion on the SES and the way that the things functioned. If we wanted that opinion, would it not be best to go to those agencies and ask them for that? I mean, the Coordinator General has tried a number of times to say, I'm not going to comment on it. But I just make that point.
My question was broader than that. It wasn't, you know, I haven't asked, do you think the SES did a good job? Do you think this person did a good... That's not my question. My question is that as the head of the National Agency for Disaster Recovery and Resilience, how do we find ourselves in a situation as a country where we keep responding to disasters as if they haven't happened before, and we're scrambling? And, you know, I've wondered about the level of resourcing. Like, as I say, I think the people who were on the ground doing the work could not have done anything more than they did, but it absolutely felt that they needed a lot more of them.
I guess the other thing, we have a coordination role, and I'll just ask Mr Padovan to walk through, because he often represents me, because there are endless meetings of officials across emergency services and the like from state and territories and the Commonwealth, in where we do try to pull the threads together. Perhaps you could give a couple of examples. And in fact, we're coming up to a emergency ministers' council meeting in April. But anyway.
Nico Padovan, Chief Operating Officer. Senator Warner, I guess one of the key things to know that is different moving forward, and we've seen ample evidence of this since the 1st of July, is having an enduring agency now in place to deal with recovery and resilience has been a game changer in terms of the speed with which we can respond, the lessons we bring to bear. And we do have a document here that we're proposing to table that just gives an example of the rate at which we responded as the events unfolded. So requests coming in from the states being processed same day, turned around with the Prime Minister and announced within 24 hours. Disaster recovery payments being announced, implemented and available within 24, 48 hours. So, you know, to the Coordinator General's earlier comment about the speed with which we respond, I think things are actually in many ways getting better. And it doesn't help those in Lismore right now, and I take the point about flood warning infrastructure having been damaged in the last flood and not working. But there's also, you know, as I'm sure we'll touch on in this session, substantial money being provided to the states and territories that allows them to upgrade that infrastructure, allows them to better position themselves for the next disaster. So I think whichever way you look at it, you know, on a number of fronts, we've actually come a long way. And the speed, even as the current event is unfolding in Lismore, and this is, you know, more one for the Director General of EMA, the pre-positioning of defence assets, the pre-positioning of emergency assets, is very much about, ensuring that we're on the front foot. As the event is unfolding, there's only so much you can do. I mean, we're not going to put staff in harm's way or put others in harm's way.
Mr Padovan, and sorry, Senator Watt, to interrupt. It's my understanding that Minister Mackenzie is currently required at Legal and Con because they have moved on to the, what's the section of the program, sorry, Minister? EMA more quickly than we would have anticipated. So we are going... 2 hours ahead. More than, I think.
I thought we'd arranged for that not to happen so that we could both be here, but...
Well, we can go do that together and come back. They've suspended. I've just got a text from the chair.
Yeah,
I'm going to suspend the committee for 5 minutes while we get another minister to sit at this table in here, and we will let Senator Mackenzie go and do her thing, and we'll reconvene in a minute once we have a minister. Welcome Senator the Honourable Amanda Stoker representing Minister Mackenzie here at the table now. And Senator Molan, you have a few questions.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you. And about 20 minutes, I think, if that's okay with others. Minister and Coordinator General, thank you very, very much for that, for your very thorough opening statement. What I'd like to do is to go and pull some of the parts of the opening statements out, just to expand on them a little bit. But as Senator Watt did beforehand, I would certainly like to second the sentiments that you expressed in relation to what has occurred and to those who are on the ground doing it, to the bureaucracy, to your people who are coordinating and absolutely everything that's been doing. Our thoughts are certainly with those good people. Coordinator General, the first question I have relates to, and I haven't had time to look at back into your opening statement. You spoke at one stage about 154 disasters. What were those figures again, please?
Hang on. I'll give them to you precisely.
Thank you.
Yes, they're mind-boggling in terms of what Australia has been contending with. And just bear with me. Since 2019, North Queensland flood, and I reference that point because that's when I became involved in the monsoonal event in January, February. 154 disasters have been declared in 402 unique local government areas with a total population of 20.8 million Australians. Now, it's not just floods. We have dealt with cyclones, fires. In fact, it would be easy to say what we don't have responsibility for. I'm not in charge of mice, and I'm not in charge of grasshoppers. I am in charge of locusts, because they swarm and go across state borders. I know, you Senator O'Sullivan, you said you couldn't make this up, could you? No. But we've got everything else, and it is quite extensive, and it includes the COVID disaster payments.
Okay.
So for over a period of 6 months, we paid out $13 billion.
6 months?
6 months, 13 billion was the figure. And so we had the cyclone in Western Australia in Seroja. Cyclone came down a lot further than previous years, although there had been a cyclone in Albany many decades before. So, Albany, sorry, I miscorrected Western Australia. So apologies to the...
Just before I was born.
Right. It has just been unrelenting, and I do have a table which I can table, which gives you an idea. I think this would probably be a timely one. Chair, I'll table this. It's a map of Australia, and it's got all the disasters on it. And it gives you a good idea of what we've dealt with.
And does your 154 disasters who were declared in 402 local government areas, have you been able to compare that with a period prior to that, for example, 2010 to 2019 or something like that? How common is that?
I think that...
how normal is that?
Yeah, I understand what you're asking. And I would suggest that whilst the data is available, and in the National Recovery and Resilience Agency, we have a whole branch devoted to data. And we've never had that before. The Commonwealth's never had that capacity before. And the people in that branch draw down on historical information. So we get a bit of a gist of what had been happening. It's no accident that the great poem was Land of Flooding Plains, and, there's a reason for it. And that is Australia. It's how governments respond in the past. It would be true to say, and I talk to old-timers who got smashed by the floods in Charters Towers in 1974. They say to me, well, no one came. No one offered any help. You just got on with it. And I think there's been a fair bit of that. And
but we have come a lot. Is it of your opinion, as the Coordinator-General, that we have come a long way?
Oh, huge.
Huge.
Huge. In fact, we've probably lifted the bar so high that there is now an expectation that state and federal government will just step up and pick up the pieces.
Where are you seeing that, do you think, that expectation?
Oh, yeah. It's... You encounter it in your discussions when you talk to people. I mean, I thought some of the commentary around the ADF, whether they were there or not there, when in fact they were there right from the very beginning.
It's an interesting point that you raised. Would one of the issues be the view that it was remarked on that some people had to use their own boats to rescue themselves?
Which they would have done in the past.
Which they would have done in the past.
And look, I take my hat off to those citizens who scrambled, they did the right thing. Look, we saw this in the floods in North Queensland. We had chopper pilots coming out of Mount Isa, and these were towns that were not directly impacted, but they just rolled their sleeves up and out they went to help people who were sometimes 200 or 300 kilometres away. But that's what they did. And they said that's the Australian way.
That's good, isn't it? That's the
and
Australian
what you
way,
saw in Lismore was a good exemplar of that is the Australian way.
And that's tremendous. Could I get down to some of the detail? Do we need to wait for the states? A couple of times you said that this has been the fastest federal response, record time. The primacy of action lies with the states. I think that's the statement.
Yeah.
But we can provide that. Do we have to wait around for the states to ask us?
Well, under the current arrangements, under the DRFA, the states need to make the request.
Sorry, they need to, or they?
Under the arrangements that exist.
Thank you.
They need to trigger it. Some states are quick, others not so fast.
Okay.
With Cyclone Seroja, I think that we waited for some weeks, didn't we, to get a response from Western Australia? Yeah, several phases. And see, if a state's not familiar with what's required of them, they struggle. And if it's a small jurisdiction, So, for example, if you go to the Northern Territory, Police Commissioner is also the Chief Fireman, he's the Chief Emergency Services person. It comes down to capacity. And we think there's a need in our agency to assist smaller jurisdictions to develop the capacity to know how to trigger the applications and write the letters.
And I think that the value of this is that we do have an opportunity to look at different types of support. Can you explain that process and the different types of support that the Commonwealth can provide? I think you referred to them as ABC before.
I'm going to invite, if I may, Chair, the lady who heads up this entire section and had worked right through all those floods. Alison Somerville over here. And Alison lives and breathes this area of activity and will explain in layman's terms what happens from the beginning to the states then making their applications.
If you could keep it, Coordinator General, if your staff member could keep it fairly succinct, please. Thank you.
She will.
Absolutely. Alison Somerville, Executive Director for Recovery Operations. So under the disaster recovery funding arrangements, there are 4 categories of assistance. Categories A and B can be activated automatically by the states. So category A is assistance for individuals. Typically it's emergency assistance like small payments to buy essential items like toothpaste and food and blankets.
$1,000, yeah.
Also emergency accommodation, just to get people sort of on their feet if they've been displaced and that sort of thing. Category B assistance is to do with counter-disaster operations. So that would be things like sandbagging, or for bushfires it might be aerial firefighting, things like that. There are rules around when the funding arrangements kick in versus what comes out of the state's budgets. Also under category B, there is reconstruction of essential public assets. So that's repairing roads and other infrastructure, so bridges, culverts, any buildings, state buildings that are destroyed or damaged in those events. Then we have category C and D assistance, which are the sort of extraordinary assistance categories. Those categories, the states request assistance under those categories via a letter to the Prime Minister. Category C is about communities, supporting communities. So,
sorry, that was D?
Category C.
C, thank you.
So we have community recovery funds available under category C, and the states will look at what the recovery needs are on the ground and tailor a community recovery fund accordingly. Typically, those category C measures involve grants for primary producers and small businesses to help them get back on their feet as well. And category D is any other extraordinary assistance that's required that is not covered under the other 3 categories. And typically in category D, states use it for things like betterment. So where maybe a timber bridge was burnt in a bushfire, they would replace it with something that meets modern engineering standards.
Okay, thank you. And the Coordinator General spoke before about the huge improvement that we've lifted the bar. Weren't we talking about, and we can always get better, weren't we talking about streamlining this process at one stage?
Yes, that's correct, and we have streamlined.
Yep.
So we have introduced a new streamlined process for activating categories C and D. So that's the extraordinary assistance requests, and we've trialled that new process throughout this disaster season, so the 21-22 disaster season, and we also trialled it throughout 2021. And we've had some really good results from that. So what that means is the states previously had to meet certain indicators to apply for those categories of recovery assistance. But the problem with that is it can take some time to get damage assessments done and to get in and actually see the full impacts of a disaster. So through the new system, the states prepare a business case based on what they know at the time. They work very closely with us. My officers typically will go and sit in the states and work with the state counterparts to develop those recovery packages. And then when the package comes to the Commonwealth, when the request comes to the Prime Minister, we're already fully across it and we're in a really good position to provide quick advice.
No, that's good, thank you. And we often talk about the, we express our view that the change has been huge and we've lifted the bar. In terms of looking at it from the timelines of what's occurred, are you able to go through the timelines, choosing, say, Lismore, say the second flood or the first flood, whichever you would like to choose, when the requests for the Commonwealth were received and when the support was provided, and perhaps if this is complex, perhaps that could be provided at a later stage. What do you think?
So we have actually tabled...
Not yet, we haven't, no.
Oh, we haven't? Sorry, I've jumped the gun.
No, that's okay. I was going to save it for when Senator Watts is back, but we can table it now.
Thank you.
It sets out chronology of from the 23rd of February right through to the 19th of March.
Thank you.
So we'll distribute these. We've got a pack of them here.
Thank you.
All right?
So I guess just as a highlight, what that summary shows is we had instances where we received a request, the Prime Minister received a request from the states and we turned it around the same day.
Yes. Okay. And that have you done a similar study for, say, for the Queensland floods as well?
No, we've concentrated on Lismore because of the catastrophic nature of what happened there. Although, when we got to the end of Moree to Goondiwindi and then the next lot up to Maryborough, I did ask Ms Somerville to prepare me a chronology, tell me how quickly we moved, and again, it was impressive. I could undertake to...
It's included in that.
It's included in there, okay. No, that's these Queensland floods.
Yeah,
yeah, but I'm talking about the other ones before Christmas and after Christmas.
No, that's tremendous. Thank you. If you could,
Right,
that would be
we'll do that,
be very, very helpful.
Because that's the measure of the success
Correct.
of this. I think when you've got a situation where, particularly around Lismore, the Prime Minister reacted the same day, speaks volumes in terms of how efficient the whole system is.
Yes, yeah. And Chair, if I could just use my last 5 minutes to move on to the Emergency Response Fund, please. Thank you. The Emergency Response Fund has attracted a number of comments, some of them political, some of them looking for better ways of doing it. Could Coordinator General or whoever you think is most appropriate, could you give us a very quick background to the Emergency Response Fund? I think it was it was legislated, it was agreed legislation?
Yes, but the legislation was not complete, I don't believe.
Right.
And so what Minister Mackenzie has flagged is to revisit the legislation and to refit the fund to use it perhaps in a different way. I mean, the ERF is a future fund for extreme recovery situations, but having said that, it sits in the future fund. The guardians of the future fund actually have that money in their fund,
right?
In the same way that the future drought fund money is in the same fund. And I guess my frustration was that people thought I had this bucket of money under my desk, and I didn't. At best, I was able to recommend to my minister that we would spend 50 million a year, and we did the first 50 million. That was on flood mitigation projects.
But that was in the legislation, as I understand.
Yes, it was.
Yes.
And then the second 50 million was more flood mitigation. And then the third lot, which I referred to in my opening statement, was another 50 million in relation to coastal erosion and riverine projects. And now what's been announced in the budget is in the context of an additional monies that would be freed up to be used, and it was to be 50-50 New South Wales and Queensland, 75 million each.
But what, is that from the ERF?
Yeah.
Okay. And that's an initiative from the budget, isn't it? It was announced
It is,
Tuesday night.
yes.
Yes, that's good.
Yeah.
So we didn't have this back in 2007, did we?
No, you didn't have
What
a
year
lot
did it come
back
through?
then, no.
What year was the legislation, please?
Was it? 2019.
2019. Okay, thank you. And my understanding, and maybe when Senator Watt comes later, he might be able to clarify this, but my understanding was that the Labor Party supported that legislation. If that's not in your understanding, then that's fine. I'll leave that. I'll leave that as it
I
is.
think that it is best to hear from them.
Yep. No, that's good, thanks. To your knowledge, you've made 2 recommendations each of $50 million or more.
What happens is the grants are sort. Let's take the first 50, and this again adds to my frustration. The money's paid to the states or territories based on particular projects that they want to progress. And when I was in Darwin last weekend, I raised one particular project which is around the Katherine flood levy. Now, Katherine, that means something to me because as Chief Minister I oversaw the 99 floods and tried to deal with a town that basically sank under the Katherine River. And so I was very, very supportive of the Territory Government's approach to could they complete and improve the levy. So $9.3 million was allocated. The co-contribution from the Territory was to be $600,000. Money's been paid to Northern Territory Treasury, but nothing's happened.
That's interesting. Why?
Well, I guess state governments are under their own financial pressures, and I make no complaint about the approach of the Treasurer, Minister Manison, who I think is trying to find a way through.
And I guess we shouldn't get too much into
look,
into that.
I guess what keeps me awake at night is the thought that we might end up with a flood somewhere or a fire somewhere, and yet I know that we had ticked all the boxes and done all the right things, but the project just didn't happen.
No, and that's fine. Part of the legislation, as I understand it, and if you could confirm this, please, is that if the money is not available from other sources, then the ERF would provide that money.
Is that right? I think that's right. No, I don't think that's right. No. Look, let us find out, but that's something new to me.
Okay.
I thought it's a co-contribution. It's a co-contribution.
Oh, certainly, but it being a future fund, you don't touch that unless the money is not available from other sources.
If I could just clarify that.
Certainly.
When the fund was set up, it was set up with a view to accumulating over time, so with a view to getting to 6.6 billion over the course of a decade, and to be drawn upon where the DRFA and other mechanisms were not sufficient. And perhaps when we touch on the flood work and further the Coordinator-General's opening statement, there's already been around a $2 billion contribution under the DRFA, but this is the biggest disaster that we've had to deal with. And on that basis, we've certainly recommended the Minister, and the decision of government has been now to draw down that fund for those further rounds of 150 that are associated with the recovery and resilience building components.
Okay. Then where, please, does the $150 million component of this fund work?
So, Senator, there's $200 million available annually, $50 million for resilience projects that the Coordinator-General mentioned. So that's the 2 rounds of the National Flood Mitigation Infrastructure Program plus the Coastal and Estuarine Program. So those 3 totalling 150 are all in flight. The $150 million per year was the money that was available for recovery and resilience building projects. And in the case of this most recent flood event, as was said earlier, $75 million each to Queensland and New South Wales to implement projects in their states. And then there's a further $150 million that will specifically target the Northern Rivers region of New South Wales to assist with infrastructure programs there.
Okay, that's good. And therefore, it seems to me that it is very important to try and preserve that fund just to generate the money that can regularly be taken out of it. Is that the basis of the fund?
That was my understanding of where it all started. I guess these are exceptional times. I can't stress enough to senators, this flood events, I call it events because across 2 states is actually bigger than the bushfires.
Yeah.
It's bigger than the bushfires.
Yeah. No, that's good, thanks. And thank you very much. Thank you very much for your answers.
Wonderful.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Molan. Very quickly, Senator Ayres.
Just listening to your responses to those questions, and I guess I wanted to ask you about 2 of them. I think Senator Molan said, is it of your opinion as the Coordinator General that we've come a long way? And I thought I heard your response right, so I've asked my staff to check, and you said, oh, huge. In fact, we've probably lifted the bar so high that there is now an expectation that state and federal government will just step up and pick up the pieces.
That is correct. We encounter it on the ground all the time.
Is that really the attitude?
It's not an attitude.
From the Coordinator General
it's not.
that we've lifted the bar so high in terms of our response that people have got unrealistic expectations of what government should do?
Well, no, you're embellishing my answer now, with great respect, Senator. What
you said was,
Senator,
let me just be clear. You said, in fact, we probably lifted the bar so high that there is now an expectation that state and federal government will just step up and pick up the pieces.
Point of order. Can I just ask that the witness be allowed to answer in full before he's spoken over and verbaled again?
Yes.
my response is centred around what people's expectations are, because I made the comparison with what happened, for example, with the floods in Charles Towers in 1974. And I've spoken to people who are in the middle of those floods, and they make the point to me, we had no expectations. We just assumed that this was all the challenge of farming and you got on with your lives. What we continuously find now, and this is not a criticism, it's never intended as a criticism, is that people do have an expectation that the taxpayer will step up. Now, that's not a criticism, that's a fact. That's where we are in Australia at the present time.
Okay. It's very close to 5:15, Senator Ayres, so we'll wrap this up, and I'll read out what I meant to read out. The President of Ukraine, Mr. Volodymyr Zelensky, will address the House of Representatives at 5:30 p.m. The committee will therefore suspend now to allow senators to attend the address, and the committee will recommence at 8 p.m. in continuation with the NRRA. So we will see you all at 8 p.m. and suspend. Thank you all.
Thank you.
With its examination of the National Recovery and Resilience Agency.
Chair, can I just draw to Senator Watt's attention?
You can draw it to the attention of all senators,
but
Mr. Stone.
we tabled this document, so all other senators have got it. I just want to make sure that you've got it.
Thank you.
And there was also a summary of recovery assistance. There was a
Okay.
map.
Great, I'll have a look at those.
Okay.
Thank you.
Very good. Yes, Senator Watt, you have the call.
No worries. Thanks for your indulgence so that the Labor members of the committee could watch the Labor leader's budget reply. We appreciate that.
Very welcome.
I think where we were when Senator McKenzie and I had to rush off to another committee was just sort of talking through what's been happening around Lismore lately, and what it sort of tells us about our state of preparedness. And Mr. Stone, I think while I was out of the room, you made some comments about people's expectations of government changing around natural disasters. What was the point you were making there?
Oh, simply in response to a question from Senator Molan about people expecting government to be more involved, more hands-on, which we are. I mean, that was quite clear from quite a bit of evidence in the Royal Commission. And it's no different from Australians expecting a first-class health system or good roads or good education. It's where we are, and it's entirely reasonable.
I think, I gather you sort of made the point that back in the 70s, there was a flood in Charters Towers, for instance, where people just got on with it. Do you think people should just get on with it now?
No, I never said that, Senator.
Okay, I'm going off media reports, so...
Yeah, well, I've seen the media reports, so please don't add to the verbling.
Yeah, no,
right,
that's why I'm asking
Very
whether
good.
that's...
Thank you. I was not suggesting they should go back and just get on with it. I was clearly making the point that Australia has moved on, and there is an expectation, and there's an expectation about preparation, betterment, all of these important things. I mean, currently, the rough figures are we spend 97% on cleaning up and only 3% on getting ready, and that is not a sustainable future for us as a nation.
Why is it? But what I mean, we're now, Minister, we're now at the nearly 10-year mark of this government, and we're still at a point where, as Mr. Stone says, governments spend 97% of disaster funding on recovery and only 3% on preparedness or mitigation. And Mr. Stone has said that's not sustainable. I mean, why hasn't it been fixed? You've been in power for nearly 10 years.
Yeah, Senator, the setting up of things like the NRRA as a result of the Royal Commission into natural disasters, the setting up of the Emergency Response Fund, the spending of aspects of that fund as a result of this catastrophic event that we've just seen. I think if you look back a decade ago at the level of collaboration, and Mr Panavan might want to expand on, disaster recovery financing arrangements in the 2011 floods in Queensland took in excess of 5 months to actually negotiate between Commonwealth and state governments. But here in this event, we have been able to roll out both financial and non-financial assistance more speedily and more targeted than ever before in our nation's history. Can we improve? Of course we can. And after this event, both state and federal government agencies will review and see what we can do better next time. But the level of collaboration and joint effort is streaks ahead of where it was previously. And I might just hand over to Nico to really go to that, because it's very easy.
No.
It's very easy,
Minister,
if you don't have a historical context, to make the type of cheap comments you just did. You need to situate them in fact, not in some, Labor Party narrative that suits your current election pitch.
Minister and Chair, we have limited time. I lost time because we unexpectedly had to go to another committee. I don't need the Minister deciding and posing questions to witnesses for me.
We'll ask the next question then,
Thank you,
Senator Wash.
Chair. One thing I'm still trying to clear up, particularly around the recent floods, is the sequence of events leading to the declaration of a national emergency. And I'm not sure whether any of that's set out in that table that you've tabled, but what we've established in other committees today is that the Prime Minister announced his intention to declare a national emergency on the 9th of March, which was the day he was in Lismore. The Governor-General then issued the declaration on the 11th of March, the Friday. And despite asking questions in PM&C estimates, EMA, in Home Affairs, I still haven't been able to establish what advice was provided to the Prime Minister that he based his decision on. So what I've also been able to establish is that there were at least 3 meetings of, I think it's called the Crisis and Coordination...
And Recovery.
Crisis Coordination Committee or
Hang
something
on,
like that.
I do have that name here.
And so, and what we were told by PM&C, well, between PM&C and EMA, what we were told was that there was a meeting on the 27th of February where the possibility of declaring a national emergency was discussed, and that was the day before Lismore flooded. There was another meeting, there were probably many meetings, but it was discussed again on the 2nd of March, and it was discussed again on the 8th of March. Mr Stone, just starting with you, did you have any discussions with the Prime Minister or his office about the possibility of declaring a national emergency before he announced it?
No, Senator, I thought this was a matter for EMA.
It's actually a matter for the Prime Minister.
And the Prime Minister,
yeah, it's his decision, as we discussed in the other committee. And as we were getting to, a level of advice was continually, iteratively sought and given from a range of agencies, including State Emergency Services, the Bureau of Meteorology, EMA itself, etc. That would have been feeding into the Prime Minister's decision-making process.
And what we also established with EMA was that the Prime Minister didn't consult you or speak to you, Minister, about declaring a national emergency before he advised you he was going to do it.
Well, as I said in the other committee, he's not required to under the legislation. It is absolutely his decision. He needs to satisfy himself that the thresholds have been met, and we've walked through what they are. And as I've said now for the 3rd time, in that period of the disaster, there were regular briefings from officials across the board, so feeding into his decision-making process.
Is there anyone at the NRRA who shed any light on what information was provided to the Prime Minister which led him to deciding to declare a national emergency?
He did not engage with me, Senator.
Right.
So,
and no one... Mr Padovan, were you or anyone else from the NRRA on this crisis committee?
So I am on the crisis committee with Director General of EMA. In terms of what was provided to the Prime Minister, I was not privy to that. We were simply kept abreast that there was work underway with a view to potentially activating. And that's Mr Buffoni and PM&C who are best placed to answer that question.
Okay. We'll have to just pursue that at another time, I suppose. Minister, are you aware
if you were a crook, Mr Stone...
If I was?
If you were a crook and there was a job to be done that was urgent, you'd get Mr Padovan to do it, wouldn't you? You wouldn't wait for the cameras and when you're well.
Sorry?
Sorry, I don't follow the question.
Yeah, you're being too obtuse, Senator Ayres.
If you had a job to do in the Northern Rivers, some announcement that needed to be made about a declaration or a project that was going to be funded, and you couldn't make it, you wouldn't delay for a week so that you could be there for
you
the...
were sick, Senator Ayres.
Crook as in sick.
I thought you meant crook as in crooked.
It's a New South Wales, Tasmania
apologies.
Thing, I imagine. Crook as in Rookwood. Ill.
Sick.
Sick.
Not feeling
well. Unwell.
Yeah, okay. But you're asking me to engage with a hypothetical, and it wasn't...
We don't like hypothetical
You'd get Mr
questions,
Padovan to do it,
estimates.
wouldn't you? You wouldn't wait for the cameras to turn up.
Oh, I'm not real sure about that.
Anyway, sorry, I shouldn't interrupt.
No, you shouldn't. Senator Watt, you have the call.
Minister, are you aware... So the NRRA has a set of values. Are you across those? They're set out in the corporate report of the NRRA. Okay.
I'm happy for you to read out the values of the NRRA.
So some of the values of the NRRA are that we make an effort to understand individual circumstances. We are authentic and compassionate and aim to empower others. We make evidence-based decisions that are well informed by on-the-ground intelligence. So I take it, Minister, that as guiding principles of the agency, the expectation is that all agency members would uphold those values?
Absolutely. I mean, with any corporate plan and the values and missions that you outline, you'd expect that flows right through the organisation.
So there would be consequences for members of the agency if they fail to uphold those values?
I'll hand to the Coordinator General.
Well, I'm asking you as the Minister.
Well, he's the head of the agency.
What would be your expectation as the Minister?
My expectation would be that the values of the agency would be upheld within the agency.
And your expectation that there would be consequences for members of the agency if they fail to uphold those values?
Well, obviously that is a matter for the head of the agency.
What do you think, Mr Stone?
I'm not quite sure. Do you have an example?
Well, I'll come to that, but as a general proposition, would you expect that there'd be consequences for members of the agency if they didn't uphold the values?
Like you, with a legal background, I don't engage in hypotheticals, so I'd have to know what the exact circumstances were.
Well, I'm sure you remember, Mr Stone, you caused quite a storm during the floods when you gave an interview about the floods, and when asked about flood victims, you said, and I quote, "You've got people who want to live among the gum trees. What do you think is going to happen?" Do you think those comments reflect the values of the agency?
Look, my focus is on the survivors, Senator, but since you raise it, I can only wonder why it's taken you 12 months. Because in my opening address to estimates back in May 2021, I said exactly the same thing.
I remember you telling us about how the agency is authentic and compassionate. So...
No, I'm referring to the comments you're complaining on.
Well, they were reported more recently and attracted a lot more attention during the floods. I mean, it doesn't matter when you made the comments.
Oh, yes, it does. I mean, I've referred to those issues in successive speeches, articles, media interviews. I'm just surprised that...
So you're a repeat offender in saying that people choose to live among the gum trees, is that what you're saying?
As I said, my preoccupation is the survivors and making sure that they get the support that they need at this point in time.
Is that enough?
Would you say that's... Please, Senator? You might have noticed I'm not alone. The Deputy Premier of Queensland said something similar.
No, he did not say that what he said, which is quite a different matter, is that we should consider where we approve new developments, where buildings are approved for. He did not say anything remotely like, you've got people who want to live among the gum trees, what do you think is going to happen? Which was blaming victims for their situation.
No, you're not going to verbal me, Senator. This is not victim blaming. This is talking about really important issues.
You've got people who want to live among the gum trees. What do you think is going to happen? Aren't you saying that people are choosing?
Senator.
You're saying people are choosing where they live and they reap what they sow.
No, not happening, Senator.
Well, what do you mean?
You're not verbaling me.
Well, what do you mean when you say you've got people who want to live among the gum trees?
I have raised similar issues and you've just discovered it. You assure me every time I come here and I hand up my opening statement, I will read it. You clearly haven't.
Well, do you think, is it a defence to say that you've said this many times?
Well, it's not new. And I'm not the only one. And I can tell you now, right now, as I sit here, my preoccupation remains the survivors and supporting them in every which way I can. And that is why, Senator, we tabled for you a chronology that shows the fastest rollout in Commonwealth history.
Can you tell me how it supports survivors to make statements saying that people want to live among the gum trees, what do you think is going to happen? How does that help survivors?
As I said, Senator, my preoccupation is supporting survivors.
Well, how does that support them?
If there's a broader conversation about a range of other issues, and it's not just Shane Stone, and you've just discovered that I've been saying this for 12 months. I mean, this is so disingenuous. Do not verbal me, Senator.
I'm quite amazed that you think that it gets you off the hook to point me to the fact that you've been making these sorts of insensitive remarks for a long time.
I'm not trying to get off the hook, Senator. I'm doing my job.
So it's your job to go out there and blame flood victims for the situation they find themselves in?
So you're verbaling me again.
It is indeed getting a little repetitive.
One of your other quotes was that they're being flood victims, their house falls in the river and they say it's the government's fault. Would you say that demonstrates that you're making an effort to understand individual circumstances, being one of the values of the NRRA?
Senator, I would be the most travelled, disaster-related person in this country, dating from the monsoon event in North Queensland. No.
It's not a competition about how much time you spend on the road.
I've been out there, Senator.
Can we... I have warned about this very regularly at estimates and very regularly today. I don't like having senators and witnesses talking over one another, so if we can try and keep call and response in time so that we can all hear what's happening. Mr Stone, I think you were providing a response to Senator Watt's question before he asks his next one. Thank you.
So I have travelled hundreds of thousands of kilometres. I have sat with flood victims, I've held flood victims, I've cried with flood victims, and it breaks my heart to see the recurring disasters that people are having to confront. And I take a broad view about what can I do to help these people. And you're trying to verbal me.
No, I'm not verbaling. I'm giving you your direct quotes. Can you tell me how it helps a flood victim for you to be saying their house falls in the river and they say it's the government's fault? How does that help anyone who's traumatised by a flood?
It's been part of a broader conversation, and I front up, I'm front and centre. I work with flood survivors. I'm still working with people in North Queensland, and many of those people are in this conversation, and they will be going forward. I mean, do you seriously think this is not going to be part of a national conversation?
You would have spent a bit of time in South Lismore recently?
Yes.
You would have spent a bit of time in Goodna recently? Or areas around Ipswich?
Yes, areas around there, yes.
Have you been to the Chindra caravan parks?
Not the Chindra, no.
But you know of them?
I know of them,
You know that they
yes.
flooded. Did you see a lot of gum trees in those places? Because you're saying that when you're talking about floods, you've got people who want to live among the gum trees. What do you think is going to happen? I didn't see a lot of gum trees in South Lismore or Goodna or Chindra caravan parks.
Now you really are trying to verbal me, and I'm just not going to have it.
No, that's your direct quote.
No. For you to now conflate a reference to gum trees to flooding...
Well, what else is it a reference to?
As I said, my preoccupation is making sure that I'm looking to the well-being of those who are the survivors of floods, Senator, and I'm not going to be verbaled by you or anyone else.
You do recognise, don't you, that many people who were flooded recently and many people who are often affected by natural disasters don't necessarily choose where they live with a lot of money in their pocket. A lot of the places that get flooded are low-income places that people choose to live because they can't afford to live somewhere higher up a hill. Do you acknowledge that?
Now you're really stretching it, Senator.
You don't think that's a...
No. You're off on a tangent where you're now trying to draw me into that somehow I criticised people in low-income areas, and that is... I'm not going to be verbal,
Well, no, I just keep coming back to your comments.
Well,
so when you say things like, you've got people who want to live among the gum trees, what do you think is going to happen? What do you mean by that? If it's not saying that people are responsible for their own choices and where they end up, what else does it mean?
Chair, I've answered as much as I can answer on this.
I haven't asked... I've asked that question a couple of times and haven't got an answer.
I'm not going to be verbal.
Chair, it's your quote.
Order.
Just on Mr Stone's responses, he's a public servant. He's required to turn up to estimates and answer questions. He's in no way being verbaled. What he's required to do is to answer the questions, and he's avoided answering a series of questions.
I think that series of questions has been
including the last
quite
one,
repetitively,
including the last one. It's been put repetitively because we can't find an answer. Senator Watt's asking him what his statement means, and he should be in a position, as the head of the agency, to explain to Senator Watt and the committee what it meant when he said what it was that he said about people who want to live among the gum trees? It's a fair question. He should answer it.
And I think Mr Stone has answered it, Senator Ayres.
I've got nothing further to add, Chair.
Do you regret making those statements?
Perhaps we move on to a different line of questioning, Senator
What,
Watt.
do you regret making those statements?
As I said, I've got nothing further to add, Chair.
Well, the witness has just been unresponsive now.
You're one of the most highly paid public servants in the government, Mr Stone. I think it's reasonable to ask you what you mean by public statements that you make.
And I think, sorry, so Senator Small, are you making a point of order?
Yes.
Okay.
These are budget estimates to examine the operation of and the expenditure by government departments and agencies, and I feel that we have strayed a long way from the provision of the standing orders. So I think you've been very generous in allowing this line of questioning to continue, but I would raise this as now out of order.
Well, a point of order has to have some attachment to the standing orders, and
I think that's
And
very clearly.
That one did.
It doesn't.
Okay. Okay, senators, I think we've traversed this topic enough.
Okay, Minister,
Senator Watt?
Minister, do you support the comments of your Coordinator-General?
Usually, which one
Well,
specifically?
that you've got people who want to live among the gum trees. What do you think is going to happen?
Look, I think when the Coordinator-General made those comments, I was quite public that I didn't think it was the right time to be canvassing a conversation that after natural disasters in this country we do have, after Black Summer bushfires recently, and again, you know, even our Ash Wednesday fires, etc. in Victoria, you know, over a decade ago, they are the conversations that communities and governments have post a horrific natural disaster. But as I spoke to the Coordinator-General at the time, I said that the timing was probably off.
Did you say that to the Coordinator-General?
Not a direct quote, but I did convey my view that it should be a conversation for after the event, rather than in the immediate phase of the recovery.
Mr Stone, you've often talked about your close relationship with the Prime Minister. Do you still have the confidence of the Prime Minister in this role?
I'm still here.
Does he support did he have a chat with you about the comments that you made?
Well, perhaps you could ask him.
Well, you're the witness. You're the head of this agency.
I have not discussed these with the Prime Minister.
He didn't ever say anything to you about those comments?
No, I mean, the Prime Minister doesn't consult with me every day.
But Minister, does Mr Stone retain your support as the head of the agency?
Mr Stone, his agency and I are completely focused on the recovery effort for the 81 local government areas that have been impacted by this event. He's on the ground, out there in community. We're working through support arrangements with states and just getting on with it, because at the end of the day, that's what our community expects of us. And this agency's only been stood up since July, and it's been a phenomenal effort since then. We've been looking at not just this particular disaster event, we had disaster events over summer, and we're still working through, obviously, support for victims of the bushfire.
So he does retain your support?
Well, as in his words, he's still here.
That's not exactly...
Well, of course.
He does?
Yes.
And do you support his statement that people's house falls in the river and they say it's the government's fault? Is that a view that you share?
Sorry, just repeat that one.
They or their house, being flood victims' house, falls in the river and they say it's the government's fault. Is that the government's position?
That's not the government's position.
Right. Mr Stone, can you table your diary for the months of February and March, please?
I don't have a diary.
You don't have a diary?
I'm not required to have a diary.
No. Do you just sort of wake up every day and decide what you're going to do?
Yeah,
or?
I generally wake up at 3:30 and...
have a cup of tea?
No, I don't have a cup of tea.
Coffee?
No, it's not a laughing matter, Senator. I take my job really seriously.
Well, it's not...
No, you're laughing now.
It's not.
Senator
It's
Ayres,
not possible.
Senator Ayres, I think Mr.
It's not
Stone was
possible
providing
to
a response.
exercise executive functions as the head of a lead agency and not have a diary. Honestly, like.
That might be your assertion, Senator Ayres.
Well, is there any other minister? Are you aware of any other public servant who does not operate a diary?
It's not a question I ask my public servants.
No.
I'm not asking whether you ask people about it.
I'm not aware.
Are you
I'm
aware
not
of
aware.
any other person, minister, head of agency, senior public servant,
Senator Ayres,
anybody at all who doesn't operate a
Senator
diary?
Ayres, the minister has responded to that question already. Senator O'Sullivan?
Look, I'd love to have the call at some stage.
Oh, well, Labor have had the call for close to half an hour. Senator Watt, are you happy if I share the call around?
Yeah, could I just have 2 minutes just on this point?
On the point of Mr. Stone's diary
yeah, the
and
existence or
record keeping?
non-existence of Mr. Stone's diary. So, Mr.
very
Padaman,
quick 2 minutes.
you're the CEO. If you want to make an appointment with Mr. Stone, how do you do it if he doesn't have a diary?
You can't even keep it straight.
It's laughable that one of the most highly paid public servants in this government, the head of a multi-billion-dollar agency, doesn't use a diary.
Might all be in his head, Senator Watt.
So you ring him.
He rings me.
And does everyone just get in, give you a bell, send you a WhatsApp message to make an appointment?
We don't have meetings about meetings, Senator. We just make a phone call and deal with the issue.
Okay,
Seems very straightforward.
So what? Well, Mr. Stone.
What are you doing next Tuesday?
Senator Watt has a couple of minutes. Senator Watt, you have the call.
Mr. Stone, in the absence of a diary, could you please table to the committee what you were doing, where you were through the months of February and March?
I will take that on notice.
Yeah, it'll be a little bit hard without a diary, I suppose, wouldn't it?
No, because I have good staff who keep me organised.
Do they just kind of keep a little pencil note of where
I don't think you understand how this agency
Senator
works.
Watt, Mr. Stone took the question on notice.
And I run a very flat structure. We're not traditional public service. That way we get stuff done. And no greater evidence than what I've tabled to show you record rollout by the Commonwealth ever in our history, because we're not bound up as a traditional public service outfit. Now, if you think that's odd, getting stuff done, being a congestion buster, that's exactly why I was brought on board.
Could you also table for us who accompanied you when you were out in the field?
I know precisely who accompanied me on every, because we have a requirement of a road trip plan.
Right.
So that is all documented, and I'll take that on notice.
Okay,
too.
so you could table your road trip
I
plans?
will take all that on notice.
And did you have any family members who accompanied you on any of these trips?
No.
Okay. Could you also just table any flight costs that you and advisory members and other key personnel incurred over February and March?
I will take that on notice.
And any other travel expenses?
Take that on notice.
Thank you. That's probably my 2 minutes.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you very much, Senator Watt. Senator O'Sullivan, you were seeking the call.
Thank you. Yes, thank you for providing us, Matt. Interesting to see the number of... How many declared disaster zones did you say there were?
Across, I think it's 400 odd LGAs and 100 and...
Sorry, 354 LGAs.
354 LGAs.
And 38 disasters. Since 1 July, that map goes back 3 years, Senator.
Yeah.
That's a 3-year map.
So not quite 12 months ago, the cyclone in my home state, Western Australia, hit Seroja hit Kalbarri, only about 600 k's north of Perth.
Yep.
A lot of people from Perth and right across Western Australia go there for holidays, and it's absolutely a magnificent place, but it was very significantly impacted by that cyclone. What role did the agency have in assisting that community?
Critically an important role, and again I'll invite Ms Donovan to come up, because you had the courage of Seroja, and you can explain exactly what we did and how we responded, please.
We're not for it at the moment, no. We might just suspend for a
Well, why
moment?
don't we, honestly, if the Labor Party can't run a Senate estimates committee process, it's not up to the government to do this.
No.
Well, it's a shame, because I would really like to
Yeah.
hear about what happened in my home state. I'm sure Senator Small.
If we're not for it, we might suspend for a moment.
Mm.
And the committee will
Showing the
suspend.
Labor Party uninterested in actually getting down to
The committee will now reconvene. And Senator O'Sullivan, you might want to ask your last question again.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I was asking about Cyclone Seroja in my home state of Western Australia, just almost 12 months ago. Devastated the town and the community there, and of course everyone that often goes up there for holidays, and they'd already suffered significantly with missed holiday patronage because of COVID, and then the cyclone hit and they missed out on their busiest time of the year and over July because the cyclone only hit not long before and it wiped out the caravan parks and everything there. So I'm keen to just understand what role the agency had in assisting that devastated community.
Alison Somerville, Executive Director, Recovery Operations. So when Tropical Cyclone Seroja hit last year, my branch was actually part of Emergency Management Australia. So the recovery coordination function sat with that agency, not the NRRA at the time. But our functions have wholly transferred over. So
Okay.
what we did do was worked with the Western Australian Government to activate assistance. So Western Australia notified Tropical Cyclone Seroja as an event under the disaster recovery funding arrangements, and they activated immediate assistance for individuals and for reconstruction of essential public assets, so getting roads and things back up. We then, a member of my team went across to Western Australia and sat with the team in the Department of Fire and Emergency Services over there and designed assistance packages under Category C and D of the DRFA. And we activated some initial packages, and apologies, I don't have the details of what was in those packages
Okay,
here.
I was going to ask you for the number of people that...
I can take that on notice.
Okay, yeah.
But there was a phased approach to Seroja, so there were initial recovery needs that were apparent and were activated within a short period after the event, and then a period of time after that when the impacts were fully understood and impact assessments had been undertaken and recovery needs were better understood, there was further assistance activated by the government under those disaster recovery funding arrangements. So apologies, I don't have those details.
No, that's okay. It was without notice. And if we're able to get... I would actually be very interested in understanding the quantum, how many people, how many households were able to receive assistance. And so how quickly were you there at that time? So you required the state to call on that?
From memory, I think it was within a week or two of the first activation of the disaster recovery funding arrangements.
Okay.
But apologies, I'll take that on notice
Yeah.
as well. I just don't have that timeline.
Okay. Mr Stone, is there anything you wanted to add?
Sorry?
Is there anything you'd like to add to my questions and the answers?
I was disappointed in the response out of Western Australia.
Okay.
To the point where we had to initiate quite a bit to persuade the Western Australian government as to what they needed to do to actually tap into the DRFA. In fact, I was gobsmacked by it. But again, it comes down to capacity. We did ultimately get it right. I think I saw recently that, as recently as today, that there'd been an allocation of funds for demandable housing. Or was that a little while back?
It was temporary accommodation for workers.
Sorry, it was temporary accommodation for workers, right. And that was a substantial amount of money, if I recall. One of the big challenges of disaster recovery is actually accommodating survivors and accommodating the workforce that turns up to try and put it all back together again. That is the biggest challenge in the bushfire zone as we speak. It was in Seroja, and it's going to be a massive challenge in Lismore.
Okay, so in your experience dealing with disasters right across the country, you're actually saying in WA there was a difference in how the West Australian state government responded in comparison to other states?
Yeah, it's almost as though there's a bit of a reluctance. We can do it ourselves.
We are a bit like that.
Yeah, you are. No, it's like that. But, you know, we work cooperatively.
Sure.
We have some good relationships over there, but it just wasn't as quick as I thought it should have been.
Okay, but when you were asked to step in,
well, we did.
Happened straight away.
Absolutely, yeah. We in fact, fairly recently, we approved DRFA funding for fires over in the Kimberleys only about a week ago.
Okay.
So while we're trying to deal with floods in places like Lismore, we're dealing with bushfires over in Western Australia.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator O'Sullivan. Senator Ayres.
Quick questions. I just want try and get it. So, Mr. Stone, I heard you say that you do things differently, but you do accept that you're bound by the APS values and code of conduct, don't you?
And I take it very seriously, Senator.
Not seriously enough to have a diary.
Well, I've got two EAs who keep me absolutely organised, and they know where I am at any one time or where I should be. And you asked, Senator Watt, you asked about trip plans. Very detailed trip plans. No one goes out on the road out of our agency without a very detailed, strictly maintained trip plan.
And do you accept that you're bound by the Commonwealth record-keeping requirements?
Which I comply with.
But you don't have a diary?
No, but my EAs have all my records. They maintain where I've been and where I'm going and who I'm going to meet with.
But a diary has two purposes, Mr. Stone. One is to help one organise oneself. The other is because it's a key accountability mechanism under both of those sets of requirements that I just outlined, and you don't have a diary.
Well, do I sit down and enter entries up in a diary? No, I don't, but I do have two members of staff who maintain all those records for me. And I don't think I'm all that different from a number of others in my position.
So when Senator Watt asked you to table your diary earlier on, you said you couldn't do that because you didn't have one. Do you have one or not?
No, I don't, but I have two EAs who maintain my records for me. Now, if you want to see those records, again, I can take it on notice, make that available. Nothing to hide.
I'm just astonished that a senior public servant would approach a question about a basic record-keeping requirement, that is a diary, in the way that you have this evening.
Well,
Minister, do you accept that it's a requirement for a senior public servant to have a diary?
It's highly unusual not to have a diary.
You accept that it's a breach if no diary exists of the Commonwealth record-keeping obligations?
Well, Senator, I've
the
just
Code of
heard
Conduct?
the Coordinator-General refer to executive assistants who, he says, hold all his records.
Well, 4.12 of the APS Values and Code of Conduct Practice Manual says that good record keeping is essential for good government and is an essential part of meeting accountability obligations. Records provide evidence of communications, decisions and actions. I mean, how is this sustainable? What on earth is going on?
I'm from the private sector, Senator. And I've always had EAs who've
You spent your life as a career politician, Mr Stone.
Senator Ayres.
How is it possible to not have a diary?
Senator Ayres, Mr Stone was providing a response to your question and you interrupted him.
20
If you keep listening, he might answer your supplementary question.
25 years ago, I was the Chief Minister of the Northern Territory.
Did you have a diary then?
25 years ago, I had EAs who maintained my records. 25 years ago, a bit like Kim Beazley when he was the Deputy Prime Minister of this country. So when you call me a career politician, Senator Watt, you're a bit off the mark. In the intervening period...
I reckon Mr Beazley would have had a diary.
Senator Ayres.
Who would know? Who would know?
The point is, Mr Stone, that you're now a public servant and you're bound by the Code of Conduct and record-keeping requirements of public servants. And you've told us that you don't keep those records because you don't have a diary.
No, Senator Watt,
Well, you
that's
don't
not
have a
what
diary.
Mr Stone said.
You're verbally me again, Senator.
Well, what do you do? You do
I
have a
told
diary?
you I have 2 EAs who maintain my records, and I've offered on notice to make that available to
But
you.
you've
Now,
advanced two
what more do
propositions
you
this
want?
evening. One is that you don't have a diary. The second, more complex one that you've just advanced is that because of the existence of 2 executive assistants, that somehow there may be a diary. Well, it just doesn't sound to me like you, A, seriously understand the guidelines and your responsibility to the guidelines under the Code of Conduct and the record-keeping obligations, but also the example that you need to set for the people behind you in terms of public accountability.
Well,
I'm asking him if he thinks that that's a sustainable position.
Senator, I do have a system. I have 2 EAs who maintain all my records and can account for all of my activities and where I am and what I'm doing. I might not physically fill in a diary every day, but I have people who are doing it for me. Now, my record keeping is impeccable. I know exactly where I've been and what I've been doing and who I've been talking to. My job is to get out there and work with survivors and help people with a hand up. It's not about sitting around being a bureaucrat filling in a diary. Now, if you find that, something that bewilders you, we are an agency that gets out on the ground and deal with people, and that's what Australians expect.
Well, I'm going to I'm going to stop this line of questioning now and let Senator Watt ask some other questions. But the idea that record-keeping requirements can be dismissed as what a bureaucrat does it really speaks volumes about what's going on here. Chair, I'll cede to Senator Watt.
You're verballing me, Senator. What you just said is not what I said.
Senator Watt.
Can we move on to the Emergency Response Fund? I think I'm right in saying the government has now announced, let's start with mitigation. The government has now announced 3 separate rounds of $50 million for mitigation. First 2 rounds were about flood mitigation, third one is about coastal erosion. Am I right that the second round, applications closed in early February? I take it there haven't been any announcements made about the successful applicants at this point. Have any decisions been made?
They're imminent. Those announcements are imminent, Senator.
So does that mean they've been signed off by you, Minister?
It's a matter for government. But I imagine announcement will be being made very shortly.
So the NRRA has made recommendations to the Minister? Mr Panovan?
Yes, they have, Senator.
Okay. And Minister, have you approved those recommendations?
It's a matter for government, Senator. I've been upfront with saying to you that there will be an announcement very shortly.
Yeah. But does that mean you are not the decision maker as the Minister?
I'm the decision maker.
Okay. So you have made those decisions?
I have the brief. The agency has said they've sent the brief up with their recommendations. I've also told you an announcement's imminent.
Okay. But you haven't signed off that brief at this point?
That's a matter for me as the Minister. So I'm considering the agency's brief.
Okay, so you're considering their brief at the moment and haven't approved it as yet?
An announcement will be imminent, Senator.
I'm not sure why you're so cagey. It's not a trick question.
Being cagey.
So will a decision be made before caretaker?
Well, if an announcement's imminent.
Well, imminent means different things to different people. Is it 1 day or is it 1 month?
We also don't know when caretaker will commence.
No, we don't, but it'll be
There's a lot
sometime
of
before May.
assumptions going on here. Now, maybe you know the mind of the Prime Minister more than I do,
I think we all know
Senator.
that the election's got to be in May.
Well, you know.
Which means the election's got to be called within a couple of weeks. That's not exactly a secret. So will a decision be made before caretaker?
The decision will be made when it's made. It'll be announced when the government decides it to be announced.
And turning to the first round, we've gone over this before. My recollection is that at last estimates, what we were told was that the $50 million that was allocated for round 1 has been dispersed to the states and territories.
It was dispersed late last year, Senator.
Okay. And do we know how much of that money has found its way to the successful applicants?
Senator, I think as we mentioned at the last estimates, the next stage in the process was the states had to come back with a plan for the 22 projects as to how they were going to implement those projects. Of the states, 7 out of the 8 states have now responded with the plans. We're just waiting on Western Australia at the moment and expect that plan shortly. In the case of the 22 projects, 3 of those projects are actually underway. 2 are close to commencing and the remainder are in the early stage of planning.
When you say underway, does that mean shovels in the ground or is that pre-construction work?
No, it means underway, shovels in the ground.
Shovels in the ground. And so I think at the last estimates, we were given a figure of $17 million that had been dispersed to the project proponents, if that's the right word, which I presume means that you had project agreements in place for $17 million worth of projects. Do you have a figure, an up-to-date figure for that?
Senator, I'd have to check. I don't have that at hand.
Okay, maybe someone could have a look at that while we keep on going. So Minister, we've talked a lot about this emergency response fund. It's been in place for 3 years, and after 3 years, there are only 3 projects that have even begun construction. How is that in any way defensible?
Well, Senator, what you and I we've spent all day together. We spent the first half of our day, close to 6 hours, pursuing infrastructure projects in ARAT, where the Secretary there talked you through approval processes, partnering with states, etc. As you know, these $50 million tranches of funding are partnership funds with the state governments. So there is a range of negotiation process. And so I'm very happy for Mr Padovan to actually talk through how long these particular projects take to get shovels in the ground, because it requires a lot of approvals, a lot of negotiation. Nico, can you answer Senator Watt's question, please? Excuse me, Chair.
Yes,
I am
Senator
able to
McKenzie.
refer questions. I think Nico can be very helpful to the Senator.
My question was not, can you take me through
It was,
the
can you
convoluted
tell me
process?
why? No, your question, I know what your question was. It was, can you
is it
tell me
defensible?
why we've only got 3 projects started?
No, my question was, how is it defensible that after 3 years, only 3 projects had even begun construction?
And I think
the
Minister was explaining why that was the
negotiation
case.
and partnering with the states. Nico, can you please take us to what it entails?
I don't need a long
To
explanation.
get the shovel
of this.
in the ground, can you do it in less than a minute?
So, Senator, all the money has been transferred to the state. The state is now responsible for engaging each of the 22 parties. Of those parties, for every single one of those 22 projects, there needs to be a clear and agreed plan between the proponent and the state. In the case of those that are under construction, money is flowing to the proponent, so the 2 Queensland projects that are underway. 3 projects are, and to correct my earlier statement, 2 underway, 3 in pre-construction, and the remaining 17 in planning. Work is underway across the board. The bulk of the projects, now that the states have the money, have engaged the parties and are working through the plans, The bulk of the projects are due to start in June and July of this year.
So, just given you've corrected your evidence there, of the 22 so the fund's been up and running for 3 years. 22 mitigation projects have been approved for funding, but only 2 of them are underway, and that's after 3 years of this fund.
All the projects are underway, Senator. 2 have shovels in the ground.
2 work has actually begun.
Senator, there's a lot of work that goes into building, for all the initiatives that got up, there is a body of work that needs to be done.
Sure. But 2 have begun construction.
Absolutely.
Okay. Just turning to the announcement recently about finally using the recovery funding. So the announcement was that I think it was the 2022-23 component of recovery funding being 150 million would be paid to New South Wales and Queensland. And then the 23-24 component would be paid to New South Wales.
No. So because we're still in the 21-22 financial year,
okay, so
that
150,
75 apiece.
Yep.
And then a further $150 million will be provided in 22-23 to implement recovery and resilient initiatives, specifically to the Northern Rivers. Now, with this financial year's 150, states are not just able to take that money and, fund projects wherever they like. I'm targeting it towards the 81 local government areas that have been impacted by this flooding event. Nico, did you have anything to add to my answer?
Minister. The 150 million that has been promised for 2021-22, has that money now been paid to the states?
I'll just double check, Senator. I think it has gone into the current special account. It hasn't transferred to the states yet. There's still a formal agreement that needs to be finalised.
Right. So that announcement hasn't yet seen the money paid to the states, Minister.
Well, that's the advice of the agency.
Right. When do you expect
I've
that
signed
money?
off on what needs to be signed off for that to happen at my
When
end.
do you expect the states to receive that money?
In a matter of weeks, Senator.
Right. And what was the sort of criteria for deciding that the entire 22-23 component would go to New South Wales?
I think as the Minister said earlier, Senator, the 22-23 component is specifically for the Northern Rivers region. All of the analysis that we have done to date shows that the impact in that Northern Rivers region, so the 7 local government areas that make up the Northern Rivers RDA region, were by far the hardest hit by any metric, whether it's the number of houses lost, the number of people directly impacted, the number of people eligible for disaster assistance. So it has been a decision of government to focus that money in assisting those communities in particular.
Minister, again, we've had, over the last couple of years, we've seen unprecedented bushfires and now floods. The government has had what is now nearly a $5 billion fund available to be used, and so far construction has begun on 2 flood mitigation projects. Do you regret the government's failure to use these funds to build flood mitigation projects sooner than it has?
Well, Senator, I don't accept your categorisation of how the government has chosen to use this fund. It's being used exactly as it was purposed for, with regular amounts going out for joint projects with state governments. The $150 million has been drawn down in recognition of the catastrophic event that we face ourselves with now. And we've held on to that capital because we do want it to grow to $6.6 billion over this coming decade, so that future generations, as we see more intense and more frequent natural disasters, will have a resource to draw on. So this is about being present and also preparing for the future, and that's exactly what we've done. But remember, Senator, that this fund, drawing down the capital, can only be done if all other sources of funding have been exhausted, and the fact remains to this day that has not occurred. So state governments, your own Queensland State Labor government, has poured a significant amount of money over these last 3 years into helping your communities recover, as we have in partnership with them. And that's going to continue. And to suggest that 4 weeks after a flooding event that we've exhausted all our funding just shows that you do not understand how the disaster funding recovery response works. I mean, this is going to be tranches rolled out over years.
But you don't think it would have helped flood victims in Lismore, for instance, or anywhere else in South East Queensland or Northern New South Wales to have got some flood mitigation projects built with this fund?
Yeah, see, this is the interesting thing, right? So when I was with the Lismore Mayor, the newly elected Lismore Mayor, announcing this study and the money to support the outcomes of the study once it's done, Lismore Council had the opportunity to build a 1 in 100 year levy or a 1 in 10 year flood levy. They chose the 1 in 10, and the community there has never brought to us as a federal government a project to build a levy, increase the size of the levy, etc. So at some point, obviously that's changed now. They've had a change of local council, and I look forward to working with them to, flood mitigation projects, not just around Lismore, but through that Northern Rivers regions to keep those communities
But there are plenty
safe.
of other projects that would have been quite handy and could have been funded by the ERF, such as the flood emergency warning system that the Queensland government sought ERF funding for and was knocked back. That would have been pretty handy to have a better flood emergency warning network in the Queensland floods recently, wouldn't it?
Well, Senator, I've been in this portfolio for 8 months, and in that time, we've got out more money out of the ERF.
So is it the previous minister's
No,
fault?
it's not. What I'm saying is the agency was stood up in July, and we've been responding to these events and preparing for the future using the ERF as exactly as it was intended to do. Nico, did you have anything to add?
Why wasn't that project approved? So the Queensland, according to the report on 7:30 a few weeks ago, the Queensland government had sought, I think it was, I can't remember the exact amount of money, but to upgrade its flood emergency warning system. And it was one of the applications the Queensland government made to the ERF, and that was rejected. Why was that?
Senator, like any scheme, schemes are oversubscribed. So at the end of the day, there was only so much money available for the projects that are put forward. 22 projects were signed off. That was the decision that was made prior to the formation of this agency. I think to the minister's earlier point, there's $75 million available now under the ERF recovery and resilience component, and that $75 million could be used by Queensland for exactly that purpose.
Talking about Queensland, why did the government sign off or announce so quickly hundreds of millions of dollars in additional flood relief for Northern New South Wales when it hasn't done so for Queensland? I know that Queenslanders are receiving some flood payments. I'm not denying there's.
And I work
there's
very
nothing.
closely with the State Labor Minister, Mark Ryan. We were on daily phone calls during the early stages of the flooding event, because it is absolutely imperative, I believe, that this is the one area of policy that should be bipartisan. Our communities need to see us as state, federal leaders supporting them at their most vulnerable. And so, absolutely, Queenslanders were able to access a raft of payments, both Commonwealth and the joint DRFA payments as the flood rolled through.
But beyond,
in terms of timing,
specifically,
in terms of timing,
your government has announced significant additional support for New South Wales and seemed to be able to do that quite quickly.
Well, New South Wales sought significant support. So
has Queensland.
Queensland, the tranches of requests have been coming in, and Nico, you might be able to go to the details, but they're different quantum, different types. So Queensland, aside from the small business and primary producer grants, wanted to do more for community sporting clubs, for instance, whereas New South Wales didn't request the community sporting clubs 20 grand. They had a different range of initiatives, and then they came forward with a specific package targeted at that Northern Rivers catastrophic event.
But the Prime Minister was able to turn up in Lismore on the 9th of March, announce a massive amount of money for flood recovery. Absolutely support that.
Yeah.
And that was within 9 days of Lismore flooding. It's now well over a month since Queensland flooded. It's, I think, more than 12 days since Queensland, and we're still waiting.
Can I just
Senator,
get
if I could
Nico
just
to answer
clarify.
this,
So,
the timeline piece?
I mean, to the Minister's point, under the Australian Government Disaster Recovery Payment and Disaster Recovery Allowance, so that's, at this point, $1.4 billion, 1.52 million recipients. That's spread across Queensland and New South Wales, and that was available immediately to both states. On the DRFA, the Category D, there is $558 million worth of measures that have been approved for Queensland. So, as the Minister said, recovery grants for primary producers, recovery grants for small businesses, $1 million each for 19 local councils, grants of up to $20,000 for restoration of community assets. So there has been a fair bit of work done with Queensland, and to the Coordinator General's earlier point, I mean, we work very, very closely with the Queensland Reconstruction Authority. We are reliant on the state putting forward a proposal and then working through those proposals with them. Where there are issues, it can take a bit longer. But
weren't surely, well, I suppose what I'm just contrasting is that everything seemed to move so quickly for the New South Wales government, and surely you would have had to work through issues with the New South Wales government as well, but it was able to be done really quickly.
Senator, if I could draw your attention to this document, there is nothing that discriminates Queensland versus New South Wales in terms of the speed with which we've responded and the working relationship.
But that can't be right. I mean, the New South Wales, beyond the AGDRP payments and DRA payments and things like that, which have been approved for both states, albeit at different levels, I'm talking about the additional hundreds of millions of dollars that's been approved for Northern New South Wales. And again, I support that happening. What I'm wondering is why it's taking so much longer to get this government to approve something similar for Queensland.
Senator, there is only one request that I'm aware of that we're working through with government at the moment. Every other request has been processed, and when you look at this chronology of events...
Order. It's 9:15 and we're due for our evening break. Senator Watt, I'm keen to move the NRRA on before we go to that break. So how much longer do you have on this line of questions?
I had a couple of other topics that I could probably get done in 10 minutes, if that's doable.
It is doable, but my preference would be to still take the break now, then if you've got another 10 minutes to go after this, and we'll continue on after that.
If that's...
Okay,
sure.
Yep.
Thanks.
The committee will now suspend for our tea break. Reconvene and continue with our examination of the NRRA, of which I'm told Senator Watt has less than 10 minutes to go.
But can I just intrude for a moment?
You may,
Chair?
Mr Stone, briefly.
Talking about what gets rolled out in the flood mitigation, and this is a very important program, but one of the great challenges, and I think you'd gone off to the other committee, was the 9.3 million that I actually announced up in the Territory for the Katherine levy.
Yep.
And there was a big co-contribution of $600,000 from the Territory government. And I spoke to the Treasurer when I was in Darwin last weekend, and I said, well, what's happening? And she said, we just don't have it. Now, what do? Do we try and take the money back? No, that's not a good outcome. So there are these challenges because we rely on states and territories to actually go and do it. We don't. So can I just ask the Chief Operating Officer, he's got some figures for you now on Queensland, relative to New South Wales.
So, Senator, in relation to the assistance provided to Queensland, so across the Australian Government Disaster Recovery Payment, the Disaster Recovery Allowance, the Disaster Recovery Funding Arrangements and the ERF, it's just under $1 billion has actually gone out to to Queensland to date. In terms of the difference between Queensland and New South Wales, Queensland 23 local government areas versus 58 in New South Wales. And in terms of the proportionate effect, when we look at the level of destruction, that Northern Rivers region, as I said earlier, is really where we see the epicentre of this particular event. And that's why that's been a particular focus of government in terms of expenditure.
Okay. Just sticking with this, I'm sure you are aware there's been a lot of debate about the levels of payments through the AGDRP between different places. So there was a whole range of people who were approved for the basic $1,000 payment, and then I think it was the Prime Minister who made the announcement that I think initially 3 council areas would receive a total of $3,000 per person. What was the sort of criteria or basis of that decision?
We'll talk about the metrics.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, Senator, one of the challenges with this event has been getting access to real-time data feeds so we know what the impact is at any point in time. One of the sources of data that we've been very reliant on is New South Wales State Emergency Service data in terms of the level of damage to housing, the level of damage to commercial properties. We're also using ABS data in terms of the total number of houses in a particular location, Services Australia data which tells us how many people in a particular area have been found eligible for the disaster recovery payment, ABS data that cross-references that against the population in that area. Putting all those factors together, at the point in time that the 3 original local government areas, and if my memory serves me well, Lismore, Clarence Valley and Richmond Valley were the 3 that were initially selected. It was on the basis of those metrics, so the level of damage to property, the level of the number of people directly impacted by floodwaters who were able to claim the original disaster recovery payment, and also the extent of the inundation. So at that point in time that decision was made, those 3, Clarence, Richmond and Lismore, were clearly the priority areas. As further data came to light, Ballina, Tweed, Byron and Kyogle were then also identified as being severely impacted and within that Northern Rivers cluster.
So the data that you're talking about that was relied on, is that New South Wales government data?
It's a combination of data centres, so New South Wales SES data that we source through CSIRO, through the Australian Bureau of Statistics and others. So the data does come from a number of sources, but certainly the impact data, we're very reliant both through the Queensland Reconstruction Authority as well as the New South Wales SES in getting the impact data. One of the big challenges we have is in the early stage following a disaster, the areas most impacted are often the hardest to get to. So that data has evolved quite considerably over the course of the last couple of weeks as SES crews have been able to get in there and do those assessments.
And you're telling me that the metrics that you rely on, say for parts of southeast Queensland that have been badly damaged, don't justify the extra level of payment that's been approved for councils in New South Wales?
So, Senator, what we looked at was the level of damage relative to the housing stock or the population or the number of commercial businesses. So somewhere like Brisbane might have lost, there might have been damage to a high number of properties, but relative to the housing stock in that location, it was a very modest portion of the overall.
But I think the thing that people in Queensland are struggling with, and the people who were in the other parts of northern New South Wales who were struggling with it until it was approved for them, is that if you're a flood victim who's lost everything, whether you're in Lismore, Murwillumbah, Ballina, Brisbane, you've had the same level of damage, and it may be that there's not as many, that proportionally there's not as many people, but if this is an individual payment to help people through, doesn't the personal circumstances of that person, should be what's guiding it?
I think the challenge, Senator, is if you look at somewhere like Lismore, not only have a lot of people lost their homes, they're not able to go to the job because whether it be a Norco, whether it be another, major local employer up there, the business isn't operating because it too was flooded. So that the compounding effect of the disaster in those locations was far more significant than somewhere, many other locations. So part of the challenge here is there is a degree of relativity in terms of the impact of the disaster.
Again, it's well documented. Mr. Stone, to put it to you to start with, you'd be familiar with the comments that Catherine Cusack made, the Upper House Liberal MP from New South Wales.
Yeah, she was totally misinformed.
Well, she was totally misinformed.
She was, Senator. In fact, she never picked up the phone to talk to any of us or to ask us what was happening. And in fact, within 24 hours, and I was a bit disappointed because we know each other from way back, within 24 hours of raising the issues, we had resolved. I'd been into Byron, Tweed,
but
and
I was down there at the time. People had been complaining for days in those areas that they were only receiving $1,000 payments, whereas people who just happened to be in the electorate of Page, a National Party seat, were getting 3 times that amount. It wasn't new information. It wasn't a new complaint.
Well, I can assure you, Senator, and I assure the people in that other electorate, there was no political considerations. It was about the metrics. and we were entirely reliant on what information that... I mean, we're trying to bring a level of science to the way the agency operates, and if it means we slip a couple of days, then that's what happened. But I mean, Catherine was wrong. She was just wrong.
So it just so happened that the metrics lined up to justify the higher payments for councils in the electorate of Richmond within 24 hours of Liberal and National Party MPs complaining.
Sorry, Senator. Sorry to talk over you. The reality was that when she was complaining, we were actually hard at work at it, working out whether in fact they fell within that category. And I mean, I went and had a long discussion with the Mayor of Byron Bay around what had happened in Mullumbimby. Yeah. And, you know, as I said to him then, if you could just be patient while we do the sums. And we did the sums and they qualified.
Last question, because I know Senator McAllister needs to go. It needs to have a go.
No, I'd like him to finish.
Minister, you would have also seen the comments from Jeff Provost, the National Party member for Tweed, who said, you know, he thought the federal government had really messed this up, being the differential level of payments between people in his electorate versus people in Page. That he described. He said he was really disgusted with the Prime Minister. It was deplorable and disgusting. He would struggle to vote for the Prime Minister. Was Mr Provost wrong?
As the Coordinator General said, you know, that was a catastrophic event that occurred on Lismore and within that river system. No one can argue with that. That the government made the decision at that time with the data they had and tasked the NRRA to continue as the waters receded that week to gather more data, which they did, and therefore we were able to add to our decision.
So there's going to be no change. Queenslanders who've lost everything through the floods will not be receiving...
Will continue to be supported as they have been, so...
Yeah, so they won't be getting the $3,000 payments that people in New South Wales are getting.
The disaster relief payment that you're talking about is a $1,000 payment to affected individuals and $400 for affected children. And the decision of government was for that catastrophic area to extend that by 2 weeks for those communities.
So there's nowhere in southeast Queensland that you would describe as catastrophically damaged to the same level as, say,
Senator,
Ballina
obviously,
or...
if you've been flooded and lost everything, that is a catastrophe for you. Yes.
So why then are the people? why then are people in that situation in Gympie or the Lockyer Valley or Ipswich?
It really goes against your politicisation argument, doesn't it?
Well, now it's a matter of states about why is New South Wales receiving. I mean,
so I think to suggest that our government chooses to respond to people in need when at every step of the way, and you know this better than most, I as the Minister have not at all tried to politicise this or stop Labor Party MPs having access to the information they need to support their communities during a time of vulnerability and intense need. We made the decisions we could on the best available data. We received more data from the agency and, you know, added to that decision. I haven't got anything more to add.
Well, can I just ask you to consider the needs of people in southeast Queensland who, in at least some cases, I would argue, are the same as the level of need that we see in many parts of northern New South Wales. Currently, people in northern New South Wales are getting 3 times the level of the disaster recovery payment as those people in southeast Queensland. I'll leave it at that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Watt. Thank you, Mr Stone, Minister Mackenzie and officials for attending this evening. And we will now send the NRRA off on their way and bring on Wajia. We might just suspend, given we have a change of ministers, until they're in the room. So the committee will now suspend momentarily.
Can I just add to my...
Yes.
There are only 7 LGAs in New South Wales. We're still broadcasting. So there's only... no, we're not? Okay. Murray, this is for you. There's only 7... So, we're still broadcasting. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
There's 58 LGAs in New South Wales who have flooded in a similar level and intensity to people in Queensland who are not getting that. So it's only 7 local government areas, primarily because of the level and intensity and the types of data that Nico was going to.
Well, again,
in that
if I had
community.
time, I could point you to some distinctions within New South Wales as well, but I won't. I don't have time.
Anyway.
Okay. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Leading with the chin.
Committee suspends.
That wouldn't be deliberate, would it?
And I welcome Senator the Honourable Maurice Payne, Minister for Women, and the Director of the Workplace Gender Equality Agency, Ms Mary Wooldridge, and other officers. Minister, do you wish to make an opening statement?
No, Chair, thank you.
Thank you. Ms Wooldridge, do you wish to make an opening statement?
No, thanks.
No, very good. Senator Antic, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair. This is just a handful of questions here, but I just wanted to start off with this observation. The website talks about the gender pay gap between the difference between the average earnings of women and men in the workforce. Just to set the scene, can you just explain for us what some of the reasons for that pay gap are, just as a general?
Thanks, Senator. We've done some work with KPMG and we're actually updating it currently, which looks at the components of the gender pay gap. And what that analysis says is that about 15% is attributable to industrial and occupational segregation. About 39% is attributable to time out of the workforce that women take for caring responsibilities largely, and about 39% is on the basis of bias and discrimination that happens within the workplace, and they're the key contributors to the gender pay gap.
Okay, and so this is unconscious bias, we call it, or?
Yes, well, sometimes unconscious, sometimes not unconscious.
Right, and okay, all right, thank you. I notice also in the website it talks about gender equality and intersecting forms of diversity, gender identity and so forth. And the agency therefore clearly acknowledges diverse gender identities. Are you able to provide me with a definition of what a woman is?
So we use the definition that is generally used across all aspects of government that the ABS uses, and as I say, other forms of government. We let the companies, we don't define it ourselves in the Act, and we don't define it in relation to companies filling out the forms. We let the generally acceptable definition that companies choose to use be the basis of how they report to us.
And what's that definition?
So, as I say, it's not defined in our Act, and we let how companies capture that data in relation to men and women, although this year we also captured data on Gender X. It's companies, how they collect that data is how they then report it to us in terms of women, men and Gender X.
So without wanting to be too difficult about this, that doesn't actually give me much clarity about the definition of a woman for purposes of the agency. Does the Act not say that a woman means a member of the female sex, irrespective of age?
So I don't have the exact wording in front of me, but if you're reading from it, then that would be what it says.
So the woman in the terms of the agency, therefore, is a biological woman?
You've quoted the words of the Act to me, and that's the basis. As I say, we don't define it when we ask companies to report on women and men. We let them report it as they collect it.
So, once again, that doesn't really help or assist. I hear what you're saying, but I mean, the Act has a specific statutory definition. A woman means a member of the female sex, irrespective of age. The Oxford Dictionary actually defines female as a person of the sex that can bear offspring, a woman or a girl. Does that not? I mean, it seems like we're having trouble defining exactly what a woman is for the purpose of the...
Well, I don't think, no companies actually ask us to help them defining women and men and how they capture that information. So it's not something that we have had difficulty in terms of reporting along the generally acceptable definitions.
So how can the agency be expected to elevate women in the workplace and reduce inequality when there seems to be confusion about what a woman is?
I don't think there's any confusion, Senator.
Sounds like there's quite a bit.
And our role is actually to ensure all,
Do you agree, Minister?
all people are equally treated in the workplace.
Senator, it's very welcome to see you here at these estimates for the first time.
Thank you, and thank you for that. I appear at many Senate estimates.
I know, and it's very good to see you here.
Thank you.
And I think Ms Wooldridge is very clear about the approach that the agency takes in its engagement with reporting entities, businesses, and I think she's trying to help you, Senator.
And I appreciate that, but I'm just looking for a simple definition of the term woman. There doesn't seem to be one.
I think Senator, you've read out the definition in the Act, and companies have no issue interpreting that in terms of their reporting.
Okay, so that can also include women that were not born women under that definition.
It would depend entirely the basis on which companies collect that data.
Okay, well, I think we've reached an impasse there. I'm more confused than I've ever been, but thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Senator Antic, for that line of questions. Senator McAllister.
Thanks very much. Last time we were here, Ms Wooldridge, I asked you some questions about the implementation of the recommendations of the review of the Workplace Gender Equality Act. Is the government... and the budget confirms that the government is working towards implementing all of those recommendations. Can I just revisit the question about whether the government is going to make companies publish their gender pay gaps as recommended by the review?
Senator, if you wouldn't mind, perhaps as it's a question about the government, I can refer that to the Minister.
Of course.
So, Senator, the government will implement the recommendations of the WGEA review, which we commissioned, subsequent to the undertaking in the Women's Budget Statement 2021-22. A number of the recommendations, as you will have seen in the review, require further engagement with stakeholders, and that's explicitly set out in the review. That is the process aspect of doing this, because the agency works with so many stakeholders, because the Act has periods of consultation and implementation set out within it for reporting periods. But it is the government will implement all 10 of the recommendations, yes.
Right. And Minister, which employers will be required to report? In particular, what's the threshold in terms of size?
Ms Wooldridge to respond to that.
So the review, Senator, made no recommendations for a change in the threshold. So our expectation is that will continue, which is 100 or more employees.
Right, okay. And you indicated, I think, Minister, that there was a process of consultation that you needed to work through. Do you have any sense of when reporting will begin?
So, Senator, as I've discussed previously with Ms Wooldridge, and I think as is clear in the review, the Act sets out, what would be the correct word, Ms Wooldridge, notice periods?
Yeah, it's a requirement for changes to be made and have a year for them to be implemented. So any changes need to be legislated or tabled through a legislative instrument by the end of March to be enacted the 12-month later reporting period, which begins at the beginning of April.
So I envisage we would legislate, or the Parliament would legislate on the recommendations of the review and any required legislative changes in calendar year 2022 for implementation within the Act construct after that.
So no reporting until 2024?
Well, I would hope that we can begin the process of voluntary reporting, which is already part of certain approaches from the agency. Voluntary reporting once the legislation is, hopefully, Senator, with the agreement of the Parliament, passed.
Right, so perhaps voluntary reporting in March 2023 and no mandatory reporting until 2024.
Based on the provisions of the Act, yes.
Right? Has drafting commenced, Ms Waldridge?
So consultation and planning has commenced in terms of undertaking the work that needs to be done to get to the detail. I certainly wouldn't be responsible for consultation at WGEA. That would be a government responsibility, but the
OFW can respond on that when they attend.
Oh, so Office for Women are leading on the policy approach?
Well, they'll be part of that. They'll be directing that part of the approach, yes, within the public sector particularly.
Right, yeah, that is my question.
Yep.
All right. Ms Waldridge, the agency has received an $18.5 million funding boost in the budget. Could you please tell us what that funding will be used for?
That funding enables both the consultation for the review of the Act across the many recommendations, as well as implementation of those recommendations, putting them into place. It enables us to work with the states and territories to commence voluntary reporting for their public sectors, as agreed by National Cabinet last December. And they're the two main themes. So there's cost. The funding will largely go towards workforce, but there are some changes for our platform because of the technology of reporting will require some changes. There's some capital funding in there for those changes as well.
Right, so for the most part it's staffing.
That's right, for the review of the implementation, the consultation and the implementation of the review of the Act.
Right, and
which I think is welcome funding, Senator.
And I'm just trying to unpack the purpose. Yep. And the capital?
Yes, so there's a small amount of capital, and the capital will go largely towards the changes that are made to the platform to enable reporting to happen. So, for example, one of the recommendations is that companies will be required to set targets and report against those targets on achieving them in terms of gender equality. We will require changes in our platform to be able to do that effectively. And that takes a bit of capital and a bit of time. So that's where the funding goes, predominantly on the capital side.
Right, okay. And just based on the most recent information in your scorecard, how many years will it be before we close the gender pay gap?
So it was actually based on some work that we did with the Bank West Curtin Economic Centre, that at the, so it was 2 years ago, at the current rate of change, it was going to take 26 years to close the gender pay gap. And that is really the focus of the review of the Act, to accelerate that rate of change. And that's what we believe the adoption of the 10 recommendations, publicly reporting gender pay gaps, requiring companies not just to report but to set targets and meet those targets, as well as some of the other changes, will enable a speeding up of that rate of change. I can't tell you exactly what that will be too, but that is our focus. The focus of the agency is to accelerate the rate of change in gender equality, and we now believe we have the tools and the funding to enable that to really be driven by us.
KPMG's work, I know, has previously indicated that workforce segregation and the dominance of women in low-paid sectors, or the dominance of low pay in female sectors, depending on how you like to think about it, is one of the key issues that impedes pay equity. Do you think that data transparency is going to be adequate to deal with that challenge?
So the KPMG analysis shows that 15% of the gender pay gap is attributable to the industrial and occupational segregation. I don't believe that pay transparency is necessarily the solution for that aspect of the contributors to the gender pay gap. There's also bias and discrimination, and there's time out of the workforce and so on. What the transparency on the gender pay gap will do is drive action by employers across a whole range of measures. And it'll be up to them in terms of how they seek to address the issues that they face. Some of it may be wages of some of their lower paid workers, who are predominantly women. Others may be their capacity to retain women to senior levels in the organisation. Some of them may be the pay differentials at the top levels of the organisations. So pay transparency, the experience from the UK is that different companies respond in different ways, and it has had a variety of effects, but one has been the compression of wages to narrow the gender pay gap.
The compression of wages?
Particularly at the high end, there has been and it's early days, they've only been reporting for a few years, but that there have been some compression of some of the high-end male wages, which enables women to obviously get closer and narrow that gap. Now, that's at the high end, not at the low end, as you're talking about.
Okay. For the year, for each year since reporting began, can you provide the total number of non-compliant employers?
So I can give you the percentage, and roughly, and I'm happy to give you the exact details. It's generally around 2% of non-compliant employers, sometimes a bit closer to 1% and 2%. That's generally the range. This year, the numbers are a little higher. We expect, and we're still encouraging companies to report. But as you may have seen in our annual report, we had a delayed reporting cycle this year, and we've also made a number of allowances on the basis of COVID, because many companies have had difficulty reporting as a result of losing staff for COVID and other challenges that they've faced. We expect non-compliance to be around 5% this year, but we always take an approach to try and work with employers to enable them to report if at all possible.
Yes, well, on that, can I ask you to take on notice and possibly provide more quickly than might otherwise be. I'm not sure when you've set the date for questions on notice for this committee, but Minister, this is one of the areas where I was hoping for your assistance. It would be good to know the...
Secretary, what was the date? It's the 20th of May.
Okay. Yeah, so obviously that's quite some time away, and
I bet you it goes very fast, Senator.
It may go fast, but I was hoping to get some of this information before what some say might be election day. So I wondered if
we'll do our best, Senator.
Get the total number of non-compliant employers as a numerical figure rather than just as a proportion of the total companies reporting. I'd also like to know how many employers that are currently on the non-compliant list have been on the list for multiple years.
Okay.
And in particular, I'd like to know how many employers have been on the list twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, 6 times and 7 times.
Okay.
I imagine you don't have that with you this evening.
I don't. But we do have some, to be honest, who have made a conscious decision that they don't report, and they have been there over an extended period of time.
Yes. For those employers who have been on the list somewhere between 2 and 7 occasions, can you please provide their names? What's the average length of time that a non-compliant employer remains on the list?
So once again, Senator, I'd need to take that on notice. As I said, we have a focus on enabling as many as we can to report, and then we have the mechanism of naming, which is one of the tools of the Act, and also the government has a policy in relation to not allowing them access to grants and tender processes. So that's our mechanism to try and drive it, but I can answer your question, get some detail on that.
And which employer has been on the non-compliant list the longest?
Once again, I'd need to take that on notice. A couple of names spring to mind, but I'd want to make sure that I'm accurate in relation to that and to make sure that's reported fairly.
I prefer the correct response to be given to.
Yes.
Understood. That's all I have for WGEA. Chair.
Fabulous. Thank you very much, Senator McAllister, and thank you, Ms Wooldridge, for attending this evening.
Thank you, Senator.
We will send you off now with our thanks, and hoping that officials from the Office for Women can swiftly join us in the room.
Thanks, Ms Woolbridge.
Thank you.
That was very efficient, Jenny. Thank you. Sorry.
So I should sit down. I think we can answer a number of the questions, Senator McAllister, in that item, and certainly officials I know can answer at least two of them.
Yes, they are generally routine.
Yep.
Yeah.
Very good. I'll formally welcome the officials from the Office for Women into the room. Ms Sakharov, thank you for being here. Ms Frame, I know you're sitting down there and I'm sure you will join us at the table. When required, did anybody wish to make a further opening statement? I'm hoping, given the hour, not. Very good.
It's very subtle, Chair.
Senator McAllister.
Thanks very much. May I ask how many times the head of the Office for Women has briefed the Prime Minister in person this term?
Good evening, Kayleen Zakharoff, First Assistant Secretary, Office for Women, Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet. My recollection is twice in person.
Right. And has the Prime Minister been briefed on the new national plan?
Not by me specifically. Ministers may have, I suspect. Certainly Minister Ruston may have.
Minister Ruston, well, Senator, without going to the details of matters before the Cabinet, certainly Minister Ruston and I have engaged with the Prime Minister on the national plan, yes, and Ms Frame may wish to add to that from the PM&C perspective.
Thank you, Minister. Alison Frame, Deputy Secretary of Social Policy Group. Just to also add that the Office for Women, and including me in my role as Deputy Secretary, regularly brief the Prime Minister's office on the development of the national plan and how things are tracking. So we talk regularly to the office and as the Minister, and provide written briefings as well about progress.
Right. Just a quick update. The Respect at Work report provided a recommendation for ongoing funding for working women's centres in all states and territories. I'm correct in understanding that no such funding is has been made available in the recent budget?
If I understand it, Senator, and Ms Peasley will assist, I understand there was a provision in both the 21-22 budget and in this budget, a provision in this budget is additional funds of $1.8 million. And I'm hoping Ms. Peasley will correct me when I start getting this wrong. $1.8 million to the Northern Territory and Queensland centres.
Okay, but the recommendation went to having working women's centres in all states and territories. There's no arrangements for... I mean, the issue is that they have deteriorated over time and there are only a number of them still in place. They do important work. It was recommended in the... It was recognised in the report. But so far we've just got relatively modest amounts of funding for the existing centres. Is that correct?
Thank you, Senator. Hope Peasley, Assistant Secretary, Office for Women. The Minister is correct in that funding was provided in this budget through the Women's Budget Statement to the order of $1.8 million. That is in addition to previous funding as part of the 21-22 budget provided to two centres in both the Northern Territory and in Queensland.
Still on the Respect at Work report, the government still hasn't legislated a positive duty. Can you guarantee that you will do that in a second term of Parliament? Well, in a further term of Parliament, Minister?
Senator, as I understand it, and the Attorney-General is consulting on that on that recommendation for legislative change on that matter with stakeholders, including employers, who were an important part of the Respect at Work report, and bringing that together. That has been underway for some months now, and I don't have further information on that. And I'm sure AGD would be able to provide you with more. It's certainly not a recommendation that's been rejected, Senator, and I think there is misinformation in relation to that, but it is not a recommendation that's been rejected.
Is there an intention to do it in the next term if the government is re-elected?
Well, it would depend, I presume, Senator, on the results of the Attorney-General's consultation process.
I am interested in the implementation of measures in the Women's Budget Statement. And in particular, I'm interested in understanding how much of the funding attached to each of those measures has been expended and any grant rounds that have been undertaken. Is it possible to run through each of those measures?
Would you like to ask them one by one, Senator, and then we can respond, or how would you like to do that? This is from 2021-22, is it?
Yes. So, I mean, there's quite a... sorry, no, I'm interested in the measures that were in the last budget.
Yep, 2021-22.
Yes. So there's quite a number of them. If there was a document which already...
I don't think there is a document per se that I would table tonight, because I would not have had an opportunity to see it. And I apologise, Senator, for not seeing the letter that you sent to me yesterday on this matter. But if you have specific grant or program questions, then we can respond.
Yeah, I'm really trying to understand how much... my main purpose is understanding how much of the money has been spent.
So this would really relate to the Women's Leadership and Development Program?
Well, I'm actually interested in all of the measures in the entire Women's
Oh, I
Budget
see.
Statement.
Right. Okay.
Which is
well, that's
a very
different
big list.
Sorry, I thought you meant in relation to the funding that is managed through the processes of the Office for Women.
No. So the reason that the reason that I wrote to to you, and I apologise that it perhaps, well, I don't really apologise. I wrote to you, and it seems that for reasons that we don't need to prosecute, that wasn't received or actioned. But we've previously had an answer provided, question on notice, I-749, which was useful and was structured in a way that went through each of the measures.
I don't have that detail with me tonight, Senator.
No,
And I don't think officials do either. And if they do have it, I haven't seen it in its whatever form it takes, and
Sure.
I wouldn't suggest I would table it on that basis.
Yeah, okay. Minister, I was really trying in writing to you in advance. This is a task that is tedious when done at the table, can be done reasonably efficiently through other means. Given the miscommunication between us, I wonder if there is some other way of dealing with this other than going through it line by line, because the Chair has really asked me to try and keep things tight, and it might be that there's an easier way to do it.
Well, if you give me a moment to confer with officials, I'll see, but Senator...
I mean, obviously I'm here tomorrow, for example.
Yes, and I'm in estimates all day tomorrow in the Minister's chair, so for both Defence and Foreign Affairs, so I can't do both.
No, but somebody could write me a letter, for example.
Yes, of course.
As a way of dealing with this, as an alternative to doing it in this forum.
Certainly, someone could provide you with the answer on notice. I could undertake to have that provided to you in as full a sense as I can tomorrow.
Yes.
I can certainly try to do that.
Well, that sounds good.
That's a reasonable undertaking. But shall I confer with officials as well?
Yeah,
momentarily?
that's good.
Can we pause, please, Chair?
We can, Minister.
All right.
Very solutions focused. We might just suspend while they're conferring.
To confer. So, Senator McAllister, I have a copy with me of the response from 2021 to question on notice 0749, which you reference in your correspondence of yesterday. That included in it women's budget statement initiatives by portfolio, the funding, the measure descriptions, and whether it was the extension of an existing program or a new program. We will undertake, as best as we are able, to replicate from the 2021-22 budget statement this material for you, and we will try to do that tomorrow, for you tomorrow.
Yes, that sounds really sensible, and the particular, I suppose, in terms of the table, the additional columns I'm looking for is how much of the allocated funding has been expended in relation to each of those programs, and any grant rounds that have been undertaken in relation to them, because many or not all of them are administered through grants.
That's true, and there are 7, 8, 9, 10, 11... 11 at least agencies engaged here,
Yes.
Senator.
It is a non-trivial
Yeah,
exercise.
sure.
That's it.
So to get particularly the information on funding expended by tomorrow in this would not be possible, in my view, because we would have to go out and come back.
Yep.
So my undertaking is to provide you as much as I can. I'll provide you everything from OFW that we have in relation to our programs from 2021-22, grant rounds run, funds expended, and I'll provide you everything that we can obtain in relation to other programs. And it may be, Senator, for example, in the context of DSS particularly, who are obviously going to be talking about their own programs and estimates as well. Mind you, I don't want to make a commitment on behalf of another agency. But maybe they have this information. We'll do what we can, and we will provide it as much as to you as possible tomorrow.
Okay. Thanks very much, Minister. I think that's a sensible way of dealing with that process.
And Ms Frame, did you wish to add anything? Is there any more in the coordination part of that I've left out?
No, that's
okay.
That's it. Thanks,
Okay. And look, just on, and you did mention the Women's Leadership and Development Program. How much funding remains uncommitted in that program?
Thank you. I'll ask the officer to come to the table.
Clancy Hall, Acting Assistant Secretary. Sorry, Senator, I missed the end of your question.
Yes, how much funding remains uncommitted in the Women's Leadership and Development Program?
This financial year in 2021-22. So this financial year we are 96% committed or expended in the appropriation. So we have $785,000 unexpended in the 2021-22 financial year.
Okay, so 785,000. Does that include the recently announced grant round?
The Lead and Succeed grant round is profiled from 2022-23 onwards.
Right. And in 2020, right, so in 2022-23, you've announced a grant round that is worth 20.35 million.
Yes.
What remains uncommitted or unallocated in that financial year?
So none of the funding from that Lead and Succeed grant round is committed at the moment because we're open for application. So in the 2022-23 financial year, there's currently 8.728 million available, but that includes the funding some of the funding that we would allocate under that Lead and Succeed grant round, because that won't be committed until there are grant agreements in place.
Sorry, so the grant round is indicated as being 20.35 million. Is that profiled across a number of years?
Yes, that's profiled across 2022-23, 23-24 and 24-25.
Okay, for 22-23 it's 8.728.
That's what's currently available in the appropriation, in the program.
Right, and do you expect allocating all of the lead and... I'm trying to understand, I guess, the relationship between the Women's Leadership and Development Program and the Lead and Succeed round. Do you expect that to consume all of the allocation for the Women's Leadership and Development Program?
We expect it to take up most of it for next financial year, yes.
Right, okay, so 8.728...
the profiling for the Lead and Succeed grant round is in the grant opportunity guidelines. So is that what you're
that
asking
does
me
help.
for?
Are there any other grant rounds anticipated for the next financial year?
Open competitive grant rounds, no, not at this stage.
Right.
Where the Lead and Succeed grant round will take us a few months to finalise. So those applications don't close until the 21st of April.
Right, okay. So should an election be called soon and the government goes into caretaker, what will happen then?
So we will operate under caretaker provisions. There'll be no funding decisions made in that time frame, where on our project schedule we're not expecting to have funding recommendations to make to the delegate until August. Mm-hmm. So at this stage it is our intention to proceed with assessing those applications that come in and being able to then form recommendations on those applications that could be funded based on those grant opportunity guidelines.
Right, so you don't anticipate any, the decision maker being in a position to assess any of that until the next financial year?
Yes, that's right. The funding's not profiled until 2022-23 and that was the project timeframe we were working to.
So minister announcements won't be able to be made until the next financial year based on what the officials...
No, because the grant round closes, as Ms Hall said, on the 22nd of April and the assessment process then commences. We've used in the past the DSS grant, what is it called? Hub. Yep. And that work through the hub will not be completed in time in that period.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator McAllister. If no senators have any other questions, then that concludes the committee's examinations of agencies for today. The committee will resume on Monday the 4th of April to examine the parliamentary departments and continue our examination of the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet. I'd like to thank the ministers and the officers who've given evidence to the committee today and thank Hansard and Broadcasting for their assistance. And I now declare this meeting of the Senate Finance and Public Administration Legislation Committee adjourned.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Senators.
Thank you.